Can't hear you.
And we are live from the North Park Lounge Richland and the Hilltop Event Center. It is Steel City Sunday, Week 18, the final regular season week in the National Football League. We're pleased you could join us. John Phillips, Bill Akins to join me here in just a few moments. And we're just here. We're happy and we're excited. We've got 5 hours, folks. 5 hours of pregame coverage for you today. I can't tell you how pumped we are. I've got 12 guests lined up for us. We are going to have a massive show today. I'm going to give you the rundown here in just a few seconds because I think it's important that we tackle all of this early on because we have so much programming for you today. 5 hours of pregame coverage live here from the North Park Lounge Richland. We're excited. We've got people already hitting into the chat this afternoon, I should say. And Ronnie Hunter checking in saying, here we go. Exciting day here in Pittsburgh as it all comes down to who wins and who loses and who stays playing football and who goes home. And it could have been a little bit easier, but it never seems to be easy in the Mike Tomlin era at this stage in his career and the football teams that he certainly is in charge of, that being this edition of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But here we are, Steelers and Ravens for everything when it comes to determining who will win the AFC North and go on to play in the NFL tournament. Mike, big show today. Bill Akins, I'm going to bring you in, Bill, right here. We're going to start with a quick rundown of the roster on who's on today. And I think it's important that I get to that. And I can't find it in my email list.
I got it.
Oh, my goodness. Where did it go? Here it is. I think this is it. Yeah, I finally found it. Not that I shouldn't know this off the top of my head, folks. But if you take a look, 5 hours today. We start at 3:15 p.m. with Mike Oste, managing editor of West Virginia Sports Now, part of the Pittsburgh Sports Now family of websites. He's been covering the Steelers for a while now for them, in addition to his duties in Morgantown. Mike joins us, of course, national writer for Yardbarker as well. He'll join us for about a 30-minute segment of time. At 3:45, we bring Bill in for his own breakdown of what's going on. We'll talk to Bill and get his thoughts on the game today, as we will here in just a few minutes. Hour number 2, Paul Zeiss of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, who's been joining us all season long for an hour in our pregame show. We'll get Paul for 30 minutes, and then we will then be joined by Todd Haley, former Steelers offensive coordinator, head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, course coordinator at Arizona and Cleveland as well. Spent 20 years in the NFL coaching. Of course, his father was a coach and worked for the Steelers for many years. Paul, a native of Upper St. Clair. Hour 3, Jerry DePaula and John Fedko. We'll carry those two for about 45 minutes. And then at 5:45 p.m., we begin our first of 3 Behind Enemy Lines segments today. That's right. We have 3 guests coming in from Baltimore today. 3 guests coming in from Baltimore today. The first one being Jeremy Kahn, a morning show host at 105.7 FM, The Fan in Baltimore. He also has a website called Pick Dogs. So we'll probably talk a little bit about what he thinks prop-wise he likes. That'll cover our Consigs Picks segment as well today. That's our third hour. Hour number 4, Zig Fracassi, our NFL insider from SiriusXM's NFL Radio, will join us. At 6:15 p.m., Anthony Halkias, the lead writer at SteelerNation.com. We'll have Anthony on. At 6:30 from Acusure Live, Brendan Howe, who covers the Steelers for Pittsburgh Sports Now and the Butler Eagle. He'll join us at 6:30. And then we'll have an open segment at 6:45 to talk about NFL wildcard implications, maybe some possible TV schedule games might be set up. The league will probably have a good idea around 4 o'clock which games might already be seeded perhaps based on who wins at 1 p.m. Our 4th hour, as I mentioned, that was our 4th hour. In our 5th hour, we have 2 more Behind Enemy Lines segments today. The second one's going to feature Justin from Ingraven Videos. It's a Ravens podcast, got 87,000 followers on YouTube, over 20,000 on his X account. Justin is going to join us in the 7 o'clock hour. And then at 7:15 p.m., Kevin Osterreicher, who covers the Baltimore Ravens for USA Today's Ravens Wire. He's also a host of the Locked On Ravens podcast for that particular network. And then we'll wrap our show up around 7:40, 7:45 p.m. today. So that's what we have for you over the next 5 hours. We'll bring Bill Akins in here, who has been alongside me all season long. Good afternoon, Bill.
Good afternoon, John.
Early thoughts for you.
Well, I tell you what, I think that this is a game that kind of goes in the Steelers' favor. It's an underdog game. It's at home. It's a must-win. I don't know. I'm feeling good about this game, but I also know that if you let Derrick Henry get going early in this game, then it could be a long night for the Steelers.
Well, I will say that in this particular case, and you're absolutely right, Derrick Henry is he's a monster. There's no other words I think that can be used to describe him that would be any more appropriate than he's just a monster. He's a scary Godzilla, mega Godzilla, Ghidorah, right? Rodan. He's King Kong. He's all of those things. He's a box office monster. 1,469 yards rushing this season. He's put the ball in the end zone 16 times. You cannot underestimate what he's very capable of. But what I will say today that gives me a little bit of hope in terms of negating the type of performance that he is very capable of is the fact that Derek Harmon is going to be playing today, unlike the last time they met back in, what was it, December 1st or December 2nd, I think the game was. It was in early December. It was the first week of December.
Right.
So that's the only thing that I say, December 7th. That's the only thing that I say that is different about this time around that gives me, and obviously TJ is going to be playing, but it's the Derek Harmon factor that I think is the real thing that gives me a little bit more of a better feel that this team will be better defensively this time around against the Ravens. And they gave up over 200 yards rushing in that game, right? Let's not kid ourselves. It wasn't
and still won.
Yeah, and still won. Right. The fact that they gave up over 200 yards rushing, I think it was 217. Henry had 94 yards on 25 carries. Keaton Mitchell had 76 yards. Jackson 43. And they were able to run the football, but we were able to win that game. And you can talk about the catch or not, what happened in that game.
Likely,
right,
yeah. There's Isaiah Likely. Yep.
Yeah, the Isaiah Likely catch that was ruled not a catch, and there was a turnover in there late in the game as well. Ronnie Hunter checking in via YouTube saying he gives us a chance because I give us a chance because we are at home. We can talk a little bit more about that, perhaps. I don't, the home field advantage is nice, but look, we're 3-point underdogs, Ronnie, and Vegas gives every home team 3 points to start. So that means Vegas thinks that the Ravens are 6 points better than us right now. We'll get into all of those semantics in a little bit.
I have a point.
Go ahead.
I'm more afraid of Snoop Huntley than a 70% Lamar Jackson. I'm just we've kind of had his number in recent games, and I was listening to Moving the Chains on Sirius XM earlier this week, and they were talking to Dr. David Chow, who does the he covers a lot of the injuries in the NFL. He's their expert, and he said that they asked him, what percentage would you give Lamar Jackson? He said 70%. He said that's what I'm giving him, 70%. I'll take a 70% Lamar Jackson over a Snoop Huntley that's 95 to 100%. You saw what he did against the Green Bay Packers. And I think you just got to take a page out of what you basically did against Detroit, right?
Right.
I mean, you shut down that rushing attack, and it can be done again. It can be done again against the Ravens. Um, I think when you look at it though, you're just gonna have to shut down Henry. That's gonna be your number one priority is shutting him down. And I think they're good enough. You know, they're good enough to kind of take care of everything to kind of take care of itself from there, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, again, new game, right? Totally different scenario here, right? There's no games to try to catch anybody at this point in time. It's win or go home. And
It's a
so
playoff game essentially.
yeah, right. Well, yeah, right. It is a playoff game without a doubt. And, there's something to be said about the last few weeks being playoff games. Some people dismiss it. Others think that that's the case. You're trying to play to get in. Certainly last week felt like a playoff game, right? In certain aspects, only in the sense that, Cleveland was trying to eliminate us from winning the division, and we were trying to win so that we didn't have to play really this hard this week, right? But as it turns out, right now, everybody that has clinched so far is playing like there's seeding that still has to be determined, right? Atlanta's playing to knock out Tampa Bay. New Orleans is fighting them tooth and nail right now. They're at 4th and goal from the Atlanta 1, down 6. If New Orleans wins this game, Tampa gets into the playoffs. If Atlanta wins, Carolina gets in. Why is Atlanta playing football today? Because they're playing for something, right? Houston's playing for seeding. Indianapolis is beating them by 1 right now on the road. Jacksonville has handled their business at home. They could get a chance to jump up right now, right, in terms of where they're seated. If they win and Houston loses, if Jacksonville is playing to try to get the number 1 seed today, the Broncos and the Patriots, they play at 425. If they lose, Jacksonville becomes the number 1 seed. They're scoring 30 points a game now over the last 7 games. A 7th game in a row now that they've put up over 30 points on the board.
Liam Cohen's doing a hell of a job down there.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And we could talk more about that sort of situation where, look, and I know a lot has been said this week. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport. I saw there was another Andrew Filipponi tweeted something about a longtime NFL writer discussing Tomlin. There was one of the pregame shows today said Tomlin's not going anywhere. And all kinds of rampant speculation, right? Tomlin wants a piece of ownership if he's going to stay, right? And look, as somebody who works as a reporter, somebody who investigates things at times, I want to trust people of that nature to know something based on the evidence that they're getting from the sources that they have. Okay. And so when you hear all of this speculation, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, I want to say who the other individual is here in just a second, just because I want to be fair.
I think wasn't Mike Florio say something? He said something too.
Well, Florio said something as well, but there was something that Andrew tweeted, and I want to go back and find that right now because I think it's important because he cited that the guy was a longtime writer, and I know the name, but I can't remember who he writes for specifically. It was Tony Pauline. Longtime NFL writer Tony Pauline. This was from a few hours ago, reporting that Tomlin could take next year off, but if he does come back to the Steelers, he may ask for a portion of the ownership. He already makes $18 million a year. Okay. He has carte blanche to do whatever he wants. So there's a lot to speculate that the guys who do this on a regular basis are talking about. I heard what's his name who writes for Pat McAfee? Why is his name escaping me? Mark Cabali on this morning with he was on with Jack Hillgrove on the Fan. He was like, he's not going anywhere, nothing's going to happen. And he's covered the team for 22, 23, 24 seasons.
Yeah.
He's covered almost 400 Steeler games.
Even if they lose today, you don't think there's going to be a mutual parting in the ways?
No. I think no, not initially. I think right now, let's see what the result is first, right? Let's see what the result is, right? If they lay an egg, then perhaps there's some sort of sit down or conversation. It's clearly Tomlin's decision to stay and say, hey, I want the extension now, or you give me the extension and I want it at a certain time, right? I don't think that they have. I have a March deadline, obviously, so they have a couple months. But the truth of the matter is that this organization, and when I say organization, and we'll bring Mike Osti in here for Mike for the mic drop. This organization, being Art Rooney, and maybe to some degree Omar Khan, but I think this is just Art and Mike sitting down and basically just talking. Where are you at, Mike? Right? Where is Mike Tomlin at in all of this?
Yeah.
What does Mike want to do? Because Mike's the one making the decision here, more or less, unless Art comes to him and says, I'll give you an extension, but I want to see A, B, C, D, and E. And then there's some back and forth.
Well, we know he's not going to get fired. We know that.
Well, nobody.
It's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be a mutual parting of the ways. They're going to sit down. There's going to be probably expectations on Mike Tomlin's end, and there's going to be expectations on Art Rooney's end. And if they can meet to a compromise on those expectations, then I think he stays. If they can't, then I think they could potentially part ways. But we got to see what the result is of this game, and then kind of go from there. I think we'll see what happens.
All right. Without further ado, thank you, Bill. And Bill will be checking in all throughout the course of the afternoon with his thoughts, of course, as he does. He does a great job of keeping us on the air and getting the guests on. And without him, I can't do this show. All right, Mike Osti. Good afternoon, Mike Osti, new president of the I Don't Like Hines Ward for the NFL Hall of Fame Club.
I've been actually a president of that club for years, but I am continuing that presidency right now. Yes,
we'll talk about that later. But thanks for joining us, Mike Osti, of course, managing editor of West Virginia Sports Now, part of the Pittsburgh Sports Now family of websites, national writer for Yard Barker, Sirius XM as well, and of course covers the Steelers for Pittsburgh Sports Now. Happy New Year to you, sir. How was the company holiday party? Was there a Pittsburgh Sports Now holiday party by any chance?
There was. Not everybody was able to attend, so it was kind of a smaller. It was mostly just myself, other managers, and maybe a few others. It wasn't a big party like we've done in past years, but we had something. And Hines Ward for the Hall of Fame did end up getting discussed. We talked a lot about our thoughts on the NFL MVP race that I've written about as well, and a myriad of other topics in pro and college sports. We settled it all. We decided everything that is fact in the Pittsburgh sports scene. So we did all the debates and we did everything. Everyone should listen to us. But it was a great party. It was a great holiday season. Santa did well for my daughters. New Year was great. And I'm also going to continue the Larry David mantra of 1 week max for Happy New Year. So after this weekend, I'll give you a couple days. I believe he goes to January 7th, and then Happy New Year is over. I don't want to hear Happy New Year at the end of January. I don't want a February Happy New Year. I don't want a Happy New Year and then a Valentine's Day holiday. Happy New Year 1 week in, and then Happy New Year is gone. So right now, this is still Happy New Year time period, but we're a few days away.
What if I give you a Eddie Murphy Trading Places Merry New Year?
I maybe could give you another week on that. I could maybe give you another week on that because great Eddie Murphy is a legend. Yes, merry everything for the holiday season. Merry everything, but Happy New Year is 1 week max.
I think it should end on the Monday after. I think tomorrow it should end.
Okay.
Well, that's even being stricter, but I was willing to go 1 full week, which would be the 7th, because obviously January 1st is the first day, and it doesn't always fall on Monday to Monday. But I would go down. I would be happy that. How about this? When we get triple zeros at the end of what Mike Tomlin's deeming the AFC North championship game, and the regular season is over, we go towards the playoffs. Happy New Year is over.
I feel like we're going into
likely after midnight anyway.
I feel like we're going into this Irishman scene where they argue about when is it, what's the right time frame to be late? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Right.
It's so anyhow. All right, let's talk Steelers as we have some comments coming in via our YouTube channels and whatnot. We'll get to those in a few moments. All right, Mike, it's who would have thought this? Steelers and Ravens, winner goes home, loser winner continues to play, loser goes home. We're at the end of the regular season. This will be the last game. Initial thoughts as you head into this. Why are we here?
Why are we here is a question that both fan bases are asking. These two teams mirroring each other, not only mirroring each other this year, but Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh having careers that have really mirrored each other. And it's also kind of surprising to me, but this was thrown out there when this was announced as the case and moved to Sunday Night Football, that this is the first winner-take-all game in this rivalry. So the very first one that it is pure winner gets it all, the loser, there's no point of the season, and it's totally a wash. So you could make an argument, and we've had a lot of big games in the history of this rivalry, John. This might be a hot take for older fans, and not that I'm young. You can make an argument this is the biggest game in the history of this rivalry. This is the first winner-take-all game. The winner wins the division, goes on, maybe powers through with the same head coach. The loser maybe tears it all up, a whole new era, and they don't play anymore this year. So that's a debate for another day. But this is just a game that is very, very odd, especially to be maybe the biggest in the history of this rivalry, because you have both fan bases where there is maybe a minority for the Ravens, but now almost becoming a majority for the Steeler fan base that probably secretly don't want to win the game, because winning the game means continuing on, as you and Bill were talking about, whereas losing the game, you maybe finally turned the page. And the Steelers got here because of their roller coaster ride. They had a rough showing earlier in the year defensively, but Rodgers was playing well and better than any recent quarterback play. Then he started dipping in his play. The defense picked it up of late. DK Metcalf's been out with his suspension from the issue with the fan. There's been drama this year, of course. It's been a far from perfect year for the Steelers or the Ravens. And I guess if you win, it does make the year kind of successful, even though you're taking advantage of a weak division. I don't think much of either team to go far in these playoffs. Maybe it depends on matchup. But as I've been saying, and I even said last week on this show, as confident as I was that the Steelers would lose to the Browns and we would get here and this would be the situation and this would be winner take all against Baltimore, I am weirdly confident, even if conventional wisdom doesn't say it, that the Steelers and Mike Tomlin are going to pull this out, and that would just be the fitting end of this very dramatic season that has been a year with the noise being louder on Mike Tomlin than really any other year.
So am I, Mike. I totally agree. I mean, this just sets the table for a Steelers victory, in my opinion.
Yeah,
just with it does. I mean,
even with Lamar there, doesn't phase me.
Well, it's 70%. 70.
Yeah,
he's at 70%. I mean, I was talking with John. I listened to Dr. David Chow on the Moving the Chains on Sirius XM earlier this week, and they said, give us a percentage of where you think he's at, and he said 70%.
Right.
So,
well, look, Lamar's lost his last 3 here. Right, Tomlin performs extremely well in prime time at home. Right, he's a 3.5-point underdog right now. He's great in this type of role. Right, all of these things are certainly beneficial. Derek Harmon, I mentioned at the very top, being the biggest thing as far as I'm concerned. I know T.J. Watt is back. We'll see how much he's going to play. Yeah. That's great. I'm not worried about him being back. I'm excited that Derek Harmon is back, because hopefully, as they
can you imagine the narrative though? If they lose this game, can you imagine the talk show narrative on Watt? It might not be fully fair, but they've been winning without him, and then they would lose with him, and he's had a real rough year overall after getting all that money. He's never won a playoff game. I guarantee you, John, if they lose this game, in addition to a lot of people wanting Tomlin out, and maybe they would finally part ways and he would choose to go elsewhere, and that noise being loud, there will be prominent, even national media members that are going to start saying they should maybe trade Watt, or Watt's overrated, or all of that. Because they never won a playoff game with him. This has been a lesser than normal year for him, and the recent wins were without him, and the defense actually has played even better without him than with him this year, as weird as that is to say. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's a fair narrative because he is a great player, but I feel like that is going to be screamed by some if they would lose this game, especially if he does not perform and does not get a sack, does not put numbers up that the casual fan can look at in the box score. If those numbers are not there and they lose, he's going to probably hear it the second most behind Tomlin. I don't think Rodgers, for example, will hear anything. He's 42 and has played okay. Right. It's going to go on to Tomlin and then probably secondarily on to Watt for not being good enough this year, even with the injury.
And I know Bill wants to chime in here, and I'll get him in here in a second. But I just want to address it real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't care what the national media says about TJ Watt. He's had a down year. I chalk it up as it's just a down year, right? Okay.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Fame player. To make it clear.
Right. Yeah, he's heading in that direction for sure. Right. It didn't help this team that the coach and several others came out and said maybe greatest defense of all time. Right. Maybe let's not start a season where we're saying something like that. Is maybe all I'm just saying. But going back to Harmon, having Harmon in here is a big difference maker because 100%. Since he started playing, which was in the New England game, after those first two horrific defensive performances of which they split, their run defense much better with him in there. I'll bring Bill Akins in now for him what he wants to say. I just wanted to chime in on that. I don't care what the writers write. You know what I mean? It's a down year for him. I would expect him to bounce back. Go ahead, Bill.
No, I agree, Mike. I think that if they lose today, and I think that very, very well could open the door for criticism of TJ Watt. I don't know though. I think he's going to be very limited today.
I don't imagine.
I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Because in the reason I say that, he had no limitations in practice this week, but I was listening to his.
He looked good in practice. That's true.
Yeah. But I was listening to his press conference, and he said, I feel pretty good. Yeah. But he said, honestly, I couldn't say that a week ago.
Right.
So,
yeah,
it's not like, hey, I felt pretty good the last couple of weeks. I'm good to go. He said, they couldn't say that a week ago. So I don't know. I just think his snaps are going to be limited today.
I think it's pretty clear. If this game was not a winner-take-all, win the division, calm down the narrative game, or else lose and you have a horrible offseason, he wouldn't be playing. And maybe it might even be posturing, kind of what you're alluding to a little bit, that they almost want to throw him out there, have the presser, and maybe help hype up and even put something into the Ravens game plan. They got to spend an hour on scheming for Watt that they otherwise wouldn't have to. I don't think he's going to go out there and have 4 sacks and win it by himself. I would imagine you say Lamar's 70%. Maybe you're getting 50% of the normal TJ Watt based on that. And maybe that does mean limited reps. And that puts even more pressure on Harmon, Cam Hayward, and others, especially on that D-line, because what we haven't got to yet, which is really the story, if they cannot calm down Derrick Henry, who you want to talk Hall of Fame, he is running himself into the Hall of Fame. If they cannot calm him down like Green Bay could not last week, they have no chance. It doesn't matter what Rodgers does. It doesn't matter who's out there. It doesn't matter which coach has a better career, is going to maybe be talked to maybe parting ways. Doesn't matter. If Derrick Henry leaves this game with 160 plus, 3 or 4 touchdowns, they're winning it. They're winning it. And he had 216 on the ground against the Packers, and he could do that easily.
Any yardage over 102 tutties, and they win this game.
Probably.
They're not. It's just they're going to control the football. And if Jackson plays even at 70%, and you weren't even talking about.
Henry might be generous. Henry's lost games with 100 yards.
He has, and Harmon's going to make some sort of difference for sure.
Right,
by the way, Myles Garrett just broke the sack record. Happy for Myles Garrett.
I was going to say, I was just watching and I was wondering because it was a half of football left. That would have been crazy if he didn't get it. So
Keaton Mitchell will probably get some carries in this game as well. Between the 3 of them, if they're averaging 200, if they get 200 in this game, I think it's going to be a real low scoring game today. And I think yardage will be at a premium.
AFC
in some
North
cases,
ball, Steelers,
most
Ravens,
likely. And I will say this is not the Ravens defense of previous seasons. So I will say that,
100%.
right? We don't have to deal with a Myles Garrett this week.
Yeah.
Let's pray that this coaching staff has schemed a little bit differently, right? Maybe you might want to get your best wide receiver, who is a running back, who doesn't have to chip on every freaking play now, right? Involved. Maybe they can get their tight end that they pay top 10 money a few passes today, right? Maybe Pat Freiermuth can work himself back into the good graces of Art Smith.
Another one.
Why that's a thing I don't even know, and how that could have even happened is beyond me. But maybe Pat Freiermuth should be involved a little bit today too. Go ahead, Bill.
And how do you, like last week? How do you? Okay, we're going to throw to him now in the fourth quarter. We 3 passes in a row to him,
like on the last drive of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, what are we doing here?
And what's really disappointing is, and I even wrote about this before the season when they got Jonnu Smith. I thought Jonnu Smith was kind of the hidden part of that trade, and why that trade was a win for the Steelers at the time. And people were talking about 2 tight end sets and all of that. Arthur Smith, I guess, wasn't interested in the possibilities. And that you can blame Arthur Smith. You can say Pat Freiermuth hasn't got it done this year. You can say Jonnu Smith has been a roller coaster ride. But the dream of what it could have been with 2 pass catching tight ends, because Jonnu Smith had 800 yards as a receiver as well in the past, just has not come to fruition. The only counter I'll give, though, is I think that unless they can find a wide receiver, not a running back, not a tight end, but a wide receiver to step up and at least get like 70 yards and maybe something down the field, even if it's not DK Metcalf stuff, they're also going to be in trouble. It cannot be just a full-on dink and dunk. The Ravens defense is not of old, but I don't think you're going to be able to do early 2000s Tom Brady dink and dunk all day. There's going to have to be some downfield passing game, and that was non-existent against the Browns at all.
Well, maybe Calvin Austin can be involved?
Yeah, he could be one. He has
maybe he could be involved.
100%.
Right? I mean, what is I don't understand, and I've heard this again from several people at times through the season, right? Like we heard that all of a sudden Freiermuth's in the doghouse of Art Smith. He's not one of his favorites. Right. You know what I mean? Calvin Austin has been generally disappeared. Right. And in the last few seasons, he has been productive when they, as a third or fourth guy, he's been there to pick up some slack. He certainly caught a nice touchdown pass in that season opener against the Jets, but he's been mostly disappeared for the back half of this season. He's got a lousy 28 catches all season long. Where's he at in this offense today? That's
Calvin, right?
Calvin. I'm sorry, Calvin Austin. Excuse me. Thank you.
I mean, he was hurt last week with the hamstring injury. You're getting him back this week. I mean, I think that's that's going to be big for them. Because you don't have DK, so you got to rely on some other guys.
Yeah, I'm getting him and Jonnu Smith all twisted up.
Clearly.
That's okay. So Calvin Austin, right? Where's he at in all of this? That's what I want to know, right?
I thought more could have happened with him too. I thought actually that was a solid draft pick at the time. I like the addition. I thought he could be an unsung hero type guy. But as you kind of mentioned, John, you want him as more of a third receiver who can give you a big play once a game. Right. They don't have an offense or a roster to make him only the number 3 receiver. He has to arguably be the 1 today. And even if not today, he has to likely be the 2 in most games if DK was still there. And that's probably out of role for him. So that's the issue with the offense. You have guys being cast in roles that is not putting them in a position to succeed. What is that always said in any walk of life? If someone doesn't have success, did you put them in a position to succeed? I don't know if you're putting him in a position to succeed, and you could argue Pat Freiermuth too.
He's a speed guy. He's not a combat catch guy.
Right, 100%.
So are we assuming that MVS is going to be their number 1 today? Hey, who's your 1?
Well, I guess I'll answer it this way. Does someone have to be the 1? There's no wide receiver 1.
Somebody has to be.
There is no one
somebody in there. But theoretically, they run these sets where you've got a primary, you've got a 2, you got a slot guy, right? You have these different positions: the X, the Y, the Z. Who's the X? Who? Does it? Maybe it doesn't matter. I guess it really doesn't matter.
There's even an argument, and maybe because Aaron Rodgers is such a veteran, maybe they're almost going to figure it out as they go. and they'll have one early in the game. And if that falters, unlike against Cleveland, they might have to draw it up again at halftime and switch it out. Because, again, this is the season and arguably maybe his career if he doesn't want to play again, or they don't want, they likely, from what I'm hearing, do want him back, but maybe he doesn't want to play. This is it. Like, this is all on the line here. So if you go in the locker room and say, okay, we got 3 drop passes, no big plays, the offense has 6 points again or nothing, maybe there's a new X coming in the third quarter. I don't know. I don't think anyone really earns the title. Hope, it's nice that fantasy football is over because no one's fantasy team would benefit from any of these receivers. But this is the story. As much as we can talk all day about Tomlin and Harbaugh and the careers of Tomlin, Harbaugh, TJ Watt, Aaron Rodgers, whoever else, a lot on the line today, career-wise, even Derrick Henry. If Derrick Henry gets his numbers on the ground, as long as Lamar Jackson doesn't fumble it or turn it over too much, and if the Steelers offense cannot move the freaking ball and find any passing game, there's going to be a lot of that to discuss for the broadcast team because it's all going to be for not in terms of calling the game. It's all going to be about Tom. They're going to be doing a talk show for an hour and a half, if that's the case.
Well, here's the thing. Isn't it funny how you change all these coordinators in recent years and the offense essentially is still the same? It's still stagnant. So what's the single point of failure at this point in time? I mean, I think I know that I kind of know the answer.
Well, roster construction, I guess.
I know what it is. What's your answer?
Well, there's a couple of variables. I think Tomlin's number one. I think
you got to put it on.
You're getting close to my answer, but go ahead. Anything else?
Well, and I agree with Mike roster. Putting together the roster. We used to call the con artist. Is he? He's it's kind of been lackluster.
You want to know what my answer is?
Absolutely.
It's pride.
Yeah,
it's Tomlin's pride.
Well, it seems to me like this offense, the Mike Tomlin, his philosophy is, hey guys, just don't go out there and turn the ball over, okay? It's just don't turn the ball over. It's like
the one word that comes to mind when I think of what the Steelers have not been over the last 5 years, and this is separate from not having good enough quarterback play and all of that, which is also an excuse. As much as Tomlin's a future Hall of Famer, part of why I do want them to part ways and have been wanting it for years is the roster construction that he hasn't had a good enough quarterback before this year. That doesn't work for me because I know for a fact he wanted Kenny Pickett. He's wanted these quarterbacks there. You cannot go in the room, say, I want that guy. Go in the press conference and say, I demanded for that guy. I'm glad we have him. And then say, oh, I can't believe I'm supposed to win with that guy. I'm not literally speaking, but that all doesn't work. But the one word that comes to mind that they have not been, and that you have to be to win in this day and age in the NFL, not 20 years ago, but in this day and age, dynamic. They have not been dynamic on offense at all. Does not matter whether it's Rodgers now, Pickett, Trubisky, Rudolph, Wilson, whoever. And the funny thing is, if you talk about Hall of Fames in the future, and we don't have to debate the debate here, and I'm not saying they're all going to get in or they all should get in. Rodgers, of course, is going to definitely get in. There's an outside shot with Eli maybe getting there soon that Russell Wilson maybe will get in someday if you look at his career numbers. They could have a 5-year stretch with 2 Hall of Famers and multiple first-round draft picks in Pickett and Trubisky and have no playoff wins and a horrible 5-year run. How insane will that be to look back on 20 years from now?
Which is why I talk about pride as being a big problem for Tomlin. He's very proud. You're prideful. It's one of the 7 deadly sins, and there's other factors in there as well. It is. I mean, it is.
19 years.
19 years. It is.
19 years and really no coaching tree at all.
Right, and that's another thing too. And I know Dylan Green on YouTube saying, "Hey, he's got to have better coaches around him." Well, that's his job, and he picks the coaches.
That's him,
Dylan.
Too.
He makes those decisions. He hires his staff. He's director of football operations. Everything that this team does is Mike Tomlin. And I've said that, and I've tried to stress that.
He's even said it. He went on Ryan Clark's podcast over the summer and talked about how do you want to be with one franchise forever? Do you ever want a different challenge? And he even talked about how, well, they give me autonomy. They respect my thought process. I'm part of the meeting. If I wasn't, maybe I would have wanted to leave years ago. Hello?
Right.
And it's not just one man. You could argue Rooney too. You could argue that there might need to be an adaptation from the top even to Tomlin on down. Is the Steeler way a problem? Is maybe the fact that part of how Tomlin does not have to change, John, is up until this season, and he still won't be fired, of course, He's had a lifetime appointment. He's had incredible job security.
Oh,
There's
yes,
no
no
motivation
question.
to change.
Right.
So maybe that's been a problem
And,
as well.
and I've written about this ad nauseum as well. We got Ronnie
Yeah, we
Hunter
all
saying
have.
we got Ronnie Hunter saying, what about Ben Skoranek? He's caught 4 balls all year, Ronnie. He's caught
Hey,
4
give it a
balls all
shot to
year.
anybody. Give it a shot to anybody.
Maybe he's like, he's trying to defend him. Say he's had some clutch catches. He's had 4. He's had 4 all season. Ben Skoranek isn't going to be the answer today. I appreciate your comments, Ronnie, and I appreciate you checking in with us. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that unless Pat Freiermuth is involved, unless they try to get Calvin Austin involved, right? They're going to struggle throwing the football.
Or they
today.
churn the yards on the ground. The other option is they end up they don't have a Derrick Henry, but if they can do it together and they can get yards, maybe not even on the ground, but also through short passes.
Sure.
If they can do that, okay, maybe it'll make up for not having
maybe get a turnover. Maybe get a turnover,
or you get a turnover and win this game.
On their negative side, your plus side, if you can get one or two of those, and you create a short field or two, then maybe, maybe 270 yards total offense, 240 yards total offense wins this football game. I do think both coaches are gonna be very conservative today. That's just where I think it's gonna be. All right, let's talk about Hines Ward. I saw you talking about the Hall of Very Good. And poor Hines Ward does not get into the final 15 for consideration into this year's class. It's 10 years now since his retirement. Yeah. You say he's just not good enough to make the Hall of Fame. Is that fair?
That's fair to me, and I do understand the argument for him, but I will also add the caveat, and this goes across the board with all sports, and some sports do this better than others, of course. The Pro Football Hall of Fame is a little harder to get into than, say, the Basketball Hall of Fame, where everybody gets in, and it's just about it beyond even the NBA. It's about your overall career from when you were playing pickup outside to whatever you were doing. It's a whole thing together. So I want to throw that caveat out there, and I am somebody that does appreciate a tougher bar, a smaller Hall of Fame. So maybe that's part of where I'm going. But I look at it, and this is how I debate anyone for any Hall of Fame across sports. You have to look at Hines Ward in relation to who's already in, who's been snubbed, and who maybe could be a candidate coming up. So based on that scenario, when we're talking about legendary receivers having to wait multiple years, we're talking about guys in the top 5 in total yards and total receptions and in touchdowns having to wait multiple years. Art Monk retired and had to wait multiple years, and at the time he had all those records before Jerry Rice. That's been the standard that has been set. So if Hines Ward would get in eventually or after he passes away in some other committee, okay, that's happened to other legendary receivers before, as much as that's unfortunate. Hines Ward was an impact receiver for sure. He was almost a tight end receiver hybrid type of hard-nosed type of guy. He could block. He could do the dirty work. Maybe, guys, if he would have literally played the tight end position, then maybe he would walk right in there because the expectations for the positions are different. But being a wide receiver in the era that he was in, he was really never the best receiver in football at any point. He was really probably never top 3, even when he was on a championship team. He did win a Super Bowl MVP. I get it. But overall years-wise, he had a few really elite top-tier seasons. I get the overall numbers maybe are borderline, but there are guys with similar numbers that are not getting votes. And there's a comparison I always throw out there that as much as I do think he's a Hall of Very Good, if Julian Edelman ever gets in, because he has been indoctrinated to national media, people are talking about him in national media. It was brought up a lot when he was retiring. Hines Ward's resume is way better than Julian Edelman, who basically was a pure playoff performer, a great playoff guy, multiple rings, big time in the playoffs. Regular seasons, he was an average receiver if you look at the overall numbers, even though he had some clutch moments. He certainly wasn't near the top, second, or even sometimes third best receiver on his own team. So Hines Ward has a better case than Edelman. And if Edelman ever gets in, then Ward should. But for me, I wouldn't have either one of them, and that's been off the standard that has been set by the Pro Football Hall of Fame voters, and I am not one of them for years.
All right, go ahead. Did you want to say something, Bill?
Well, yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, there's a couple factors I look at. Number one, he played on a team that was a run first offense.
That's fair.
And when you look at it, he had just over 12,000 receiving
Right.
yards. He had
Right.
85 touchdowns.
He had 4,000-yard seasons, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Or
lower than
5,
many
I'm
Hall of
sorry.
Fame receivers.
Yeah.
It's just not eye popping. I hate to say that. Yeah, okay. So he was a very unique wideout. He had a role as a blocker, the
Yeah, yeah.
toughness factor, right?
Yeah.
The gritty play. Even earned him at some point in time. It even earned him the dirtiest player. I remember that he was
I
voted
remember
like,
that.
yeah, he
Yeah.
was voted high on that. But and then hey, how about the lack of MVP awards too? He wasn't an All-Pro receiver, which
4 Pro Bowls. 4 Pro
right,
Bowls. That's just pure fan voting too.
right.
But if not the fan voting, then of course your peers can help you. 4 coaches, 4 Pro Bowls. So that's
Yeah.
not even having to be an All-Pro. That's just purely a Pro Bowl, like an All-Star for sports.
I mean,
4
the
times,
number
that's
one,
low.
right, exactly, and that's usually that's kind of what sets you apart
Yeah.
from other candidates. I different position, but I kind of compare him to Mike Allstott, right? I was a huge Mike Allstott fan
Okay.
back in the late 90s,
Right.
okay? But people have pushed for him. Oh, he needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Well, he didn't have the stats. He was a fullback, which for
100%.
decades the fullback position has kind of been a dying breed, right? It was the last fullback in Larry Zonka, I think. He split the
Right.
he did split time with tailback with Warwick Dunn, but I look at that. The stats wasn't there for him either, and they're not there for Hines Ward. And
All right, may I speak for a second here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
This is Hines Ward's defense attorney.
Wide receivers, what's their primary function?
Catch the ball.
Catch the ball.
Okay, let's just stay there for just a second.
Okay.
In the modern era of the NFL, okay,
Sure.
and I'm talking the last 30 years, let's just say 30, 35 years, right? In the modern era of the NFL, the receivers that have gotten into the Hall of Fame all have one thing in common. Do you know what that is?
You're going to say 1,000 receptions, correct?
It's 1,000 receptions.
In the modern era, because I know that there are some in the past that obviously have
right,
lower
but yeah,
than
well, Lance Allworth is in the Hall of Fame, and look at his numbers. Okay.
Yeah, you got to go era to era. I mean, sometimes the era wasn't as big of a deal. In this era, when Ward played, it's a big passing era.
What I am going to say is that in the modern era, the last 35 years, where the game has gone to an aerial attack, okay,
right.
He caught 1,000 footballs.
Exactly.
1,000. Exactly. Right. Well, his last catch was done how? Do you remember how? It was a shovel pass to Hines in Cleveland. They got him his 1,000. I don't care if he had 999 or not. They got him his 1,000. All well and good. That's the job of a wide receiver. And when you can get open 1,000 times, okay, when you can get open 1,000 times and catch the ball 1,000 times in the National Football League, you deserve to have a serious consideration, and quite frankly, should be in.
You don't think he's being but he's being seriously considered.
Right, he is being considered, but and some people will say, well, there's already too many Steelers in the Hall of Fame, and that's all well and good. I don't necessarily buy into that because I think any of those writers, I think
L.C. Greenwood deserves to be in.
Well, possibly, we could talk about him at another time. I want to just kind of focus on Hines here for just another minute or so, and then we'll move on.
Let me ask you this: should Torrey Holt be in the Hall of Fame?
No, I don't want to talk about Torrey Holt. I don't want to talk about Torrey Holt right now. I want to talk about Hines. I want to talk about Hines Ward. He has 1,000 receptions, and every modern receiver that has gotten into the Hall of Fame has 1,000 catches. I don't know how many Torrey Holt has. Maybe he has 1,000. I don't know. He was never a number one. He was rarely was he a number one.
Holt was not a number one. That's true.
Right, and Hines as well. I mean, he was never really a number one. So to do that, not as a number one, right, at his size, right, where he was drafted, he was never going to be a Randy Moss. He was never going to be a Megatron. He was never going to be one of the giant pass catchers. To catch 1,000 footballs in this league, should have a bust in Canton, Ohio. And I think he'll get there. He may get there on the Veterans Committee, which would be shameful as far as I'm concerned. But 1,000 receptions is enough for me to say he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Okay. I again, and as I said before, I've been saying this for years on countless shows, and I'll say it here. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem if he gets in. However, for me, I am a little bit of a tighter Hall of Fame guy. I don't know if everyone that has been put in to this point, if we go down the list and do a whole nother show for another day, that I would also agree that they should be there. However, as you said, Hines Ward was not really a number one on his team. When his team was winning, they had another big play receiver. So that also, for a keen football eye, yes, he got 1,000 receptions. That helped make him open because the other receiver was getting the looks, getting the defensive coverage, getting the double teams. I'm not saying, again, Hines Ward doesn't have to give some credit to get those receptions, but still, 1,000 catches or 1,000 catches, that would be what would get him there. I am just saying that in his era, you could argue he really wasn't even top 10 of the era because there were a lot of great receivers of his era. It was an explosive passing era. So just to have 1,000 catches, I don't know if that's a bar that everybody, whoever gets 1,000 catches from now on, should automatically walk in. You'd have a pretty open Hall of Fame. And I could see why he has to wait a while if he ever gets in. Again, they've made receivers with way better numbers than him have to wait multiple years, including record setters, have to wait multiple years. So if he would get in later down the line, okay, there are just certain guys that I don't think should be in if he's not going to get in, but I wouldn't be mad if he doesn't get in. But a great career nonetheless. And I do think if they would have changed it from WR to TE, he probably would be in, but that's just not the position he played. He did play wide receiver.
He had 1 year, 1,000 receptions, right? Hines Ward.
100 receptions?
1,000. I mean, 1,000. 1,000.
1,000 yards?
He's saying 100 receptions, and that is correct, Bill. He had 1 year with 100 receptions.
1 year of 100 receptions.
In 2002, and that was the year he had that was his best season.
That was the year,
plus receiving yards.
Right.
That was also a team that wasn't as great as some of the other teams. But yes, that was the 1 year that he had his best individual year in 2002. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, never a number one, really. Never a number one.
Like 2 or 3 elite seasons by himself.
Right. He was never a number one.
Sure.
To be a number two and to have 1,000 catches. I don't even know what we're talking about here, people.
I hear
right?
You.
I'm not saying you, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I
know. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Look. There is a very good argument to say he's just not good enough. I feel where all of that. Right.
He's right on the borderline.
Hall of Fame line here. You're here, and I'm here. Right.
Yeah.
So
I could see an argument that he maybe should be a finalist more often. Let him go down to the line. Let it go to post Super Bowl weekend. I could see that argument. Granted, I think part of the problem why he doesn't even get there, guys, is there is a freaking log jam because they messed up on other candidates. And I've even said this to people that have the vote. I've said this to Joe Rutter, who I love, who's retiring. I've said this to Will Graves, who has another vote in the Pittsburgh market. I got some votes, but not for Hall of Fames. There are writers who admitted they made Terrell Owens wait 3 years because they didn't like the guy and he wasn't nice and he did sit-ups in his driveway. When you make people wait who you know you're going to eventually vote for and are going to get in, you create a log jam like this, John. They made that man wait because they didn't like him. He had all the numbers to walk in on the first ballot. They let Moscow in on the first ballot, but making T.O. wait 3 years, and he's already in now, it created this log jam, which when you look at that final list, I think Hines Ward deserves to be there, even if I wouldn't put him in Canton. Who do you take off? There's not room to take anybody off. They messed this whole thing up for years when you make somebody get punished because he was a mean guy in an interview, which goes on. That goes on across the board a lot.
I mean, Barry Bonds is being shunned for the Hall of Fame.
That's a whole other thing. Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
He's being shunned for the Hall. Right.
It's a whole other thing.
We'll talk about that.
And there's no character clause in pro football. But obviously, the character clause is against Bonds.
Sure.
Pro football does not have a characters clause. There's no character issues against Hines Ward. I'm sure if you put him in, I'll say this for his case too. Not only does he have 1,000 receptions, if you put him in, it would be a great situation for Asian American culture. His speech would be magnanimous. He would be a great character guy to have in there. He would do everything the Hall of Fame wants in terms of mentoring people, going to every event.
Right. He would be a great ambassador. Right.
A great ambassador for the Hall of Fame. He would be all of that. And you're not getting that from T.O., who basically wouldn't even do the ceremony there and hates the Hall of Fame. You maybe wouldn't get that from Bonds if he ever got in the baseball one, which is very, very unlikely, of course. There's different rules with both of them. But for Hines Ward, he would do everything you want. He'd be a model citizen. So if that's what maybe would put you over the line in the future in the Veterans Committee, okay. I could see him getting in that Veterans Committee. I just think there's too much of a logjam now, and they've said no to too many guys with better resumes, or they made them wait. We will see how Julian Edelman's handled, though. If that man even gets a sliver of a vote, I will come out here with venom and defend Hines Ward every day of the week because that is insane. But
he
we'll
shouldn't.
see.
And again, is there a number 2 wide receiver in the Pro Football Hall
I
of
got to
Fame?
research this when I get off here. If there's a
Right.
number 2 wide receiver,
I
that
know.
also could be it. There's not. It's a tough group.
I can almost certainly tell you the answer is no. I can almost certainly
So
tell you
maybe
the answer.
So maybe there shouldn't be a number 2 receiver in the Hall of Fame then. If
Well,
you want a tighter Hall of Fame.
what I'm saying is that his position is to catch a football, and in the modern era, all of these guys that have 1,000 catches or more are in. He should be in. It's like, and I think the older guard, now that they're gone, you've got this younger generation, and I don't want to lump you in there, but these younger generation, they think differently. It's different. You're right. They're just a different era.
The benchmarks are gone.
Writers are.
Well, not only that, but across sports, the bench. You bring up the other Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Even separate from steroids, any of those clouds, the benchmarks of what people look for. If you go to baseball, the win total, nobody cares anymore.
Nobody cares anymore.
It's all about your. And I don't want to make this a generation gap. I kind of like that in a way. Paul Skeens deserved the Cy Young Award. He couldn't win because the team was bad. It's not his fault if he doesn't get the wins. But there are guys that are walking in the Hall of Fame with below 220, with below 250 on win total. CeCe the Bath, you got a first ballot with 250. Like people, the win total means nothing now for the Hall of Fame, and that is a new generational thing. So that's also creeping up into all these Hall of Fames. So that's a thing. But all these Hall of Fames have controversial selections. They've messed up a time or two. They've made guys wait that shouldn't wait. That's happened across the board in all Hall of Fames. It's not just the Pro Football Hall of Fame that has this issue with a logjam. If Hines Ward gets in, great for him. I loved rooting for him as a kid. I like watching him as a kid. He was a revolutionary to the position in a way. You could argue that's another feather in his cap that could argue the case. It would be great for his culture. If he's not in, I'm not going to throw a chair about it. And I get the argument of not putting him in. We will just see if they keep that same energy to other guys who are candidates who are coming up. If the energy is kept, then I'm fine. If the energy dissipates a little bit because the guy's friend with you and he's at Fox Sports and you're hugging him before your show and he's a bro, like if that's the thing that we do, then I got a problem. But if we're going to be fair, fine. But Hines Ward's a great guy. It would be a cool thing if he got in. It's interesting to me, too, that as much as the Steelers, and maybe your Steelers point is part of this, too. It's not fair, but Tomlin brings it up every year. Ben brings it up every year. Steelers Hall of Famers bring it up every year. It's brought up constantly, and Hines Ward's not getting any more love or any more votes when people with the Steelers keep bringing it up. I do wonder if there are some voters who are still there, maybe older ones that are still there, that are saying, Steelers, shut up about Hines Ward, and that maybe he's not helping his case, that people keep screaming it. He's not getting more votes.
I think the writers make it too complex sometimes. All right, fair. Bill, real quickly, and then your last thoughts on what you think is going to happen. Mike, go ahead, Bill.
I'm just saying, would I like to see Hines in? Yes, I would. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Mike. Watched him, watched his whole entire career.
Yeah.
You even watched him in Georgia, and just, I would like to see it, but I'm sorry, just my biggest thing is the stats he's just kind of on the borderline.
I know 1,000 catches, but other than that, he is on the borderline for me. And I will also add, guys, which I find funny as we're talking about this. I literally just got the email from the Pro Football Writers Association for different award balloting. So I don't have a Hall of Fame vote, obviously, but I'm being asked to vote for many of these other awards that I've done every year. So we'll see what happens there. That's just an ironic twist for this. I just got that email.
All right, Mike.
Yeah.
Who wins? Why?
As I told you. Again, conventional wisdom would say that Derrick Henry would have 200 yards in the ground. He would gash the Steelers, that Lamar Jackson would at least hold water and do what Snoop Hudley has been doing for the Ravens. Conventional wisdom would say that the Ravens defense is also suspect, but maybe a little better than the Steelers. That TJ Watt can't give you enough. That there's no big play receiver for Pittsburgh. That Rodgers, if he plays like he's been for a couple weeks, that he just can't give you enough like his old self. And that the Ravens would win this and they would continue on and they would have a better offseason than Pittsburgh. I have a weird feeling in my bones, in my crevices, that the Steelers are going to pull this out somehow. There will be some fumble. There'll be some big play in a positive yard scenario that they can maybe defensive score, then can hammer it home. Boswell will kick the lights out. That somehow the Steelers are going to win this game, even if it doesn't feel like they really played well. They'll win the division title. Then they'll get in. And maybe for the first time ever, regardless of the playoff result, Tomlin will choose to step away. He'll hear the noise. He'll want to go elsewhere. He'll maybe go to TV. Maybe these reports are sound. Maybe that'll finally happen. Either way, but it'll at least be a positive end as division champs. I just feel like they're going to win the game. And if they don't, of course, that's just going to be the conversation for months on end about Tomlin in the future. I weirdly think they're going to win, even though everything we've discussed here for 20 plus minutes would tell me I shouldn't think they're going to win, and they probably will lose. If they lose, I wouldn't be shocked. But I, right now, in my gut, feel like the Steelers are going to somehow pull this out. That would just be the script for this year, the way that's been this roller coaster ride of Tomlin in Pittsburgh all season long.
Mike Oste, or Ricky Henderson, who is in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
He deserves it.
And you're in my Hall
of Fame.
Deserved
Hall of Famer. Ricky Henderson, a very deserved Hall of Famer, for sure.
All right, Mike, you've been very gracious with your time all season long. Let's see if we do this for another week. Maybe next week.
Well, maybe we will, and maybe another sport. I don't know. Maybe you.
Well, we're getting more to on that. In the not too distant future, not too distant future, maybe. But we'd like to be doing something come April. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Let me know, and
I will.
No problem, man. Have a good rest of your show.
All right, Mike Oste, you're the best.
Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mike Oste, managing editor of West Virginia Sports Now, part of the Pittsburgh Sports Now family of websites. Managing editor, I mentioned West Virginia Sports Now, of course, writer for Yard Barker and on Sirius XM. This is the second hour of Steel City Sunday. I am John Phillips. That is Bill Akins. We are awaiting Paul Zeiss to join us here in just a few moments. And, of course, in the third hour, Jerry DePaula, John Fedko. I'm sure we'll talk about Hines Ward with all of these guys. And I'm just, look, he was not, the fact that he wasn't a dominant receiver only makes my argument, I think, stronger, because he was never a number one, and your dominant wide receiver is always your number one. Yet at the end of the day, the guy caught 1,000 passes, and oh, by the way, he destroyed people at blocking them better than anybody who ever played that position.
Yeah, he did.
Right. I get sick of hearing, and this argument, I hear this in baseball all the time. Right, it's always the stats, right? Offense. Why put goalies in? Why put defensemen in? Right? If he caught 1,000 footballs, and if he was better at blocking than any wide receiver ever, because they had to put rule changes in to fix what he was doing. He was killing guys.
Right,
he was killing people.
Yeah,
he laid out defenders all the time. Right.
Yeah.
If you can't take that into consideration, right, if you can't understand that this guy was not a number one and still caught 1,000 passes, and by the way, if you weren't looking, he was going to destroy you by blocking you into oblivion. Yeah. If you can't take the sum of all of that and get him into a finalist role, the writers are doing a disservice to that player, specifically that position, because they're ignoring just other things that are collectively need to be addressed, and I don't think people are addressing them. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Do you think, like, during the Super Bowl years, he was kind of a number one? I kind of feel.
Well, there were some seasons where he was. I'm not saying that there weren't, but if I go back and I'm trying to remember when he started his career, he was 10 years ago.
98.
Yeah, 98, I was going to say 98 or 99. But
he was 15 too, by the way, when he started.
Right. Yeah,
he was number 15.
Yeah, he was 15. That's right.
Yeah, and there
were a few seasons where he was a number one receiver, but through other seasons, he was not. So, right. but almost not even relevant to the point. The position requires you to catch the football. He did it 1,000 times. Anybody who is in the Hall of Fame as a receiver in the last 35 years caught 1,000 passes. Right. Boom. I mean, that to me is the simplicity that I need to say, at least make him a finalist and debate it. The fact that 10 years now, we're 10 years into this from his retirement, and he hasn't even made the finals. Yeah. No, not that I don't think he has. I'm almost certain he hasn't made it to the final. I'm almost certain of that. Yeah. So to me, I'm like, what are these writers looking at? Yeah. Right? Like, what are they looking at? Are they just saying, "Oh, well, he wasn't an all pro enough," right? He didn't lead the league in receiving yardage. Are you looking at him as what type of receiver he is, right? He was not a 6'5", 225 blazer. He wasn't a Megatron. He wasn't a Randy Moss. He wasn't a Terrell Owens. He's a completely different receiver. And you brought up Torrey Holt. I didn't mean to cut you off with Torrey Holt.
Yeah.
Torrey Holt is a number 2. Reggie Wayne. So now all of a sudden these guys are getting in, right? They're getting more consideration than Ward, right?
Right. Yeah.
He is right there with them. And he's been waiting longer. Well, he should be in that final 15. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, in the 1,000 receptions, I agree with that. And also, he, like you said, they changed the game because of him. They changed the rules of the game because of him. Because he brought a different dynamic to the wide receiving position.
Jerry DePaula chipping in saying Ward was a number 1 during the Super Bowl years. There were a few seasons, and those were his highest production years.
Right.
Those were his highest production years.
Yeah.
So let's figure out the years where he was the number 1. Let's look at his numbers. Right? Were they the peak of his career for him on this team? Right? Knowing that he wasn't the prototype monster receiver that you have today, if he was a number 1, let's say he was a number 1 for 5 seasons, were those his best 5 seasons? If they were, what are we talking about here? He should be in the final 15. He should be in a final 15. Just my 2 cents on it all. Jerry, we'll get to Jerry DePaula in the 5 o'clock hour. We're hoping Paul Zeiss is going to be joining us here in a few moments. And we'll get Paul's take on that and a bunch of other things as well. This is Steel City Sunday, live from the North Park Lounge, Richland, and the Hilltop Event Center. I would be remiss if I did not speak about Arch Masonry. How dare I not mention them in our first hour? We're going to show Arch Masonry a lot of love here in the next 4 hours. Arch Masonry and Restoration. They have been with us since the very beginning of our first broadcast in September here, much like NPL Richland. Arch is hiring people. They are hiring concrete finishers. They are hiring brick mason. I'm about to put a couple people to work for them this week, doing both of those careers, doing both of those types of professional jobs. Construction labor help. If you have no experience and you want to learn a career in the masonry field or in concrete, Arch will hire you. They have programs where you can learn on the job and also build your career in one of those construction fields. 412-564-5733, archmasonryinc.com to learn more. Without any further ado, Paul Zeiss is backstage. We're going to bring him in, and we will talk about this game with Paul. We will probably talk Hines Ward as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Zeiss.
How are we doing? Can you hear me?
I can. Where are you at today? It looks like you might be in a cabin somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Well, kind of. Yeah, it's a long story. I'm on. Let's make it work.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Paul. Good afternoon to you. We are about 4 hours away now from kickoff. Let's get your initial thoughts on how you feel heading into this game, the last one of the regular season.
Well, I mean, I think I wrote about it earlier this week. I think, this is probably a bigger game than just for the playoffs for the Steelers. I mean, I think if they, both teams really, I think the Ravens lose. I'm almost assured, that John Harbaugh will get fired tomorrow. And, that means they'll be trading some things and changing some things. Now, the Steelers, I don't think it's quite as clear cut. But I will say this, John, it feels like if they lose tonight, for the first time, we might see something like, maybe Mike Tomlin parting of ways or, and if that happens, if Mike Tomlin's gone, then maybe Aaron Rodgers probably is not going to come back. And, then all of a sudden it takes a completely different sort of feeling to it. So to me, I think there's a lot riding on this game for both franchises in terms of how they're going to go forward and how they're going to continue to try and, build on what they're doing. Like, to me, if they lose and if for some reason Mike Tomlin decides, that they have that mutual parting of ways that we've heard about, I mean, I don't see any way that Aaron Rodgers is coming back without Mike Tomlin there. And so now we're back in the game, play the game where, every week we're going to hear about another quarterback that the Steelers are pursuing for the entire offseason. So it's a big game. I mean, there's a lot riding on it, I think. And, it's almost one of those things where the playoffs, because I don't think either of these teams are going anywhere once they get there, the playoff berth is sort of secondary in some ways.
Yeah, the playoff berth is 100% secondary. I don't disagree with you at all. And obviously the Rappaport story, the Schefter story to begin the week, Rappaport chiming in, plus a few others as well. I heard Kaboom saying he's not going anywhere. I mean, I think people are all over the board in terms of speculation. I agree with you. I think if they lose, much different scenario as opposed to if they win. I will say the caveat being that if the Steelers do win and they go into a playoff game and they get humbled at home, then we're right back to square one in terms of, where this franchise might be with Tomlin heading into next year. I will say this, and I want to get your opinion on this. If they don't make the playoffs, or if they do and they get blown out at home, this decision will probably come within a week or so after the season is officially over. Is that fair? Do you think that this will be something that has already been discussed, or some things have been outlined, and then once the season is over, based on the outcome, a decision will probably come within a week or maybe 2 weeks tops?
I would say probably 2 or 3 days.
Okay,
I mean, I don't
agree.
think
First within a week.
Yeah, I don't think it would drag out that much. I mean, because ultimately, they'll meet tomorrow, and then, depending on what they decide tomorrow, maybe the talks go into the next day. But it feels to me like what will happen is they will, we'll know something within a couple of days. Put it that way. I think if you're a Ravens fan, it's pretty cut and dried. If they lose, you'll know something tomorrow because John Harbaugh will get fired. But I think the Steelers situation is a little more complicated. I know there's been reports. I don't know that there's a lot of momentum, John, inside the organization for the idea of moving on from Mike Tomlin. So it might be something where, they lose and some things change. But I would tell you, despite all the reports, I think there's a really, really, and I don't want to put a percentage chance on it, but there's a really good chance that, Mike Tomlin will be the coach in 2026.
I think it's better than 50%. You don't want to put a percentage on it. I think there's a better than 50% chance that he comes back.
Regardless of what happens.
Right. Regardless of what happens, there's a better than 50% chance that he's coming back. And that's it's been that way for a long time, and it's going to continue to be that way, whether they go to the playoffs or not, whether they win a playoff game or not. If they win a playoff game and they make a little bit of a run, obviously you feel a little bit better about things, but ultimately it almost is secondary to the actual story of itself, the decision coming down. I would lean towards him coming back unless this thing ends horrifically tonight and or in the scenario that I've discussed. All right, let's talk about Derek Harmon and the impact that he could potentially have in terms of slowing the running game of the Ravens down. He did not play the last time that they played back on December 7th. How much impact do you see him making today, sir?
I mean, I think he could make an impact today, but I think this is a different kind of running game. And if they're committed to it like they were last week, where they were in Green Bay, they were committed to, listen, we're going to continue to hammer Derrick Henry. And I think I heard Todd Monken, their offensive coordinator, was talking this week, and he said basically, hey, we basically made the decision. I don't care if you're tired, go back out there. We're going to continue to hand you the ball. But I'll tell you what I saw, John. It was a little different from what they have done in the past, and that is, I think that what they've done in the past is probably not been quite as committed to the run game schemes that they had last week, where they were going power a lot, and jumbo and power and everything else a lot. And I think that's, if they do that, I mean, I think Derek Harmon will make an impact, but I would expect that Derrick Henry will have a pretty good day today. Not necessarily 215 yards, but I think they'll be more committed to trying to get him involved in the game.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd be surprised if he doesn't carry the ball less than 30 times today. That's just me. If I'm Coach Harbaugh, I'm handing him the ball a lot. I'm trying not to rely on Lamar Jackson, who, under some reports, some people are saying 70%, whatever that is, in terms of his health and capabilities today. That still makes him fairly dangerous, but I think they definitely want to rely on Derek Henry running the football an awful lot today against this defense. All right, Steel City Sunday continues to roll on. Live from the North Park Lounge, Richland Hilltop Event Center. We got Paul Zeiss with us. We'll be joined by Coach Todd Haley for Coach's Corner in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about Hines Ward. We'll throw that in here real quickly just because I think it's, we've been hot and heavy on it here. He gets snubbed again for the final 15, Paul. Is he a Hall of Very Good, or are the writers missing something on Hines Ward?
I mean, I think he's right there on the cusp, and I know there's a lot of things about him that are good. The problem he's going to have going forward is it's become a passing league, and all these receivers that are going to start coming up, right, they're all going to have better numbers than him.
Right.
Like this year, Larry Fitzgerald? I mean, right. Reggie Wayne is he's still involved. There was like 4 receivers or something in the 25. That's what's going to be Hines Ward's problem. He's going to have an issue just because the numbers game. It might be one of these things where he gets in with Veterans Committee down the road, but I don't know that he's going to ever get in the traditional way. Should he? I know there are some people in this town that think absolutely, no question. I can't even believe it's, I'd be very careful. I think he's a really, really good football player. One of the best in terms of that little run the Steelers had of a couple of Super Bowls. I thought he was one of their best players. But when you have to start bringing things like blocking into his discussion, unfortunately, the writers that didn't watch the Steelers all the time probably aren't going to, they're not, and they're just going to be like, oh, well, look at his numbers and look at the numbers of Larry Fitz and some of these other guys that are going to be coming up. And, well, I mean, Hines Ward, he probably just is going to be one of those guys that's right outside right on the outside every year.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your thought process in terms of how others that vote for this are thinking. And again, we're talking about a guy who, what was it, 12 or 13-year career. I mean, he obviously was pretty good during that run where they were going to Super Bowls. Bill Akins, you wanted to say something, sir.
Well, a big strike against him was that, he played on a team that was a run-first offense as well. They really prioritized the running attack, and which meant there was a little bit fewer targets and receptions sometimes than some of these other guys had.
I mean, again, that's what I'm telling you. He's got a numbers problem. It's not necessarily fair. It's not necessarily right all the time, but he's got a numbers problem, and these other guys all have a lot more. They're going to have a lot more receptions and a lot more. It's just how it is, and it's a part of it. And so, I've been a voter on a number of different awards things, and I'll be honest with you, like I still vote for the Bolitnikoff Award, right? When the first, ballot comes out, you've got to pick like 10 or 12 guys. I mean, I don't know if a guy from UNLV who's got 6,000 catches, I don't know if he's that good or not. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at his numbers. I mean, there's some of the guys, obviously, you look at the kid from Ohio State and, some of the guys that you actually see play a lot. But it's a little different in the NFL, but it's not that much. I mean, if you're somebody who covers a team, I mean, the bottom line is you are somebody who covers a team. You're going to be somebody who sees your team all the time. And, let's say the Steeler writers, for instance, they cover the Steelers at 1:00, and then, if you think about it, they cover the Steelers at 1:00, and then they're writing during the 4:00 games every week. You know what I mean? Right. So they're not seeing very many games at all. And then maybe they go home, maybe they watch one, maybe they don't. But at the end of the day, I view it as it's just sort of the way it is with these awards. Is a lot of guys that are voting don't see every player all the time and don't watch them. If you're somebody who covered the Steelers, to 2000 to 2008 or whatever it was, you got a chance to see Hines Ward every week. You kind of know a lot of the intricacies about him and a lot more of what he did and didn't do and how important he was to certain things. Okay. You probably have a different perspective than the guy that covered the Rams or the guy that covered the, 49ers or, whatever. And they never got to see him play or hardly ever got to see him play.
Well, a little over 12,000 yards and 85 touchdowns. For some, that would be a little bit on the low end for, some of these Hall of Fame receivers are already in. So, I mean, it's just, I guess it's less eye-popping.
Yeah, fair, and that's fair. And we, again, just something that I've just found interesting. Once again, he's 10 years in. He can't even sniff a final 15. And it's going to get harder for him for sure. We are brought to you by North Park Lounge, Richland Hilltop Event Center, where we're broadcasting live. Of course, also Arch Masonry and Restoration, a big sponsor of our show. Arch Masonry hiring bricklayers, block layers, concrete finishers, and labor help. You can give them a call at 412-564-5733 or visit archmasonryinc.com. All right, so Paul, let's get back to the nitty-gritty here. Pat Freiermuth, will we see some of him today maybe? Is it possible that Art Smith takes him out of the doghouse and maybe gets him involved before the last series of the game?
Well, again, I think one of the most important things the Steelers can do, and I'm sure we can talk with Todd more about this kind of thing. I think they've done a bad job of identifying their best players. And, without DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth is one of your best weapons, and your other two best weapons are your two running backs. So, no disrespect to Thielen and Valdez-Scantling and all these other guys. To me, even Jonnu Smith has just sort of been a ham and egger. I mean, to me, the guy that can make some plays with the ball is Freiermuth. So, yeah, make him a part of what you're doing. Also, beyond Freiermuth, I thought last week against the Browns, they did not use Kenneth Gainwell out of the backfield nearly enough. He's one of your best playmakers when you get him the ball out there in space and everything else. And then you've got, Jaylen Warren, who's a good player. I mean, those are the three guys you should be, and that was what was so frustrating last week, 4th and 1. I get it. Aaron Rodgers looks out there and sees it's 1-on-1. It's 4th and 1. Looks out there, sees it's 4th and 1. And he's like, and looks out there and it's 1-on-1 with no safety help. And it's like, okay, that's where I'm going to go. But it was Scotty Miller out there. It wasn't like you had DK Metcalf out there. It wasn't even like you had Valdez-Scantling out there. You had Scotty Miller out there. And I think those are the things that they're going to have to identify their best players to really have a chance, I think, to really have a chance to do the things that they want to do on offense.
So I did not go to high school with Arthur Smith at Georgetown Prep. Not sure why. Not sure. Apparently somebody's saying that people on X are saying I went to high school with him. I did not. I did not go to high school with Arthur Smith. I went to Swissvale High School and eventually graduated from Woodland Hills. So let's clear that air right now. Paul, let's get into the running backs. You mentioned the Steelers' two running backs as being obviously their top players, Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell. How much running will you see from this offense today? I think both teams, will probably want to try to commit to the run as much as possible. What do you expect out of Warren and Gainwell today?
Well, I think they should have good games, but the Ravens are like, 10th, 11th in the league against the run. To me, I'll be honest with you. To me, I would like to see them let Aaron Rodgers air it out a little bit because the Ravens are terrible against the pass. And, their secondary is still a little bit banged up. That doesn't mean that, they turn into 2012 Green Bay Packers, but I think that you want to run the ball and you want to make sure that you are multiple in how you run it and you give them good looks and you do all the stuff you do to try and get your running game going. But to me, I think their best path is going to be probably letting Aaron Rodgers cook a little bit.
Okay, well, better opportunity for sure this week. I mean, I agree with you. I think you'd have to be a lobotomized to say otherwise. I mean, they played a really good defense last week, even though that team ended their season, with just 5 wins. They were pretty stout last week, and I said this in the beginning of the pregame show, and I don't think this is a secret that this ain't the Baltimore Ravens defense of 3, 5, 7 seasons ago. They're just not as good. You mentioned their secondary is beat up and is suspect. But if you had a DK Metcalf who burned them early in that game, and that helped establish a lead that they were able to continue to hold on to and attain victory. When you don't have that guy, you have to look for some other sources to rely on. And as you said, you have to identify people, and let's hope that they can identify number 88 today. Although I want to believe that Jonnu Smith, I don't know what his problem has been this year. He's struggled at times. Just a couple weeks ago, with he was running the wrong direction, and on a hot mic they caught Aaron Rodgers saying, "What the F are you doing?" And he had to point him to go the other way. I really want to see him have a bigger presence today. They really need him today. I think, as in addition to Freiermuth, I want to see Jonnu Smith have some sort of impact on this game today.
It's been really strange to me. He's a guy that probably hasn't fit,
Which
he
is
just
crazy
hasn't fit
considering
well.
It's Art Smith's offense, right? And he played for him.
Right, but the point is he hasn't really fit in, and they haven't really found a role for him. And, like last week, they handed him the ball or tossed him the ball 2 or 3 times, and I'm saying to myself, you've got 2 really good running backs. Why are we wasting plays handing the ball to Jonnu Smith? But it seems like that's the only thing they can do to get him the ball. So I don't know. I'm just saying to you, I don't ever feel like there was a point in this season where it was like, oh, wow, they finally are starting to figure out how to use Jonnu Smith. He's literally been a guy, they throw to him for 7 yard, they throw to him at 7 yards. He gets tackled at 7 yards. It's just sort of who they've been in many ways. And they've got to do better than that.
Yeah, I would agree. I would like to see them do better than that. I would think a lot of people would like to see them do better. Go ahead,
Miami
Bill.
Utilized them perfectly last year with Tua. He had 88 receptions. What's the problem?
With Tua Tagovailoa.
Right.
Yeah,
so
right. It's
I'm not
crazy.
Sure, yeah. Why can't he do that here? I don't know.
Well, again, he hasn't feel like they have no plan to make him fit. It feels like they have no plan to get him involved in the offense more. It feels like he's been sort of a nickel and dimer all season long. There's never been one game where I said, okay, he's having his breakout. I haven't seen that yet.
And the speculation has been, that Aaron Rodgers doesn't like the routes he runs. And we've heard that all season. I don't know.
Well, he's seen the field a lot more than Pat Freiermuth, that's for certain. Yeah. All right, we're going to bring the coach Todd Haley in here for his weekly segment, Coach's Corner with Todd Haley, former Steelers offensive coordinator, and, of course, head coach at Kansas City, stints at Arizona and Cleveland as well. Coach, Happy New Year to you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. John, Paul, how you doing?
Good.
You look a little extra, look a little extra surly.
Me or Paul?
No, me. Yeah.
No, Paul.
Paul's look hasn't changed in 20 years, I don't think. That may be an unfair statement, too. I've seen Paul pretty happy a few times. That's not true. All right, Coach, we bring you in here, and let's just get your initial thoughts on where you think things stand right now. About 3 hours, a little less than 4 hours away from kickoff. Steelers and Ravens, your initial thoughts going into the game.
Guys, it's tough. I'm still recovering from last week, and I know, like Paul, you guys are reporting on it all week. I don't get to vent necessarily to anyone, maybe unless I'm on Sirius or something, but it was so disappointing. I thought there was such a clear path to victory. I would have gone into that game saying you need to score 14 points. If you can score 13, 14 points, you probably win and you're the division winner. And, it's like panic set in when they got down 10-0 with an inexplicable, terrible play of the football which would make any, Dick LeBeau, anybody, lose their minds, but they panicked and they got away from, you just had to play the game a certain way, get under center, run the ball downhill, punt it if you had to, let Shedeur make some mistakes, which he did and would, maybe even more. So I'm still recovering, but, I know this is for all the marbles. How do I feel about it? I don't know. I've seen bits and pieces really from both teams where I think, well, maybe they're a team that can compete because, it's not just about winning the division. It's about getting into the playoffs and trying to forge your way further. And if you don't, like last year, I just didn't feel like going into the playoffs. I'm like, they can't compete with these other teams. And that's what I'm fighting with a little bit with myself is can they or can't they? If DK is back, does that make a difference? So I'm kind of just floating, when you do those tube floats down the Delaware River or whatever, that's kind of where I am right now in this one.
Todd, I think one of the plays that drove me crazy, and you've called plays and you also have worked with quarterbacks that have a little autonomy, was the 4th and 1 to Scotty Miller. And the reason that I didn't like that was I thought before the play even happened that there was 2 choices. Either kick the field goal, right, and, get yourself to within a point or whatever it was, or do that push, whatever they call that thing with Connor Hayward, get the first down and then start moving. I thought a high-risk play, and I know that Aaron Rodgers looked out there and saw probably what he saw, which was one-on-one coverage with no safety help. All right, that's where I'm going to go. I heard Ben Roethlisberger earlier on his podcast talking about, hey, once he makes that decision, that's where he's going. There's not even a read. It's basically he's got to put it in the air. But to me, it's situational awareness like that in a game, like you said, where it wasn't going to take that many points to win the game. I thought the other part of it is it ain't like you're throwing it to DK Metcalf. It ain't like you're throwing it to, Plexico Burris. It ain't like you're throwing it to Antonio Brown. It was Scotty Miller out there. There's a reason there was no safety help and they were one-on-one with him because it's Scotty Miller. So to me, you take us through how something like that happens.
I don't know, Paul, and you're as frustrated as I am because, what I do know, as a longtime coach, offensive coach, is third down is about players, not plays. Everybody's running very similar plays. What direction do you want to take? I was with you. I thought they're going to line up, put Hayward back there and do their, whatever they call it, the Three Rivers push, and just get the first or kick the field goal. What I did not expect was throwing the football. And this is nothing against Scotty Miller. I mean, he's a hard-working dude that's played in the league for an extended period of time, but you're not going to win big moments, big games generally with a Scotty Miller. It's about the players. So your best players have to be their biggest in those moments. Now, Aaron probably was thinking, well, I'm going to show everybody right here, and I'm going to complete a go ball to Scotty Miller. I heard you guys talking before I came on. Quarterbacks, they're different in a way that, as practice goes, who they have confidence in really affects some of their decisions. But I would have taken it out of Aaron's hands in that case. I really would have. Points were a premium. The weather was terrible. Cleveland was terrible on offense once they got the lucky touchdown. You're going to stay in this game. So I just didn't like anything about it. And let's not even talk about the 3 fades at the end of the game.
Well, those were bad, no question about it, especially when they used Freiermuth to get all the way downfield, and then they didn't even go to him one time when they were down there close. That was pretty bad for sure, Coach. Kenny Gainwell, Jaylen Warren, very limited last week. How much impact do we need to see from them to have a Steelers victory today?
Well, I mean, they won the last game against the Ravens, getting out rushed. So I can't just point blank say, well, if the Steelers don't run for 100, but combined, receiving, rushing, I got to believe these guys got to make a big contribution because there is no DK Metcalf. And just to cover that point that you said, Freiermuth, the Bills, I was really ticked off that against the Eagles, they went for 2 last week. I thought very similar. You're at home. The Eagles haven't completed a pass the whole half.
Right.
Just keep the game going. But at least their play on the 2-pointer was a design play that got a player that Josh trusts open and Shakir. But the Steelers' plays did not look like that. And as Paul said, if that's Larry Fitzgerald, I'll throw it 3 times. I know he's going to catch at least one of them. If it's AB, he'll probably catch 1. If it's Randy Moss, he'll probably catch 2. So it's just who it was, how it occurred was very troubling to me. So now back to the task at hand. Number one, again, because how the last game went, you can't just say, well, Derrick Henry can't rush for over 50 yards. I mean, but they cannot let Derrick Henry beat him. That's first and foremost. And then, what is Lamar going to look like? Is he all of a sudden going to put the cape on and look like Superman? Common sense would say no, because he hasn't been playing very good. We haven't seen him using his legs and adding that 50 to 60 yards to the run total. So Derrick Henry first and foremost, and then the Steelers, much like I said last week, and they really didn't do it. I think they got to be creative, and they're missing a huge playmaker. Who are the guys that you think you can count on to make enough plays for you? Freiermuth, for me, is one of those. Jonnu Smith is one of those. I don't care if you're handing it off to him or throwing it to him down in the red zone. Gainwell is one of those guys. So, I think that's how the game plan has to be designed offensively, is how many times can we get the ball in those certain guys' hands?
When you are drawing up a game plan without one of your best players, which obviously, maybe their best player actually is out, and that's DK Metcalf. The one thing that you probably have to figure out is a way to stretch the field, right? I mean, I mean, if you don't, then the Ravens all of a sudden can creep up a little bit more, and all of a sudden they can take away some of your underneath stuff. Is it Marquez Valdez, Scantling that basically they have to throw a couple of go balls to, or at least have them go down the field more? Or how do you do that without your guy?
Yeah, that's the problem, and that was the problem last week. So to me, if you're asking me, I kind of like Jonnu Smith in the backfield. He's a big dude that looks like he can run a little bit. I might formulate a little 2-back package with Gainwell and him, where you're mixing them up and you get Gainwell, and if you get the right matchup where he's on a linebacker, that's an opportunity, because Gainwell can run. He obviously can catch. Jonnu, you have to show that he's a legitimate threat. And it could be Warren. I don't care if it's Warren and Gainwell or who it is, but the unique thing with Jonnu is if both of them are in the huddle, you can come out and be in a regular set with Jonnu and Freiermuth playing tight end in some form or fashion, and Gainwell running the football. But whether it's Jonnu or Jalen, you wait for that opportunity. It's tied with 2 plays, and if you don't get what you want, you hand it off to Jonnu. If you get what you want, you take a shot with Gainwell. There's not a lot of, what you do is, Paul, you're sitting there and you're like, all right, we don't have AB or we don't have DK. How can we, who are the guys? You want your best 11 out there as many times as possible. Darnell Washington's not there. He's kind of become a bigger impact guy for him. So, he's not there. That affects things. So I kind of just feel that, and I said it last week, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's a Freiermuth outside of a receiver. It's a Gainwell outside of a receiver. Aaron Rodgers will know exactly what the coverage is and what the matchup is, because this is going to be when the Steelers are throwing the football, it's going to be a matchup game.
We are talking with Todd Haley, former offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Paul Zeiss of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. This is Steel City Sunday, live from the North Park Lounge, Richland Hilltop Event Center. A couple more minutes with the coach. We'll also get some final thoughts from Paul before we get into our third hour. 5 hours of pregame coverage. No postgame tonight. No postgame tonight. We will do a full wrap-up tomorrow at 7 o'clock on Pittsburgh Sports Tonight. I will be hosting that. and you can join us then for conversation. You can also check out our Facebook page. We'll have a post-game article up for tomorrow morning on my thoughts on the contest. All right, Coach Haley, we're already getting to see some early results in here from the 1 o'clock games. We're starting to obviously we had the sack record broken today. Myles Garrett got the sack record. Houston came back to beat. I give Indianapolis a lot of credit today for fighting. They actually came back and took several leads in the second half of that game, but the Texans did win 38-30, so they're the number 5 seed. So they're going to get the winner of this game tonight. We know that for certain. Jacksonville trying to fight for a number 1 seed. They have a couple teams ahead of them. They were victorious with ease today. They are fighting with New England and also Denver, who has the number 1 spot. Denver first and goal on the Chargers in the first quarter. New England with an early 7-0 lead. Just what you see of the teams that have made it right now. Anybody early on, and did you watch? I'll ask you this. Let's start with Seattle last night. Did you watch any of that game, sir?
Oh yeah, I watched the whole thing. I watched both games.
Seahawks. What do you think of that? Maybe they got to be the best team in football right now, right?
Yeah, the 49ers were kind of my back pocket team, but I compare them to Detroit last year. Great record, did a lot of great things, but were so beat up and decimated that they got worn down. And by the time they got to the playoffs, they didn't have anything left in the tank. I'm worried about the 49ers. You see Brock Purdy take those hits. Now, you get Trent Williams back. You get Ricky Pearsall. Maybe Fred Warner comes back. That would be exciting to see. But, and I believe in their coach. But, they were my back pocket team. But I kind of last night worried me, and it moved me stronger towards Seattle because I thought the 49ers were going to find a way to win that game at home. They didn't, so now Seattle is all about Sam Darnold exercising demons. He exercised one last night, a big game on national television with a lot at stake, and he handled his business. But, now it goes right back to square one because now this is the place in the playoffs, where he fell apart. And that's unfortunate, but I'm sure Sam relishes the opportunity. But until he does it, now we'll have to wait 2 weeks to see that. And once he does it, then we can all say, okay, it's not the same old Sam Darnold. This guy's legit. I mean, it's him and Brady that have won 13-plus games in 2 back-to-back years. That's pretty impressive company. But you still have to win the big game. So for him, it's exercising demons. And until I see it, I don't know. I can go full bandwagon with the Seahawks, even though I really like the team. I like the coach. I like their running game. Those 2 backs I'd put up with anybody, and their defense is really good and complex and hard to deal with.
Paul? And you also have the Rams, I think, are pretty good, and the Eagles are pretty good. So the NFC is interesting. But, Todd, if the Steelers win tonight, they're going to play Houston. And I thought there were 2 games that were matchup problems for the Steelers. One is the Bills, just because they've got Superman at quarterback, and he just knows how to make plays in the fourth quarter to win, no matter how far behind that team is. And the second is the Texans, because, I know that it's a different league, and it's an offensive league, and it's a passing league, and all this other good stuff. But you know what? That defense they have is really pretty special. And that could be a real problem for the Steelers, even if they get, they will get DK Metcalf back. I don't know. What do you think of that matchup against the Steelers?
Let me first, I'll get to that question, but you mentioned the Eagles, and I want to throw my 2 cents in because this is another thing that bothered me. So the Eagles last week, luck out, the Bills go for 2 inexplicably, at least in my opinion. If they kick the extra point, I think the Bills win the game. The offense was terrible. They didn't complete a pass in the second half. And what do? They're going to rest all the starters. You talk about an opportunity as a coach to say, screw you guys. If you're not going to get it together and play the way we need to play to win a championship, you're playing this week. No different than Sean McVay said, you all are playing. Now, it doesn't mean you have to play the whole game, but you put them in and you play them. That's just my thought. Really disappointed that the Eagles decided after that performance to sit a lot of guys. I get Lane Johnson. I get some of the guys that are recovering, but the guys that were out there on the field playing, I would have said, you're playing. I don't care what you think. Go out, pout. If you want to get out of the game, play good. and I'll get you out of the game. So disappointed with that. But on your thoughts, the only silver lining to me, Texans, Steelers, if the Steelers are able to win tonight, is, it'll be an Acrisure. I'm sure they won't do their best efforts to make sure the field is fast and quick and nice. You hope for a little bad weather. And I know defense travels in the playoffs and in January, and all those things, but that is a fast defense. And the one thing that can neutralize a fast defense or a really fast offense is kind of crummy conditions. So I would say that's the silver lining. That would be the thing to me that could give the Steelers an opportunity against the Texans.
One more question for Coach Haley before we get to his prediction. Hines Ward does not make the final 15 for the Hall of Fame. Is he being overlooked, or is he just on the edge where he may have to wait till the Veterans Committee gets to him? What do you think? I know you coached him with him, but
I didn't coach him, but he'd come in and help us coach. I love Hines. I loved him coming out of Georgia. Great player, great Steeler. Everything that exemplifies a Pittsburgh Steeler, he did it. But it's just there's so many receivers, especially right now with big time numbers and things like that the voters, when they go through that process, it just makes it tough. But I would hope that eventually Hines gets in. But it's just, only so many get in each year. And are you going to put him in over Larry Fitzgerald? I don't think so. You still got Torrey Holt. You got guys sitting out there that have been waiting also. So it's just, there's a lot of good receivers that are, that played in his era.
Thoughts on the victory today? Who's going to win? Who's going to lose?
Paul, what do you want me to do? You want me to pick for or against? I'm going to follow my best friend's betting theory. When he's betting, he bets against the Steelers. And then if they win, he's happy because they won, and he doesn't care that he lost his money. So I'm going to go Ravens. It's going to be low scoring, I got to believe, unless Henry just goes off. I'll say 2013 Ravens.
Okay. Todd Haley, former Steelers offensive coordinator, head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. Many years in the NFL. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate your time. Hopefully we'll do it again next week.
Yeah. I picked that pick for a reason, but I don't want to reverse jinx it. There's a jinx, then you can reverse the jinx. I mean, I'm a superstitious idiot. So, all right.
Thanks,
guys. Paul, you guys take care.
All right, we'll see you.
Todd Haley joining us, so gracious with his time each week. Paul's nice. A few more minutes with Paul, and then we will wrap up. Geez, we're already completing hour number 2. We've been moving along pretty fast here, which is good. Paul, just some other thoughts here. I guess, Chris Boswell, he's had some misses lately. What if this game comes down to a 54, 55-yard kick into that southern portion of the stadium facing the wind? It's going to be cold. It's going to be probably 13, 12 degrees by kickoff. Oh, Lord knows where we'll be at 11 o'clock at night. Those winds coming off the Ohio River. What's going on with Chris Boswell as of late? He's had a few misses.
The one miss that he had was a bad snap and hold. Okay. The other one that he missed, he hit the upright, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't worry about him. He's a dude. Obviously, if it's a 55-yarder with swirling winds, then it doesn't matter. You could be
right.
You could be whoever in their prime, and that's going to be a kick that is going to be a little bit dicey. But I think he's a good kicker. He's a clutch player. He's been clutch for them his whole career. If it comes down to that, the Steelers are going to win the game. So, no, I don't have any issues with Chris Boswell. These guys are going to miss it. It's amazing. And I think, I've said this before, they've got to figure out a way to make field goals harder because these guys are automatic now. They're all so good. And, the kid from Jacksonville hit like a 67 or 68-yarder today, and then he hit a 55-yarder. It was like a chip shot. I mean, these guys, it used to be 50 and out where, it was a little bit of a question. Now it's not really between 50 and 60. Most of these guys are almost automatic. And, I've often said they could make the uprights a little bit higher and a little bit, thinner and, make it a little bit more difficult to kick them. Or the other crazy idea I've always had is the shorter the kick, which means you penetrated further into their territory, the shorter the kick, the more points you get for it. So if you kick it from 67 yards, you only get 1 point. Or 2 points, whatever, because you only got to the 40-yard line. I mean, you didn't even do anything there. That will never happen, of course, but could make the game kind of interesting if you penetrate down, closer inside of 30 yards and you kick a field goal, you get 3 points. If you kick whatever, you get 2, from 30 to 50, and then 50 and out, it's a 1. But that will never happen, so we couldn't talk about that. But they could someday decide they're going to move the uprights up a little bit and make them thinner. That would, closer together, whatever you want to say.
Okay, that's fair. That's interesting. Definitely something that I think the post idea is actually has probably more legs on it than anything, for sure. That's actually an interesting theory. I may have heard that somewhere before, but if not, pretty solid idea. All right, prediction time. I want to let you go a little bit early. What do you think happens tonight? What's the end result?
Well, first off, let me just we're going to circle back to the first question. The first question you asked me about, where I'm at here.
Yeah.
Do you remember the old days, John? Because you go way back when
I do.
And I was covering high school football in the 90s and whatnot, and that was before the hotspots on your phone,
right,
all the other thing, right? So you kind of had we didn't even have you couldn't even email your story in yet, so you had to do that. Yes.
Yeah, right. You had the machine, you had to type it up and put it in the machine and send it out.
But you needed to find a phone line, right?
Yeah, and so right.
Some Friday nights I would file my story from a Subway restaurant. I'd run from the stadium to the Subway because they didn't have a phone line. I'd be at a Subway. Hey, listen, I know you're going to think I'm crazy.
I remember.
I really need to use your phone line for 2 minutes, and hook it up.
Right.
Right. So, I kind of felt like I was going back to those days today because I got caught. I was out on the other side of the state, got off to a late start, hit a little bit of traffic when I first started. And so I'm literally about 40 minutes from Pittsburgh, but I was like, I got to get on, this. I'll obviously make it to the game easily, but I'm like, I got to get on this podcast at 4. So I had to get off the turnpike, right, and find, a lovely Holiday Inn here. And they were kind enough to let me just sit in the lobby for a few minutes. But it's like going back to my old days. Just when I was I'm driving and I'm thinking to myself, this reminds me of when we, you and I mean, because you went through it too, where you had to do the phone line thing, or when you used to do the sports, what was it called, Sports Zone or whatever. You'd be on Monticello's or something.
Yeah,
whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we would be talking to somebody who was sitting in his car in a parking lot because the janitor kicked him out of the press box and all that stuff, right? If you remember those days.
I remember Kaboom when he first was working down in at the McKeesport paper, and we were at Bell Vernon, and one of the phone lines was having a problem. He was trying to file a story. He had to go find a phone line somewhere.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, bag
and there were some of those places, those janitors were like, no, it's 11 o'clock. I'm off the clock.
Right.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm off the clock. Get out. That's right.
Or the best was when there was one phone line and 4 guys on deadline trying to file their story and fighting over the phone line. What are you doing? And then of course the first guy that hooked it up, there was always some problem connecting, and it was like, what are we doing here? But anyway, that's a long tangent. I just figured you'd get a kick out of that because you completely understand in this business. A lot of these young guys don't understand how to be flexible and how to figure it out. We had to, until the internet and all the other stuff. As for the Steeler game, I think the Ravens will do enough dumb things in this game to allow the Steelers to win. Okay. I don't think the Steelers will beat the Ravens. I think the Ravens will beat the Ravens. And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna say it's gonna be something like 20-16 Steelers. The Ravens turn it over 3 times. They have 3 or 4 of the worst penalties you've ever seen. They drop a touchdown pass. 20-16 Steelers. How about that?
Paul Zeiss doing yeoman's work for us once again. Paul, let's get you out of that Let's get you out of that Holiday Inn and back on the road so you can be at the Steelers game tonight. Thank you, sir. I can't thank you enough. I hope we have a post-game show next week.
Yeah, hopefully we'll do it again. All right, brother. We'll see you.
Thank you. Paul Zeiss stopping on the road on the turnpike to get to a hotel to grab some Wi-Fi. I absolutely love it. Hey, look, I've done the Pittsburgh Sports Tonight show that I just started doing from a few hotels. I'm on the road. I was in New Jersey a couple weeks ago at a couple different hotels doing, the show. The show must go on, right? That's the way it works. Isn't that right, Bill Akins? You've been in show business a few years now.
Yeah.
Podcasting and whatnot.
Yeah, it's got to go on.
It has to go on. Absolutely. Yep. We got a nice little crowd building here. We appreciate all of you that are watching us, whether it's on the It's a Wrap Sports Network or on our X page. Paul helps us out with a little boost as well. Our Steel City Sunday YouTube channel, pretty active. We've got a bunch of comments coming through here. It looks like Dylan and a few others, Ronnie and are having a little chit chat with one another. We got a Gavin in there as well. So continue to put your comments up. We'll get them on we'll get to the comments as we do here in just a few minutes. I got a few more minutes before we bring on John Fedko and Jerry DiPaolo, who are waiting patiently backstage. I'll get them on at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We will have a lot of conversation with them about Hall of Fame. Obviously, we'll talk Hines Ward. We'll talk about, obviously, the Steelers and the Ravens to begin with. But just right now, a quick recap of the early games that are final and the games that are in progress right now. Atlanta defeats New Orleans 19-17. That means the Carolina Panthers at 8-9 are your NFC South champions, and they will be the number 4 seed in the NFC. Cleveland comes back to beat Cincinnati 20-18. The Browns finish 5-12 on the year. Cincinnati 6-11. Houston in a dogfight all afternoon long at home against a team that had nothing to play for in the Indianapolis Colts, who watched their season go down the tubes when Daniel Jones got injured. The season-ending injury effectively ends Indianapolis's run to the playoffs. They fought very hard today, but Houston, with a last-second touchdown, defeats Indianapolis 38-30, the final score in that one. Houston, the number 5 seed in the AFC playoffs. Jacksonville defeats Tennessee 41-7. The Jaguars have scored 30 or more points now in 7 straight games. They will hold on to the number 3 seed. They are the champions of the AFC South, and they are waiting to see what happens with Denver and New England. More on them in a moment. Minnesota defeats Green Bay by a score of 16-3. The Packers are the number 7 seed in the NFC. The Giants beat Dallas by a score of 34-17. Now let's go to the late games. Buffalo leads the Jets 7-0. Mitch Trubisky starting in that contest. Detroit leads Chicago 3-0. That game has just entered the second quarter. The Bears are the current number 2 seed in the NFC, but if they lose and the Eagles win, they will drop to the number 3 seed in the upcoming NFL tournament. Kansas City leads Las Vegas 3-0. Nobody really cares about that one. Denver 10. The Chargers 0. Denver with a victory will retain the number 2 seed the number 1 seed in the NFL playoffs. New England chasing them as well. They lead Miami 14-0. So if the Patriots win and the Denver Broncos lose, they will get the number 1 seed. The Rams lead Arizona by a score of 3-3. That game is tied 3-3. Right now, as you look at the NFL playoffs setup, the Rams are tied into the number 6 spot. They cannot go any further. Philadelphia has just taken a 7-0 lead over the Washington Redskins, so the Eagles can jump ahead of the Bears right now, who own the tiebreaker against them head-to-head on the Black Friday win. So that's about that's maybe the most hotly contested one right now outside of Denver and New England playing for seeding-wise. Philadelphia just took a 7-0 lead over the Washington Redskins. Without further ado, let's bring in our next set of guests here as we enter the 3 o'clock hour. I think we can bring them on a minute or two early. I don't think they will mind. Jerry DePaula.
Hi, John.
And John Fedko.
Merry Christmas. Remember, it's still Christmas season. Feast of the Epiphany today. Keep those Christmas lights up.
Keep smiling, John. You're the greatest.
You're the greatest, Jerry.
Jerry has been helping me with stats in terms of Hines Ward for the last hour and a half. It'll be a little something extra in your stocking, Mr. DePaula. I appreciate it. We'll talk Hines Ward in a little bit. I think it's a
lump of coal, right?
Yeah, no. Well, hey,
just kidding.
In this day and age of energy costs, that might actually be might be some value there. We used to burn coal in a Ben Franklin stove at my home in Braddock Hills for many years. My father carried pails around with him, and when he'd be driving around, there used to be a coal deposit when you get off the exit. And I hate to break into this, but I'm going to tell this anyhow since you brought this up. By Channel 4, when you're coming off the Parkway, if you're heading east and you come off that Wilkinsburg exit, right, and you loop around, when you're coming around that loop on that hillside, there's a coal deposit that sat in there for years. My father would have little metal pails, and he'd stop and we'd put coal in the pails and bring them home and burn them in the Ben Franklin stove. How was that? That's how that generation worked back then. They were very smart. Right? Nice. Resourceful. Very resourceful. Okay, gentlemen, we're in the final week. It's for all the marbles. It's the way Roger Goodell drew it up. Of course, everything's fixed and rigged. Of course, it's not, but nonetheless.
It is. Yeah, it
nonetheless,
not everything, but it's
not everything.
Go ahead.
Goodell got what he wanted. Ravens, Steelers, prime time for all the marbles. Jerry DePaul, I'll start with you on your initial thoughts heading into this game.
I've been thinking about my little rant I'm going to give you here for the last several days. People call themselves Steelers fans, right? And they wear their black and gold and they wave the towels and they listen to Renegade and all that crap. But then they go on the radio or wherever they are and they root for the Steelers to lose tonight because then they're going to have all this change that's going to happen because they're going to get rid of Tomlin, they're going to get rid of Omar Khan. We need a change at the top. We need to do this. We need to do that. It's only going to happen if the Steelers lose. Well, guess what? Even if they do lose, I don't think it's a good chance there'll be much change at all. Maybe at quarterback, maybe if Roger doesn't want to play. And Mike Tomlin, a lot of people are putting words in his mouth right now about how he might want to step aside. He hasn't said that. Yeah, and anything's possible, I guess. He may feel that way. I doubt it myself personally. I don't know the man, but I doubt that personally. But rooting for them to lose tonight with everything on the line, the biggest regular season Steeler game in years, and you're going to sit down and watch that game tonight, call yourself a Steeler fan, and hope for them to lose. Doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm not a fan. I'm rooting for 3 overtimes and a 55-yard field goal to win the game. I don't care who wins, but I don't want them to lose just because there's going to be a lot of change. I'm not the kind of guy that says, let's get that guy's job. I feel very uncomfortable calling for a man's job when I'm not his boss. I'm not the guy who's going to, people go on the radio when Matt Canada got fired, screaming and yelling, oh, the greatest thing in the world, Matt Canada got fired. The man lost his job. Let's show some respect.
Okay. Good start. Go ahead, John Fedko.
Show some respect. Okay, so I love Jerry. Listen, first of all, I told you last week on this show, it's why it's the best pregame show in America when it comes to the Steelers. And by the way, I'm rooting for the Steelers because I don't want the show to end. This can't be our last show, Jerry.
Exactly.
We need the Steelers to win so we can do a big playoff show next week. But anyway,
by the way, the little birdie tells me if the Steelers win Sunday 1 o'clock. But go ahead, John.
All right, that's good. So here's the deal. I told you last week the big story was DK Metcalf. That was going to be the big difference, and it was. I am flabbergasted by, again, the local media blowing this story. The huge story of this game, the number one story of this game, in my opinion, and nobody's talking about it, is Darnell Washington's out. Yeah. They could not afford to lose Darnell Washington. I want to go back to last week because I love doing that, Johnny. And I said I was a mortal lock for the Steelers to win this game, but I said only 3 things would change that. You can go back and look at the tape. You can't lose Aaron Rodgers, you can't lose Gainwell, and you can't lose Darnell Washington. I wake up to my papers, they're not even talking about it. Darnell Washington being out is the difference in this game. It's going to be a miracle if the Steelers win this game. You saw what happened last week. They couldn't do anything with Darnell Washington. DK Metcalf, one of the hugest gaffes in the history of this franchise. He destroyed this team's chances to win the Super Bowl. And by the way, that's our crazy talk. With Kansas City out of it, anybody can get it. You get in that tournament next weekend, anything could happen, okay? You want to get in that thing. This is the year to do it. The fact that Metcalf did that idiotic stunt in Detroit and cost his team these games, because there's no doubt they'd have won in Cleveland and today with Metcalf. Now you take Washington out? I mean, again, where's the local media? That should have been the lead story in the Post-Gazette. Darnell Washington, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's one of the MVPs of the team. This guy's a star. He's a go-to guy. I love Freiermuth. We haven't seen a lot of him this week, but that's my rant, Jerry. Darnell Washington being out of this game is a killer. I would never bet the Steelers now. Who do they have on offense? Gainwell? Freiermuth? And by the way, Derrick Henry, if they control the clock, the Steelers may not have a lot of chances on offense because it's going to be a ball control game. I love the under. It's the Ravens are going to try to get first downs, run the ball, do 3 downs every single, first and 10. They're going to try to do 3 downs. They're going to run that clock down. And I heard my main man, Paulie Zeiss, last segment, talk about the Steelers field goal kicker. I am worried about him. He's not automatic anymore. He's not automatic. If he's got to hit a 52-yarder in cold conditions tonight, I'm not betting on him.
I don't betting man anyway, John.
Okay. Well,
you guard your money.
What's that?
I said you guard your money. You don't.
I would never bet this game. Like last week, I would not bet this game. Baltimore's terrible. They're terrible. I mean, not terrible. They're terribly coached. Of the two coaches, Tomlin's a better one, in my opinion. Harbaugh constantly blows games. He constantly just makes stupid decisions, goes for 2, makes crazy gambles when he doesn't have to. I think Harbaugh can end up blowing this game. Jackson's hurt. They're no gimme. I like kind of like the Steelers in 3.5, and maybe the Steelers to lose a close one if I were betting it.
Look, you wouldn't listen. I think there's a lot of people that are on that same wavelength of what you're talking about right now, right? Although I will also add that a lot of these scenarios that Tomlin in the past has been in, where he's a decisive underdog. He's at home. He's on prime time. He's in the division. He does exceptionally well in these spots, and they're coming off a disappointing loss where he was a decisive favorite. I mean, it was 3.5, but nonetheless, it was a 3-win team, right? They were 3 wins and 12 losses, whatever it was. Just a bad football team, and they went in there and they completely laid an egg. They never led in the contest. This scenario really does set up well for Tomlin. I will say that much for him and his team to overcome. But like you said, we talk about DK Metcalf. Well, Darnell Washington could be back. He's done for the year. He's for the Super Bowl potentially, right? He's done for the next 3 or 4 weeks. That's assuming they can even get a victory today. It is a big loss because he's a huge blocking tight end for their running game, and we know that the Ravens secondary is the one to exploit here. I mean, you can still probably run somewhat effectively on them. Their defense isn't as good as it has been in the past, but Washington missing today is very big, John. Very astute of you.
John, I'm leaning toward the Ravens today for one big reason. The Ravens have their weapons intact. Like John says, Washington's not playing. DK's not playing. But Lamar Jackson, has been hurt and hasn't played that well, but he's coming back today. Flowers is still there for the Ravens, a much better receiver than anybody the Steelers have. Of course, Derrick Henry is going to run for 150 yards today, I believe. Mark Andrews is still their tight end. They have more weapons than the Steelers, who are an imperfect team, even with all their weapons. And I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, like John said. And I think the Ravens are going to pull it out somehow. I hope it's a close game. I hope it's worth watching in the second half and in the fourth quarter. And I think it will be. But I think at the end, the Ravens are going to pull it out. And I really don't think there's going to be a lot of change on Monday at the top of the Steelers organization. But we'll see, I guess.
I'm thinking right along with Jerry. I don't want to act like I'm I know what I said last week, but that you can't lose one of your top 3 players. You just can't, not with DK Metcalf out. You couldn't lose Rodgers. You couldn't lose Gainwell. You can't lose Darnell Washington when they lost him. And that changes everything. I just don't. I mean, you saw what happened at the end of that game against Cleveland last week. It looked like a fire drill. And Aaron Rodgers is a great quarterback. And I love these guys he brought in. It's great. He played with them and everything. But here's the thing about Darnell Washington. I don't care about what the stats say. We're going to talk about this about Hines Ward too. I don't care what the stats say. I know what I'm seeing. And also, you got to prepare for that guy. You got to know where he is. When he's on the field, you got to know where he is. You got to know he's a threat to catch the ball, and he's a great run blocker. So when he's on the field, doesn't matter if he's in the stat book or not, he's making a huge difference. Now that he's not in there, this is an enormous loss. And it's one of the reasons why they're 3.5-point dogs at home. That's one of the main reasons is Metcalf obviously out and Washington out. You put those two guys in the game, and the Steelers are favorites in this game, in my opinion.
One thing I'll say, I think you're going to see more Freiermuth today. You're going to see more Gainwell today because they don't have to worry that much about the Ravens pass rush like they did last week with Myles Garrett. I think you can put Gainwell in the pass patterns this week and get him more involved in the passing game, and Warren also. So I think you're going to see that, which may keep the game close for a while. But if Rodgers can sit back there and get a lot of good protection, there's a chance he can hit those guys. But DK is not there. Washington's not there. Can Valdez-Scantling do the same thing? I don't think so. I think that's going to be the big difference. Zay Flowers is one of the best receivers in the AFC, and I think he's going to make a big difference in tonight's game for the Ravens.
He's a big yak guy. He got the battle of the yaks today. Gainwell's a yak guy. Flowers is that guy gets the ball in his hands. It's like, you better watch out, man. He's going to do a Sanders on you, a Barry Sanders deal. Like, listen, I heard what a great show you've had today. I heard the great Todd Haley, and he hit the number right in the money last week. All the Steelers had to do was score 14. Well, guess what? Same thing today, I believe. I love that number. All the Steelers have to do today is score 14 because I do believe their defense will keep them out of the end zone. I think the Ravens are going to try to control the clock. I'm not sure they're going to get in the end zone. The Steelers got to score 14. I'm not quite sure they can score 14. That's the problem. Well, they got to score 14. They'll have that home crowd.
That won't be enough, John. That won't be enough.
I agree.
I don't know. I think it may be, Jerry. I think Jackson's not. He's hurt, man. He's got a back injury. He's hurt. Watt's back. That's big. Now I know he's been hurt.
They can kick a lot of field goals.
Back in. Here's another stat. Remember, Henry does fumble. He does fumble. He's got fumbleitis. And the Steelers are a great turnover team. So I'm going to go with the key stat. Harbaugh threw it out this week, and it's absolutely correct. Whoever wins the turnover battle today wins. And with TJ Watt back in the game, I kind of like the Steelers in the turnover battle. So, again, I like the Steelers in the points. If I'm getting 3.5 Steelers at home, like you said, John, Tomlin at home in a regular season game, I will take that 3.5, and maybe the Steelers win this game. But, man, it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a tight. I think it is going to be a close game. I don't see Baltimore blowing them out. I think the Steelers have too much character, and they're at home. Yeah, I don't see a blowout here. It's going to be a tight, tough game. It's going to be a nail-biter, baby. I wish we were doing a post-game show, but we're not. But maybe the Steelers win and we do a big show next week, John, a big playoff blowout. We need to do a 7-hour pregame show.
Well, I don't know if they'll be open this early here.
Start Saturday night. Go all night.
It was hard enough to book the 12 guests that I did. Yeah. We'll do a big pregame. We'll have a postgame show next week, especially for Sunday at 1 o'clock.
We love pregame. We love pregame. We'll do the saga of the Mike Tomlin who never can win a playoff game. So we'll be talking about that forever. But and listen, I wouldn't bet this game. I do not feel strong about the Ravens. I would not bet the Ravens, and I certainly wouldn't bet the Ravens at 3.5. I like the Steelers in 3.5, but I'm not sure the Steelers win this game. It was a mortal lock if Washington was played. I mean, it's just a huge loss. I don't see how the Steelers are scoring. They couldn't. Now, again, I think Cleveland's defense is better than Baltimore's, okay? I do. And by the way, Cleveland looked pretty good today.
They won, right?
I mean, their defense is legit, man. I mean, Sanders didn't do anything. He was like 11 and 22. He was sacked 6 times. But that Cleveland defense, man, is really good. So I think Baltimore's defense is not as good as Cleveland. Like you mentioned, you don't have to worry about that pass rush. So you're right. I don't know what the betting line is on Gainwell reception and yardage, John, but I like whatever it is. I like it over. There's going to be a lot of passing to Gainwell, like a lot of passing to him out of that backfield. A lot of it.
It's
Watch
so
funny today.
Yes, of course. I like Freiermuth too. Yeah, Freiermuth's going to get 5 catches. I don't know what the over-under is on his catches. I like Freiermuth at least 5 catches, at least.
Well, I can tell you, according to DraftKings, and if you're listing DraftKings, we could use you as a sponsor. 5 receptions would get you plus 210. So
for Freiermuth? Yeah, yes, I like that. I like that call.
And at 4 receptions, you're getting plus 106. Jerry, you had a question. Who were you asking about? Freiermuth as well?
Yeah, I just think that there's been a lot of talk about Freiermuth being ignored, by Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers and all season, actually, until the last part of that Cleveland game. I just think that they looked at the film and they looked at how things were going in that game, and with DK gone and with Washington gone, I think they have no choice but to go to Freiermuth. There's really nobody else to throw to, and I think Gainwell coming out of the backfield and Warren coming out of the backfield will be part of it too. But they're not going to win if they don't include the tight end and the running backs in the passing game tonight, because they're not going to be able to stop Henry, and they're going to score some points, John. I make a prediction right now, 23-14. They got to score more than 14 to win this game. Yep.
Steelers going to win 23-14.
Ravens going to win.
Ravens to win. Let's talk about Mike Tomlin. We have talked about a little bit about the game right now. Let's talk about Mike Tomlin. Jerry, and I said this earlier with Paul, I think there's a better than 50, probably I think there's a better than 70% chance that Mike comes back. Okay. I don't want to dismiss an Adam Schefter or an Ian Rappaport or some of these guys that have been covering the league for a long time. And I'll start with Schefter, because it was Monday on Pat McAfee's show that he went on and said, hey, there's talk that I'm hearing that he could step away. When you get a report like that from an Adam Schefter, I want to believe, Jerry, and you were in a print business a long time, right? You trust who's telling you this, and you don't go on a show like that just to make something up. That's just me, right? Adam Schefter does not have to go on Pat McAfee's show on ESPN, on YouTube, with millions and millions and millions of people listening, knowing what kind of influence that show has, and say that and make it up. He doesn't have to.
He's not trying to make a name for himself anymore. I mean, he's already a household name.
Right. And you got Rappaport reporting similar things, and you got somebody else saying that's not going to happen locally. Mark Cabali today or this morning, I heard him early on the fan this morning because I was out, and he's like, he's not going anywhere. I don't want to dismiss Schefter or Rappaport or the other guy that Andrew Filipponi was talking about today, who said that if Tomlin is going to get his extension, he wants some ownership of a franchise. That was a new one for me. Yeah. That was a new one. I do lean towards him definitely coming back, because if you're making $18 million a year and the ownership group is like, okay, let's just re-sign you, and we want to see better. But if this is a 9th season of no playoff wins, I'm going to tell you right now, there is no coach in the history, and I looked this up, there is no coach in the history of the National Football League who won a Super Bowl that went 9 seasons without a playoff win that kept their job. Nobody. It's never happened.
Well, yeah, Mike Tomlin might be the first.
Right. Why is my question? Why is Mike Tomlin the first?
Because Art Rooney and like his father Dan, they're proud of the fact that they've had 3 coaches since 1969. And they're proud of the stability. They like what it stands for, and they're not sure they can go out and get another coach and any better than Tomlin. And this will be the first time, if they do fire Tomlin or he's gone, it'll be the first time since Buddy Parker in the 50s that Dan Rooney wasn't involved in hiring a Steelers football coach. And that's a long time. That's a long time. Dan's always been involved. Dan's always been the wise old head. Even when he was a younger man, he was the smartest guy in the room. And he's always been able to pick good football coaches, better than his father, the Chief, was able to pick good football coaches. And I think that's going to be a problem for the Steelers if Art Jr., or Art II, has to make the choice without his father's blessing. And that's a shame. But I think that's something that Steelers fans have to consider. It's not Dan making the choice anymore.
John Fedko.
I think that there is a lot riding on this game tonight. Now, I'll give you one scenario I think there would be a possibility Tomlin would not come back. And it's the only scenario I'm positive of that would be a possibility. If they get blown out tonight, and that's a possibility, If the Steelers just get blown out, like let's say they lose 30-3 and it looks like they've quit, I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks. I think you're at least going to hear rumors that the Steelers are talking to Tomlin. They're going to throw something out there to scare him. That's the only if what I think is going to happen, which is this is going to be a very close game. If the Steelers lose, it'll be a heartbreaker. If they win, it'll be a thriller. That's what I think is going to happen. That's how I bet it. I bet the Steelers and take the 3.5. But if the Steelers fold and they get blown out, I do think he may not come back. I think there's rumblings, just those little. They have to get blown out. They'd have to it'd have to be like they've given up. It's like over at halftime. It's a possibility. That's a possibility.
Like the Ravens playoff game last year. They lost, and then Kirk Herbstreit was on TV. He was talking about how they gave up, and they
that's
didn't have any life to
good
it.
comparison.
That happens tonight, then I think there's a good chance that Art calls Mike into his office, closes the door, and says, "We have to do something different here, Mike." And I think that's a real possibility, but it's going to happen. Not going to be something that drags on. I don't think Art's going to let this drag on. If he wants to get rid of Mike Tomlin, or Mike Tomlin decides he doesn't want to coach anymore, you'll know Monday or Tuesday, I believe.
Yeah,
I think.
John, you may want to get us on tomorrow if they lose big. Again, I think Gerald agreed with me. Only if they get blown. And I love the comparison to that playoff game last year. They were annihilated in that game, and they supposedly they made all these changes, because they were so physically annihilated in that playoff game. If that happens today, I think there's like a 25% chance Tom's gone.
I agree with you, John. I do.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it has to be a horrific
really
night
bad.
tonight.
Really bad.
It has to be really bad tonight.
Really
That's number one.
And I think it's going to be really bad. I think it's going to be a close game.
I agree with that. I do not
game.
think it's going to be really bad. I do not think
Listen, if they target Marquez Valdez Scantling 15 times today and don't throw the ball once to Freiermuth, it could be very bad.
It could be really bad. Okay? You're right about that.
It could be really, really bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. And I don't know, right? We don't know because we're not in that locker room. And even if you're in that locker room, you're only getting a smidgen of what you can sense. And the rest is speculation unless you're actually talking to a player who's giving you insight. On what Aaron Rodgers thinks, because I don't think he thinks a whole lot of Jonnu Smith, to be quite honest with you. That's just my 2 cents on that one. But go ahead, John Fetch.
Here's why it's not going to be. It's not going to be a blowout. Number one, last week they did not have T.J. Watt. If T.J. Watt played in that game, there was no doubt in my mind Shedeur Sanders would have done something stupid that T.J. Watt would have forced, and he'd have committed a turnover. Shedeur Sanders was on borrowed time last week. Should have got picked off for 6. Anyway, if Watt played in that game last week, they were winning it. So Watt's back tonight. May not be 100%, but he's going to be a key tonight. He forces turnovers. Derrick Henry does turn the ball over. Lamar Jackson is not healthy. This is not going to be a blowout. Baltimore is going to do something to keep the Steelers in the game. And I mean, Baltimore will not be good enough to blow them out. I mean, I don't care what happened in Green Bay last weekend. This is a different ball game. They're in Pittsburgh, and like you said, John, Tomlin does have a history of playing good in these games, regular season games, big games. I do not see the Steelers getting blown out here. I like the Steelers in 3.5, maybe to lose a heartbreaker. Jerry likes them by 10. I think you like them. So
23-14.
So you'd lay the points then. Okay, all right. I mean, listen, the Steelers deserve to be underdogs with all their. The 2 of their top 5 players. I think we'd all agree that Washington and Metcalf are 2 of the top 5 players in the team. That's crazy to lose.
On offense, yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think in the team, period, but okay.
How much do you guys think that T.J. Watt's going to be limited? Because
I think a little bit. I think a little bit. Yeah, I think he's not going to be 100%.
He's not going to play every snap. There's no way. There's no way.
Be 100%.
And what kind of leads me to that is, when they interviewed him, he said, "I feel pretty good, honestly." He said, "But I couldn't say that a week ago." Yeah. And I know he wasn't limited at all in practice this week. He said he had a great week of practice, but I think they're going to limit his snaps. I really do. I still don't.
He had surgery right before Christmas, okay?
Right.
And he had a collapsed lung right before Christmas. This is only January the 4th. There hasn't been that much time. And my wife and I were talking about it. She said, "Where's his mother? What kind of decisions is he making to play in this game when he's not 100% healthy? And not just from an injury, from an ailment, from one of his internal organs was compromised. And I think, if he plays, God bless him. But I can't see him being 100%, and I can't see him playing more than 50% of the snaps.
He'll be in on their third down, though. He'll be in there on some big plays where they can, he can cause havoc. He's a havoc causer. That's what he is. I mean, that's just what he is. We've seen it. All they need is all they need for him to do is produce one turnover, whether it's a tip pass that gets picked off or whether he forces a fumble. They just need one out of him. Whoever wins the turnover battle, I'm positive. Whoever wins the turnover battle in this game is winning a game.
Yeah, and I said it earlier. I said you've got to try to win the possession game. I mean, they've been terrible. They've been terrible in time of possession. I mean, I think they're averaging like 28 minutes at time of possession. That's just not going to cut it.
I agree.
They score quickly too. Sometimes they score quickly, Bill, and that's what happens, right?
Yeah, but and if you go back to the game that was in Baltimore, I mean, Baltimore pretty much dominated that game possession. I think I don't know what the time, but it seemed like they did. They ran the ball all over the place. But the Steelers, they find a way to beat Baltimore. They find a way to beat in games like this. The games here, again, Derrick Henry, he fumbles. He does. Yeah. That's his big downfall. And he's got one. That's his kryptonite. That's his kryptonite. He's probably worth one fumble tonight. Yeah. Are the Steelers going to recover? He's worth at least one fumble tonight.
Right. Here's a possible scenario too. Let's say they go to him early and they lean on him heavily early. Let's say he fumbles. Is Harbaugh going to pull him out? Because he's done that this season. He's pulled him out after a fumble. Is he going to pull him out and say, "Hey, we're limiting your snaps"?
Not tonight. He won't do it tonight. Not after coming off that Green Bay game where he was so good.
Harbaugh and Jackson. And I know there's been some controversy whether now they hate each other, whatever. They're not good together, I don't think. I think that both could blow this game plan. The game plan is obviously, I don't care how many times he fumbles, to run Derrick Henry down the Steelers' throat. And I could see both those guys, Jackson's huge ego and Harbaugh being an idiot. I could see him doing something stupid like that. I could see Harbaugh having Jackson try to win the game with Zay Flowers or something and not doing what he needs to do, which is run Derrick Henry down the Steelers' throat no matter how many times he fumbles.
I said it earlier in the show too. I listen to Sirius XM, and I like that Moving the Change with Jim Miller and Pat Kerwin, and they had Dr. David Chow on this week, as they always do, and they were talking. He said, "Give me a percentage on Lamar," and he said 70%. And I got to thinking of that. I said, you know what? I'll take a 70% Lamar Jackson over a 95 to 100% Tyler Huntley. I just and just the track record of Lamar against the Steelers, and especially in a game like this, guys. I just think that this is.
I would do that too, but only because Lamar Jackson's a great quarterback, but at 70%, part of his deal is running. Part of his deal is being able to escape, and I don't know with this back injury, I just don't know. It's a crazy game with about 20 different variables in it. Is TJ Watt going to be 100% healthy? No. Is Lamar Jackson going to be 100% healthy? No. And again, I do not think that Boswell's automatic. I don't. I could see him blowing this game. He has shown himself to be human. He has shown himself to be human this season. He is not automatic. If he's lining up for a 52-yarder to win this thing, damn, I'm sweating bullets, man.
I'm looking outside to see if the trees are moving, to see what kind of wind there is tonight. Bad. Wind isn't so bad today, is it? I think it's a little different than it was the last time.
It's tough, though. It's freezing. It's cold. It's tough to kick in this. It's tough.
But he's done it before.
I know he does, but he's missed some gimmies this year, man.
Well, that one I know was a bad snap. I know that one was a bad.
Okay, well, that could happen tonight. I mean, again,
it could happen.
There's nothing is. There's so many variables in this game. We got to talk about Hines Ward.
Like the Ravens,
we got to talk Hines Ward. I'm just a big Hines Ward guy. We were talking about Hines Ward and not getting, which is insanity. I mean, this is my problem with all Hall of Fames. All people are doing is looking at stats, and I heard my man. Mr. Todd Hill, I love him. And of course, you got Larry Fitzgerald and Todd Hill. You got these giant numbers. Holt's playing in the greatest show on turf with one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. I don't care about stats. I watched Hines Ward his entire career. He's one of the greatest wide receivers in the history of the NFL, and he changed the game. It was unique. He was as tough when he wasn't catching the ball as he was catching the ball. He was the Super Bowl MVP. They don't win the Super Bowl without him. And he was the greatest blocking wide receiver in the history of the league. When you start talking history of the league, you need to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't care what his stats are. I don't care that Larry Fitzgerald's going in next or Torrey Holt, whatever. Hines Ward was better than both of them. And I'll come at you with that. Hines Ward, I don't care what the stats say. The Steelers absolutely do not win a Super Bowl without Hines Ward. And Bettis got a lot of credit, and Robinson got credit. The big three on that offense, you got to put Ward in there. He was one of the greatest. I'm 65 years old. He's one of the greatest receivers I've ever seen. How is he not in the Hall of Fame? And if you're not saying he's one of the greatest receivers that you've ever seen, then you haven't watched enough football. I don't care what the stats say. Remember, they were running Jerome Bettis. That was their offense. Hines Ward was the receiver. That was their offense. Hines Ward was unbelievably clutch. He was the toughest NFL receiver I've ever seen.
I think Hines Ward someday deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He played the game with a lot of heart, a lot of passion. I was there that day after the playoff loss when Hines thought that Jerome Bettis was retiring, and he was in tears talking about Bettis and how he felt like he let them down. I think that was the 2004 season. He thought the team and Hines let Jerome down because they thought Jerome was retiring. And it meant so much because Hines Ward was such a great teammate. And I think that should be part of the criteria when you're thinking about who's to be in the Hall of Fame. As much as receptions, as much as touchdowns, that's a big part of it, I think, because of the way he played the game. And you know what? He had 85 catches, 85 touchdown catches in his career. That's tied for 19th overall. Lance Allworth had 19, and he's in the Hall of Fame. He had more receptions than Randy Moss, Andre Reed, and Art Monk, and they're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there you go. And again, I have nothing against Larry Fitzgerald. I take Hines Ward over Larry Fitzgerald. Here's the thing about Hines Ward, and we all watched him. I watched I covered every one of his games. You don't see this anymore because we forgot about it. Every single game you watch Hines Ward, there'd be one game he'd blow up somebody. I mean, just blow him up. Like, here's your Hines Ward play. Boom! He smacks some guy 10 yards down. He was the best at it. When you're the best at something like that, you need to be in the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame should be there to say, hey, kid, here's the toughest receiver that played in the, of his era. Guy named Hines Ward. Didn't have a lot of great stats, but man, he would blow people up.
They changed rules because of him.
Yeah.
He was unique.
He was unique. I don't want to hear about stats. I love Larry Fitzgerald and Torrey Holt. I don't want to hear about stats. Watch the game.
Larry Fitzgerald has nothing to do with it.
I understand.
Deserves to be a Hall of Fame, obviously, and so does Hines.
Yeah, but the thing about the thing that made Hines Ward great is it's not, they weren't keeping the stats, the blocks, the toughness, just the toughness. There's no stat for toughness. Nobody can tell me a tougher receiver that ever lived than Hines Ward.
The hidden intangibles is what
he had. An intangible. That's it.
Yeah.
You had to see it.
Yeah, I was talking to Mike Ostie earlier in the show, and I said, different position, but I said another guy that, it gets overlooked a lot because he was a fullback primarily was Mike Allstott. He's another guy that the stats aren't there, obviously, and that's an argument with some people with Hines Ward as well. It's over 12,000 yards and 85 touchdowns, and some of these other receivers have more than that. But I think, like you said, you got to look at some of these hidden intangibles.
Yeah, you got to know the position. Listen, the Cowboys had a guy named Walt Garrison. And if you look at the 60s, man, that guy was incredible. Well, no stats, but man, he's unbelievable blocker. That's why Dwayne Thomas was great. All of them. But listen, it's a stat thing. That's right. These crazy voters. Whoever's is it? It used to be Bouchette. Who's in there giving the case? Do you know, Jerry? Who's doing that?
I don't think Ed is anymore. Ed's retired.
Eddie would have got him in. Ed Bouchette would have got him in.
I don't know this, but I think it's Jerry Dulac now, but I might be wrong. I think it's Jerry.
Get him in. Again, maybe you don't argue with him. You don't argue for him until he gets to the finals.
Johnny can't even get to the finals for crying out. 10 years he can't get to the finals.
It's idiotic.
No, and I said
the
this
local
earlier.
media isn't making, and then Dulac isn't making a big deal about it. He needs to. It's idiotic. There's other Steelers that are in the Hall of Fame that weren't as good as Hines Ward.
Dulac has nothing to do with it. Dulac only votes for at the end.
Well, he's a Hall of Fame voter. I blame them all.
Well, right.
Blame them all.
He can't make a case until he gets to the final.
He doesn't make a case until the day before when they actually
And that's the thing here. And I just want to say this, and I said this earlier, and I think Jerry D heard me say this. A wide receiver's primary objective is to do what, John Fedko?
Catch the ball.
catch the ball. And he caught the ball 1,000 times in his career.
And he held on to it when he got smashed.
But more importantly, and I said, I again, just spending time looking things up at 5 a.m. because I can't sleep. Since in the last 35 years in the modern era, right? I've considered for the last 40 years, any wide receiver that's gotten into the Hall of Fame, and I know, a couple of these guys were just dominant and they didn't make this number. But really, the number that stands out to me is 1,000 receptions. 1,000 receptions. And anybody who has 1,000 receptions in the history of this league is in the Hall of Fame. That is a fact. Okay? If you caught the ball 1,000 times, you have a bust in Canton, Ohio. There's nobody that does it. Okay? Nobody that does it, except for one right now. That isn't that hasn't just retired in the last few years, and that's Hines Ward in the last 10 years. The fact that the voters can't wrap their head around this and go, let's get him into the final. He deserves a vote to get into the final 15, and then we'll decide.
Absolutely does.
It befuddles me to no end. And I know that the 1,000th catch. Do you remember what the 1,000th catch was?
Yeah,
they made a big deal about it. It was a little shovel pass in the last game against Cleveland in his last season. They gave him a little little shovel pass from Ben to get him to 1,000. I don't care. Even at 999, I'd still say he deserves a crack at getting into the final 15. But these goofball writers can't seem to wrap their head around it.
They are goofballs.
They just can't wrap their head around this.
They're idiots. Hines Ward was the first ballot Hall of Famer when he retired. That's what I thought. I don't know. I covered him his whole career. I'm not biased either. I'm not a big Jerome Bettis guy. I am a big Hines Ward guy. I know Hines Ward was more valuable than Bettis, and I say that with all sincerity. I say it with all sincerity.
We'll get in eventually. We'll be talking here
I hope
next year, the year after, about Hines Ward being in the Hall of Fame. I think it's going to happen eventually.
Well, I can say one thing. If I was a voter, one thing I would look at is did other teams account for him when he was on the field? Did other teams game plan, take into consideration? With Hines Ward, there's absolutely no question.
Yeah.
Absolutely no question.
Yeah, him and Bettis, man, there was 1, 2, either 1 or 2 right there, man. You had to know where he was every second. You got your head taken off.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Think if you're a defensive coordinator. You're like, I'm worried of what this guy's going to do to our secondary. He could knock some of these guys out of the game.
And he did knock people out. He did knock people out of games.
Correct.
He did. He knocked, 4 guys. That's what I mean. These crazy voters, they didn't watch him enough. They're just going by the stats or looking at their papers. And maybe there's some guy in St. Louis that I don't know about either that should be in there. But this is one guy that to me was a first ballot guy. That's just my opinion. As soon as he retired, this guy's got to win. And now he's not even getting in the top 15. It's idiotic. Yep. I hate to be mad about this, but this is the one guy. This is the one guy I get upset about. Because I covered this guy, and I saw him firsthand. And I'm telling you, I'm 65 years old. I saw a lot of football. I covered the Dallas Cowboys in Texas for 4 years. I saw Drew Pearson, one of the all-time greats. This guy was one of the greatest receivers ever. Why is he not in the Hall? He's not even making the top 15.
He can't even get a sniff to get considered in the final 15.
Because he was so upsetting. I say he was one of the greatest receivers ever, not because of the numbers, because of the way he played. He was unique. There isn't a Hines Ward right now. There is not a Hines Ward in the NFL right now. There isn't one.
Yeah, the Steeler bias might play a role in it too. They say if there's enough Steelers, there's too many Steelers in. So
it does. You're absolutely right. That is one of the main reasons.
All right, this is Steel City Sunday. We are live from the North Park Lounge, Richland, and the Hilltop Event Center. Nice crowd watching right now, combined on all of our social media sites, approaching about 1,500. We thank you for being a part of our pregame show. Let's hope we can have another one next week. Of course, I'll recap. No postgame tonight, folks. I'll recap all of this tomorrow at 7 p.m. on Pittsburgh Sports Tonight. We do that Mondays and Tuesdays.
It's going to be a nail biter, Johnny. I mean, it's going to be. That's my prediction. What do you think? Jerry's at 10. I think it's going to be a 2-point game.
Well, we got
crazy.
I will get predictions in a few moments because I do have a guest at 5:45. We're going to have Jeremy Kahn on, morning show host from 105.7 FM, The Fan in Baltimore, for a Behind Enemy Lines segment. I do want to tell you that we are sponsored in part by Arch Masonry and Restoration. Folks, if you're a brick mason, block mason, concrete finisher, or laborer in the construction business and you are not working, guess what? Arch is, and they want to talk to you. Call them, 412-564-5733, archmasonryinc.com. Competitive wages, great benefits and bonus programs. Arch Masonry and Restoration is hiring here in Pittsburgh, 412-564-5733. archmasonryinc.com. Couple more minutes with John Fedko and Jerry DiPaolo before we wrap up with them and get on to our next guest. We are here till about 7:45 p.m. this evening. We'll have pregame until about 7:45 p.m. tonight. All right, Jerry DiPaolo, let's start with predictions. How do you feel about tonight? What do you see happening?
Well, I've said all year that the Steelers are an imperfect team, and something's going to happen tonight that is going to make them lose this game, whether it's going to interception by Rodgers, a strip sack, when Kyle Hamilton comes out of nowhere on a blitz and the ball hits the ground, and they're not going to generate enough offense. Henry is going to dominate the running game, dominate the time of possession with the running game, and I don't see how the Steelers can win this game tonight just because of the way they played against Cleveland. I think that carries over, and I think that they'll be competitive. Not going to get blown out, but it's going to be Ravens 23, Steelers 14.
John Fedko.
I'm going with my heart because I don't want the show to end. So we want to do a show next week. So here's my heart breakdown. I think the Ravens have a ton of flaws. Derrick Henry's going to fumble the ball at least once. Lamar Jackson's playing hurt. He's worth at least a turnover because he's going to be hurt. TJ Watt is back. That's worth another turnover. I just said 3 turnovers right there. Team that wins the turnover battle is going to win this game. Steelers are going to win the turnover battle. It's going to be a crazy game. There's going to be insanity at the end. I don't know how it's going to end, but it's going to be nuts. I'll take the Steelers 16-14. I like Steelers 3.5. I like the under. I like Gainwell plus 5 receptions. I don't know what that number is on there. And I like Freiermuth plus 5 receptions.
Okay.
And we're going to be doing a show next week. I just think Baltimore's going to do more to lose this game than the Steelers to win it. I do think Tomlin's good in these games. I think TJ Watt being back was critical. Steelers win the turnover battle. Steelers win tonight.
I don't think Watt's going to have a big effect. I don't think Watt's going to have a big effect.
I agree. I don't know how much he's going to play. I think you'll see I think he'll be on the field 15, 20 snaps, maybe tops.
He's a tough dude. I think
20,
he's going to play enough to create a turnover. I think he plays enough to create 1 turnover.
All right.
That is.
John Fedko, Jerry DiPaolo, 2 of the finest to do it. I appreciate you gentlemen for coming on every single week.
See you next week.
Okay, guys. Hope to see you next week.
Thank you. All right. All right, the best. John Fedko, Jerry DiPaolo. So excited. I have relished working with these folks because I have worked with them in the past, and it was nice. It's just nice to be able to work with people again that you spent time with in your career. 3+ years at Channel 11 with John Fedko and Sam Nover, Bill Phillips, bunch of people, Richie Walsh at the beginning of his career, Jerry doing high school football games a million years ago. Just love that they still have that energy about them. Just to talk sports. It's great. It really is. We appreciate the nearly 1,500 of you that are hanging out with us, watching. If you have a moment, would you be so kind and go follow us on one of our social media channels? I would love to see some more people on our YouTube channel. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. Our YouTube channel is important to us. All of these are, because we broadcast on X, Facebook, and YouTube. But right now we are would love just to have a few more of you following us on our YouTube channel. So if you get a chance, go find us at Steel City Sunday on all the social media sites. Take 30 seconds of your time and go find us and follow and like something. It would mean the world to me personally if you would be willing to do that for us. We are broadcasting live from the North Park Lounge, Richland Hilltop Events Center. We have reached over 100 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Thank you. That's a little start for us, and we appreciate that as we are just getting this thing off the ground. And all throughout the course of the year, I thought it was important to tackle this like any of the shows that I did in radio or TV over the years. I really wanted to format this in a certain way. I wanted to have certain segments. I wanted to make sure that that I was working my Rolodex, as we like to say in the biz. And I've been able to do that this year. We've been able to, book guests from Seattle, Indianapolis, a number of other cities through the course of the year with our Behind Enemy Line segment. Some weeks we didn't, some weeks we did. Most weeks we were able to do our Consigs Picks segment, usually in those 1 o'clock shows, bringing on professional gamblers or odds makers. But this Behind Enemy Lines thing was important to me because I wanted to make sure that we were bringing in people that cover teams that the Steelers are playing. And I think that is relevant. This is a Pittsburgh-centric show, but if you're not doing your best to bring people on that cover the opposition, I don't. That's why I think we're trying to set ourselves apart from the handful of these shows that exist, which leads me to our next guest, who is being very kind with his time this evening. He does Morning Drive on 105.7 FM in Baltimore. It's a real pleasure to bring guys like this on because, quite frankly, when you can book somebody like this to come on that does mornings on a big show in a big city like Baltimore, it's very helpful. But it is Jeremy Kahn. We're going to bring Jeremy in now, morning show host in Baltimore on an Odyssey station. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming on and joining us.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm thanking the schedule makers for making this a night game. It makes my life absolutely easy.
Yeah, that's right. You're a busy guy. You got a great social media following, TikTok, Instagram. You've been doing radio for quite a while. Look, this game, I mean, what more can we say about Steelers-Ravens? I mean, we've been down this road with these two teams for quite some time now. They have been bitter rivals since the inception, and it's been just a great rivalry for the league for sure. I just want to get your initial thoughts on this 2025 Ravens team that you've watched all season long. Get your first thoughts on that, sir.
Most disappointing team I've ever covered.
Okay.
I mean, okay. I think that's the route to take. Whatever goofy things can happen seem to happen in Ravens games, whether you want to talk about them fumbling through end zones, being a half an inch out of the or into the end zone, not knowing what a catch is and the extension. All these things keep happening, the injuries, and, there's a lot of talk. And I think there's some real similarities between Pittsburgh and Baltimore with obviously the season and the coaching situation as well, because I am not a Harbaugh guy, which makes this game very interesting for someone like me.
Yeah, well, apparently, and I've said this, and I think others have, maybe locally, I don't know how much you've drawn the parallel between what's going on with your head coach and the guy in charge up here, but they have a very similar story at this stage in their careers, right? They tasted success early on, right? They're just a year apart in terms of how long they've been coaching, the struggles, not winning, in this particular case, not getting to a Super Bowl with an amazing quarterback. I mean, a few years ago, when you looked at, and I'm going back to say 2020, right? You had Joe Burrow getting drafted. You had, obviously Lamar coming in, Baker Mayfield. The Browns. They're the Browns, I guess. They brought him in, and then Josh Allen, right? So and just in the conference, absolutely. But so you have all this talent, and you're not getting to where you expect to be, which is playing for another Super Bowl. And so because the expectations are extremely high when you have a 3-time MVP, now the coach is on the hot seat. Which of the two Tomlin can make the decision, but it really sounds like that Baltimore ownership may intervene here. I want to get your insight here as to where this all stands between what the owners are saying and where John Harbaugh needs to be after today, which is probably a victory to maybe keep his job.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster, and I think it's going to continue to be that. Like when we talk about the similarities between these two teams, you can't leave out ownership allowing them to work through bad seasons or what we would deem to be subpar seasons. And Harbaugh's been allowed to do that. The first time we thought he was going to be gone, they draft Lamar. He makes the switch midway through the season with Joe Flacco at quarterback, puts Lamar in. They run an option offense. I'm going, what is this, college? Is this high school football? And then they make the playoffs. But like if you looked at the transition in the offseason and what Lamar did, he really worked on the passing game. And I feel like made himself such a better passer. It opens up with that first game against Miami where they dropped the 50 spot on him. So, look, I think Harbaugh has been kind of hanging on here, and this might be a situation where he loses, he's out. I find it hard to believe if he wins and they get in that they would fire him at the end of the season, but maybe they want to part ways.
Well, you're talking about up here with Tomlin?
No, I'm talking
Oh,
about.
you're talking about. Well, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. With Harbaugh, I thought I heard you say Mike there. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Well, I find it a little hard to believe, but in this day and age, the fact that these two coaches have lasted as long as they have, and I mentioned this earlier. I mean, if Tomlin doesn't, let's say they lose today, Steelers lose today, this would be 9 seasons now without a playoff win. No other coach that's ever won a Super Bowl has gone 9 seasons without winning a playoff game and kept their job, right? So this guy here, and this is the frustration that the fan base is mostly feeling, and I think maybe to a small degree ownership, but not nearly as much here at least. 9 seasons without a playoff win, when you're a franchise of this nature, right? We've got Lombardis, all right? I mean, it just, 9 years without a playoff win, what coach survives that? Apparently Mike Tomlin does. You know what I mean? Like, but and the speculation this week, obviously, with the story that Schefter had initially on with Pat McAfee saying, hey, there could, he could go to TV. I think he'd be terrible at TV, but what the hell do I know? Or sit a year out and then maybe go find another job somewhere else. It's nice to have that ability. I still think Harbaugh is back next year, and I still think Tomlin's back next year, no matter what happens tonight.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing in talking about the parallels too is I feel like the front office here, I don't know how you feel about the Steelers front office, but I feel like the Ravens have one of the best. They've always done well drafting. You've been giving all these players to work with. Like, I go back to the situation in the playoffs when they lose to the Chiefs and they don't run the football, and everybody's like, well, why didn't you run the football? Well, it just got out of the game flow, and then he has all these weird excuses.
Right.
And then you get Derrick Henry, and it's like, well, now you can't forget to run the football. You've got the biggest guy in your backfield.
Right.
They do it 4 times this year already. So if you don't see him tote the ball 25 times tonight, I'd be shocked, or maybe I wouldn't be, because that's what we've been seeing all season from this team.
I said 30 myself. Like, if I'm Harbaugh, if I'm Lamar Jackson, I'm handing that ball to that guy until his legs fall off. I mean, really, seriously. I mean, he's just that dominant and that good, and just I don't see why you don't just keep giving it to him. Now, he will face Derek Harmon. That he did not play in the first game, and Baltimore chopped us up for 227 on the ground and still lost. And we can talk about the Zay Flowers catch no catch thing and all of those other little components that make the NFL what it is today. But the simple fact of the matter is, I think, running the ball 30 plus times today, if they do, I think it's a recipe for a Ravens victory. Jeremy Kahn, our guest, morning show host, Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 FM, The Fan in Baltimore. That's an Odyssey station. He also has a website called, is it Pick Dogs?
So I work for a company called pickdogs.com. I'm a professional handicapper.
Yeah, okay. So all right.
I'm the number 1 NFL handicapper there. So it's been a good season, even in a weird year for the league.
So how long have you been doing that professionally? Just out of curiosity. I mean, in addition to the morning show, but how long have you been a professional gambler?
So I've been doing this. So I've been in radio for 25 years, and I'd say I've been doing this on the air for about 20. I mean, before the big boom and everything was opened up and sports gambling became legal, I just gave out all my stuff for free on the air, and then I would do stuff for a local newspaper or magazine, and I would give out plays every week on the NFL there. And then we always played on my last name, which is Khan, so it was always a concrete lock, and I'd give my favorite NFL play, and then it just kind of grew from there. It's something I've been doing for a long time, and yeah, it's I've had some really big hits, and I've had some crazy losses. So I mean, we can go anywhere with that.
Yeah, well, as somebody who used to live in Vegas many, many years ago and worked with professional gamblers, I used to work with Dave Koken, among a few others, and it's a tough racket, right? It's 52.3% against the spread, and you're profitable, but you're in a small percentage of people that can do that consistently. And I don't know, I'm assuming you bet a lot of different sports. I mean, you're probably a year-round gambler, I think, or is football your specialty primarily?
No, I mean, look, I feel like it changes. Baseball had become my best over the past 3 years. I've always said I've been really good during bowl season and March Madness, but this year football has been tops for me. I'm hitting it like 58%.
Well, let's talk about bowl season real quickly here. Boy, the NIL and the portal, right? It used to be bowl season college football was always my strongest to make money on, but the last few years, very, very hard to handicap with NIL and the portal. That's a real mess right there.
Well, the bowls, especially the bowls, we've had guys opting out 2 hours before the game. I used to put out my bowl picks before the entire bowl season started. Like, I'd have all of them up. And then now it's like, I'm not doing that, man. You don't know who's going to be sitting out. Cincinnati had 6 defensive players out. So
yeah, it's a crazy. Of course, I had the Bearcats in that one. That was a loser for me. So anyhow, but let's go back to the let's talk about Lamar Jackson. He's going to play. He's going to start. Has not fared well in Pittsburgh the last few seasons. What do you expect to see from him today? How much? I am hearing 70%. I always hear these numbers. He's 70%. Well, how do you measure that? Yeah. What do you think? What do you think you're going to get from Lamar Jackson tonight?
I mean, I'm hoping you see him run a little bit more, and obviously that's all going to depend on his health. Like, even when we were questioning whether or not he was healthy, he was saying he was 100%, and then you watch him out there and you're like, yeah, he's not 100%. Something's off. I felt like on some of his throws, he'd kind of been doing the off the back foot, sling it with the hand here, and then not get the leverage and stepping into his throw that he needed at times. Look, the guy's amazing, but he's having one of these weird seasons, and I'm hoping him being back there is a great threat, especially if he's going to run, because as you pointed out, with Harmon coming back, TJ Watt, you look at that defensive line. I don't know what it is about the Steelers. Maybe it's just the rivalry, but I've never seen anyone in this league be as successful against Lamar as the Steelers have. And that includes the Chiefs. Even though they've won, Lamar's put up big numbers. We've seen some crazy games where it's like, man, we're not doing anything. So we'll see what happens tonight. We know these things always end up in a field goal type game.
Yeah, generally speaking, it is 3 points for sure. The Steelers, obviously, no DK Metcalf, struggles at the wide receiver position all season long. You've got pretty good running backs in Gainwell that has been probably the best free. You asked about the front office of the Steelers. It's probably the best signing in the Omar Khan era, where he has kind of taken over when Kevin Colbert retired a few years ago. And for what it's worth, when he's been healthy, Jaylen Warren has been pretty good. Has had a decent season by all accounts. How much of an impact can Travis Jones make on that defensive line when it comes to slowing down maybe a Steelers rushing attack today?
He's huge. I mean, that guy's an absolute plug in the middle, and you didn't hear his name because we had Matabike. And when you had both of them, you felt really good about coming in and keeping your opponents under 100 yards rushing. It was always kind of that thing up front where the Ravens and even the Steelers for a long period of time there, that run defense and the running game always showed up. So, yeah, I do think you're going to see a heavy dose of Travis Jones in the middle. I think last week they didn't even take him off the field except for a few plays, and that's a lot for a defensive tackle. Kyle Hamilton will be playing close to the line of scrimmage again in that monster back. I still think he's one of the, if people aren't learning yet, one of the best kept secrets in the NFL. The guy's easily a top 10 defensive player with his ability all over the field. He's the best coverage guy, the best pass rusher, the best tackler. And he's not 100%, but he's going to be out there. I really feel like you see a lot of zone from the Ravens, but like with the Steelers' inability, it appears, to push the ball downfield without DK and Calvin Austin, you might see some man and see them sitting on some routes and saying, hey, we're going to dare you to throw it over the top of us. And that's when MVS comes in, and we'll see if he catches it.
Yeah, well, they tried to go to him in that waning moments last week against Cleveland. It did not work out very well. I know the secondary is still banged up, maybe not as banged up as it was a few weeks ago when these teams met on December 7th. So possibly that could be a route for the Steelers. And Draymond Jones, another outstanding defensive player for you as well. He's had last few weeks, he's been pretty good at getting to the quarterback. I'm sure that's a key assignment for him today to hit Aaron Rodgers a few times, I would imagine.
Yeah, as many times they can. I'm sure he and Mike Green will be there, Kyle Van Noy. I mean, the rest of the guys, like it's a who's who so far of nobody at pass rusher. Although, like, I like the two guys we just talked about, Jones and Green. I just don't think Jones is a household name yet. But when you look at it, they're going to want to hit Aaron as much as they can and try to rattle him. Because last time, I don't know where that came from, that game he had against the Ravens, because I've been watching him all year long going, man, this has been awful. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he looked like the old Aaron Rodgers. Yeah,
he certainly had a good game. All right, just I'll get a prediction from you, and I'll let you go. You're very gracious with your time, and I do appreciate you coming on, Jeremy. Jeremy Kahn, morning host, 105.7 FM, The Fan in Baltimore. If you like to wager a chocolate chip cookie or two, you can look at his work at pickdogs.com as well. Jeremy, who wins and why tonight?
Yeah, I think, like looking at it, I didn't want to totally be dismissive or anything like that, because I think these games are always tight, even with the Steelers' issues in the passing game. I'm going 2017 Ravens. I think Steelers cover, but my favorite play would be the under in the game. I think we get one of those ugly games, and last team with the ball has a chance to win it.
Jeremy Kahn, you've been gracious with your time. I appreciate it very much, sir. Thank you so much, and enjoy the game tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, my pleasure. Jeremy Kahn, morning show host, professional gambler, and morning show host at 105.7 FM, The Fan in Baltimore. That's our first of 3 Behind Enemy Line segments tonight. We'll have a couple more in the 7 o'clock hour when we continue on with this show. We wrap up hour number 3. I'm going to bring in Bill Akins real quickly as we wait Zig Fracassi, who is backstage. But Bill, just a moment or two with you. I like how I was able to allow you to take 5 minutes or so I could use the restroom and get us a cup of fresh water.
Oh, yeah, I did that as well when you were talking to Jeremy.
Right, and so my disappearing act, it's, when we were doing the 3-hour shows, they're not so bad. But when you're doing 5 hours and you're sucking down a couple of these,
you gotta wear Depends.
Yeah, at this age, it almost is mandatory, I think, or at least it's probably suggested, I would say. Good insight from that guy right there.
You impressed me, boy. You don't pee all night.
Well,
you only knew.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, exactly. So quite the length of time, but nonetheless.
I missed the tail end of him talking about Harbaugh. What did he basically have to say about? He thought that this could be a deciding factor in whether they part ways with Harbaugh.
I think he's leaning that Harbaugh comes back. I think these franchises, Baltimore and Pittsburgh, very similar to one another. Only in the sense that, look, Baltimore has won a couple Super Bowls and they've won them in the last 25 years. It puts them in a different spot than, teams that maybe have just won one Super Bowl perhaps, or none, right? Which there's still a handful of those. Right. Baltimore considers themselves to be an elite franchise. And I look, they're probably in the top 10, top 12, I would think. I think they're in the upper half for sure. You could argue whether or not they're top 10 or not, but they have a pretty good front office that I think makes fairly sound decisions. They certainly knew enough to pick Lamar Jackson with their number, with the pick that they had that year when they drafted him. And there were, I believe, a couple quarterbacks that went ahead of him. I'd have to actually go and look that up. But
there were.
There were. So, they may have felt that they got their guy, and they certainly did. He has been very, very effective for them. I think that Jeremy Kahn basically said, hey, look, assess. It's like anything else. They're going to assess and come to a collective decision with one another. And whereas here, and I don't know if it's as similar in Baltimore, where it's really in Harbaugh's hands. I think their ownership is more likely to make a change, and I think he indicated that more so than, because he asked about ownership here, the front office here, and I didn't want to say our freaking owner is not a football guy. He's an attorney. He's an attorney who inherited the family business. Right? Had he, and I'm not saying that Art doesn't know football, but he's just not I don't think he's a football guy, or he would have gotten into the family business. He was an attorney. Right, and he took over for the franchise when his father was aging, and I don't want to say it's a symbolic role. I'm sure he does things down there, but I just don't know how much of it. He's not. Nobody's going to be Dan Rooney, but that's part of the problem.
I was just going to say, Art Sr. wasn't a football guy either. He relied on Dan. Dan was the guy, the brains behind the operation.
This goes to, and let's bring Zig in here because he's been hanging out. I want to get him in here. Zig Fracassi, our NFL insider from SiriusXM's NFL Radio. Happy New Year, Zig. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I thought we were going to do an ad for Depends here at this.
Yes, a new sponsor to the show next year, Zig.
Yeah, that's right.
and might as well just bring you in here with this as well, and we could talk about this. Hey, look, the Steelers are notoriously, I want to say, I'll use the word frugal, okay? They have traditionally the smallest coaching staff, personnel staff of all the teams in the league. I don't think they have an analytics department of any kind. I mean, half the teams, if not more, have analytics people on their staff. I know that they have talked to a few people over the years, the last few years, about maybe bringing some more of those types of people on, but I don't believe they do. Look, Bill Cowher wanted more money, and they said no, and Bill retired. Okay, they just don't spend the money like they do, and Art. If Art's not in it like his father was, you would think he would bring in a team president that would handle the operations, but he doesn't. Yet this team continues to accept, this franchise continues to accept no wins in the playoffs, right? This could be year 9. And as I said earlier, and I spent hours looking this up, no coach that has ever won a Super Bowl went 9 years without winning a playoff game and kept their job. None. And no coach has done it doing it 8 seasons except for one, who happens to be coaching tonight, right? Why is that the case? And is it complacency with the ownership, or is it just, oh, well, we just don't fire our coaches? He makes $18 million a year, right? $18 million a year, and he does not win playoff games. At what point do you want to fix that, right? At what point? At what point do you, as Art Rooney, do you say, maybe I've got to make a tough decision here? I don't know. Your thoughts?
Well, I've used this terminology to describe the Cowboys, John. Entitled complacency. When you're the Jones family and you don't really need to care about winning anymore, and they haven't, and now it's going to be 31 years, but let's live off the nostalgia and let's live off the business, the other things that they have going down there. I know we're talking about Pittsburgh, but I think that is an interesting parallel there because those teams were so innovative back in the day,
right,
that it just makes you wonder, like you talked about with the Steelers, with Mr. Rooney, if he's not even a football guy. Well, do we continue that tradition of not firing coaches? Is the status quo good enough? And to be quite honest, I don't think it's been for quite some time. I think there is, and justifiably so, a lot of consternation. I know we talked about this on shows I've done throughout the last few years about the fact that maybe things have simply, run their course there in Pittsburgh, where there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of imagination. In some ways, JP, it almost seems like in some ways now a mercenary squad of Pittsburgh, where they always built through the draft, but now it seems like, they trade for Metcalf, which I thought was good, but Rodgers is a free agent. You bring in your free agent backfield guys there. These are guys they used to bring in homegrown that they knew through scouting and drafting and all that. I simply think they've gotten entitled complacent, and 9 wins, being in the playoffs, but getting your ass kicked seems to be good enough in Pittsburgh, which I never thought it would be.
Yeah, apparently it is, and and a lot of people are fed up with it, and we want ownership to recognize this and do something about it. But they're just unwilling to, and we'll bring Bill Akins in here. Bill, your thoughts?
Hey, Bill.
Well, I said, hey, Zach. I said as well, you've had how many different coordinators in the recent years, and nothing seems to change, right? I mean, nothing is offensive coordinator. Had how many in recent years? Nothing seems to change with the offense. So my question is, where is the single point of failure? I mean,
you haven't replaced Ben, have you?
Well, no, you haven't.
No,
even though the Band-Aid
part of it.
Yeah, it is a big. It's a big component for sure. And they definitely misclicked on Kenny Pickett. Now that wasn't handled. There's a combination of things here. I mean, Kenny played his way up to a number 1 spot and he just happened to be in a spot where the Steelers were in that first round, coming off of Ben's retirement, and it was like, wow, did he have an incredible season? Let's just take the kid that played locally. And they, and under Matt Canada on top of all of that, and then bringing in the Mitch Trubisky on top of all of that, and, not starting him on top of all of that, and then dragging him in the way they did. It was a complete disaster. And that's on Mike Tomlin. right?
And your scouting and your personnel people.
And your personnel people too. Who Mike has a hand in hiring.
Yeah, he oversees them.
Right? He oversees. He is the director of football operations and makes all these decisions. Right?
Like Belichick.
That's
Jay.
Yeah, that's why the single point of failure. I mean, it's
right. So if I'm Art Rooney, why am I not putting all of this together? Right? Like at what point do you see all of that and go, okay?
Yeah, go
well,
ahead.
go ahead. No, you were
Maybe
going to say
the
something.
empty seats. Some empty seats would start.
Well,
what's the real difference between 8 and 9 and 9 and 8?
There's no difference.
Right.
Not making the playoffs.
Right.
Not making the playoffs. No. Now they go with 9 and 8 this year. They're not making the playoffs. Right. So they're going to either be a 10-win team and make the playoffs, or they'll be 9 and 8 and they don't get in. Now a tie and they do. That has been overlooked slightly. All right, Zig. Any thoughts on today's games? Let's take a peek. Jacksonville. My goodness, they continue to roll up points, and I think it was 6 games coming in with no, it was not 6. It was 6 of the last 7, maybe. I know they've averaged 30 points a game over the last 6 weeks. I think that's what it was. Last week, 23. The week before, 34 against the Broncos, 48 against the Jets, 36 against the Colts. So another 41 today. Is it Liam Cohen? Like, why has this team all of a sudden found their groove?
I think that's part of it. I think Liam Cohen, who showed, I think he's the first coach in history to inherit a 4-win team and win 12 in his first season. Yeah. I mean, these guys love playing for him. Trevor Lawrence, I think, has looked more like that top overall pick that he was in the draft. I thought the trade to bring Jacoby Myers in was really good. I mean, he hasn't had eye-popping numbers, but he gives them another target to work with. They spread the ball around well. Defensively, JP, they've been living a lot off the turnovers this year. People said, well, how long is that going to last? Well, it's lasting them this long. They got themselves an AFC South championship and a home game for at least the first round. Dangerous team are the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Would you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you? I mean, Zig, I know the front runner for Coach of the Year has been, at least from what I've been hearing, is Kyle Shanahan. Last night, I don't know if whether that maybe hurt him a little bit, but is at this point in time, is Liam Cohen the front runner in your opinion, or?
He has to be in the top 2 or 3. I mean, you've got you could conceivably give this award to Mike Vrabel, and I wouldn't argue with you. You could give it to Liam Cohen. I wouldn't argue with you. You could give it to Kyle Shanahan, and I wouldn't argue with you. And maybe even to a smaller degree, even though they had 10 wins last year, I could make a case for Mike McDonald in Seattle because remember they rehauled the quarterback and wide receiver positions and some other plays on offense, and here they are now the top seed in the NFC. But if it's me, I'm probably. Yeah, I think last night might have hurt a little bit towards Shanahan, so I might lean towards Cohen there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Kyle Shanahan. I mean, I know
with all those injuries, Bill.
Yeah,
it's unreal.
Right. Well, I think we talked about it last week. I'm pretty sure. I didn't look this up, but I'm pretty sure at the start of the season they had 11 guys on IR at the 49ers.
Yeah, we did talk that. Yep.
Yeah. So and what he's done. I mean, like I said last night, I think maybe
Purdy for a while. You haven't had Bosa. You haven't had Warner for a period. Maybe they get him back. That would be huge if they get Fred Warner back.
Right.
In the playoffs.
Yeah. Trent Williams. I mean, there's some guys.
He got
injured.
hurt. Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Pearsall was out last night too. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Pearsall. Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's talk about the actual game, Steelers and Ravens. We'll go back to the NFL stuff here in a few minutes. Here, I just want to get your thoughts on what you see so far. Not an indication.
The show killer.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not the least bit. Not the least bit.
I'm just joking.
Let's get your thoughts on Steelers Ravens, Zig. I want to know what you have to say about this. It'll be slightly different from the last one. No DK Metcalf offensively hurts the Steelers, but they do get Derek Harmon, who has been a run stopper for them and has improved their run defense for sure.
Although, JP, I got to tell you, I mean, being let down last week, I thought the Steelers, knowing that all they had to do was win, and I granted, give Cleveland their full marks for playing a super competitive game, but that to me still did not portend well. Now you're having to sort of rely on the home crowd tonight, and Lamar's coming back. I know that perennially this is a tight series as they come. I just don't have a good vibe about Pittsburgh at all. I mean, if they're able to keep Derrick Henry contained, what is it? I believe Bateman is out tonight, so that hurts Baltimore a little bit. So I think they're going to have to use a lot of Derrick Henry tonight. And then Mark Andrews may have to be even more of a factor than he normally is. If those factors work and Lamar's clicking early, this could be tough for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I'm watching some of the football here and Detroit right now is not helping Chicago, although I will say that right now Washington, that number 2 spot is up for grabs right now.
Yep.
Yeah, still very much up for grabs. Chicago has been very much a no-show today against the Lions. The Lions are up 13-0 here as that game is approaching towards the end of the third quarter. Washington leads Philadelphia 10-7 right now, but the Eagles are in the red zone. An Eagles victory and a Bears loss, and they'll flip positions. Right. What are you thinking about the NFC? I will say this. Outside of the NFC South and the AFC North, there are going to be some really good football teams fighting one another to win a Lombardi trophy this year, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got 3 teams, JP, coming out of the NFC West that you can make a simple case for them, in terms of making the run for the Super Bowl. There's no question about that. And people may sound, well, what's the big difference between 2 and 3? If you get that second seed, you're assured of 2 home games through the playoffs before you would get to the championship game. And if the top seed is upset, then you would get home field throughout. So it is a very big deal. I think Philadelphia's willed themselves back into contention here, especially last week hanging on to beat Buffalo. Chicago maybe showing a little bit of their yips here. And, oh, by the way, it's against Ben Johnson's former team. So maybe Dan Campbell's sending a message here, hey, you knocked us out, but we're going to cause you some problems going into the playoffs here. But I still like the Rams.
Okay, yeah. Win it all. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
All right, excellent. Zig Fracassi, NFL insider from SiriusXM's NFL Radio. Easiest paycheck you've ever made, sir. I can tell you that right now. I can't thank you enough for all season long. Hey, I hope we have another broadcast next week.
Oh, absolutely. And give me double.
I'll pay you, I promise. All right.
I love you, dude.
I'm very happy to be working with you again in a small capacity, Zig. Thank you so much for joining us all season long. I'm glad we ended up putting this together, and we'll see about next week. Thanks, Zig. I appreciate your time.
All right, Bill, JP. Be good,
all right,
guys.
Yep. All right, and of course, on SiriusXM's NFL Radio tonight, Late Hits. You can catch that on the SiriusXM app, and of course, channel, I believe it's 88. On my app. Yep, channel 88. Okay. This show is brought to us by not just the North Park Lounge Richland and the Hilltop Events Center, our host for Steel City Sunday all season long. I can't thank Mark Baranowski and the North Park Lounge Restaurant Group enough for what they did to get this show on the air. And we're going to bring Anthony Halkias on here in just a minute. I know he's backstage. We'll get to the young man from SteelerNation.com, lead writer for them, in just a few moments. But I just want to take a moment to thank Mark and his team here. My mother was in the restaurant business. She was a caterer. She worked for restaurants. I know that this business, especially post-COVID, not an easy thing to do. And Mark stepping up literally 8 days before the start of the first regular season game to be our sponsor. And it's not a fortune, but it was enough for me to start saying to people, I can bring you on the air. I want to do this thing. I want to pay you. Will you be a part of it? And them to say yes. It's just been it couldn't have happened without Mark and MPL Restaurant Group. It just would not have happened. And so I want to thank them. And I also want to thank Arch Masonry and Restoration. I can't say it enough. I've worked with Arch Masonry for over a decade in the construction staffing business. I basically hire for Arch Masonry. And I've worked with Joe Bonifate, the president of the company, and his team for more than a decade, and their sister companies as well. If you are a block mason, brick mason, or concrete finisher, if you're one of the 1,500 plus people that are watching us right now, close to 2,000 people that are watching us right now, and you know somebody that does that for a living and they're not working and they're not happy about it, they should give Arch Masonry a call. Competitive wages, bonus programs, excellent benefits program, and an ability to train you if you are looking to get into a construction career and you want to learn on the job. Arch can do that for you. Plus, they have advancement programs that'll get you into the building trade of your choice. Brick masonry, concrete work, restoration, archmasonryinc.com or 412-564-5733 to learn more. Without further ado, we will bring in the young man from the North Park Lounge Restaurant Group. Is that a cat or a child? Sounds like I thought it was a cat there for a moment. It's a young child. Anthony Halkias, let's bring him in. SteelerNation.com lead writer, swab, debonair. I wish I had your youth and looks, young man. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing well. I'm excited. Should be a good game.
I'm not bad for a silver fox, at least.
Oh, no. All good.
I'm broken down like a beat-up old 57 Pinto over here. Anyhow. Yeah, right. Well, that's true. You just had hip surgery, for crying out loud. Poor man. All right, Anthony. Big week. Let's start with the Adam Schefter story on Monday. I know you guys had a couple write-ups on it. Your thoughts on what Schefter said? I know Ian Rappaport and some of the other people. A lot of stuff's been talked about, obviously, on Game Day today. But let's talk about the Schefter story, where Tomlin is, considering television or a new team in 27, perhaps. What did you think about what went down on Monday with that story?
It's the timing of it's certainly interesting. I'm not buying too much into it quite yet. I want to see what happens tonight, obviously. I think television for Tomlin would be the perfect spot. Everyone said it. I don't think he'd be coaching another team in 2026. If it's not the Steelers, he will be on television, would be my guess. I assume I am not led to believe that Tomlin's going anywhere. I think it's all a lot of talk personally, but it's definitely interesting. And this time around with all the insider talk, it's gotten more, I guess, serious to the point where I'm starting to think about it. I think if anything, he'll go on TV for a couple years, but I couldn't see a world where Tomlin doesn't coach the Steelers in 2026.
I think he would be terrible on television. That's just me. But maybe they would work with him, to be good. And that's not to say that he isn't eloquent or can't talk or anything like that. I don't know if he translates to television, but I guess we would see. I mean, I didn't know if Bill Cowher was going to translate to TV, and he's done pretty well for himself. I'll say that much as a caveat. I also tend to agree with you that I think it's a probably better than 70 or 80% chance that he does come back next year. And I say this because I don't think personally there is a situation out there to where he can say to himself, man, if they are making a coaching move, I want that job, right? Or go to Art and say, here's the deal. I don't want to come back. I do want to go elsewhere, and here's where I want to go. How do we make this happen? I think that's the scenario that fans want to see, because we would gain something in return for Tomlin, right? Because he's valuable and under contract, right? And if you're Tomlin, you're not going to do that for I don't care what anybody says about loyalty in 19 years. Mike's going to do what's best for Mike. Mm-hmm. And if that means he steps away and does TV for a year and waits for the right opportunity, then or like you said, maybe he waits a couple seasons. Maybe he goes into television and finds out, like Bill Cowher, that he loves TV and he doesn't ever want to come back again. Everybody thought Cowher maybe would come back. He never did, right? He found out he loved television, and let's be honest, the money is probably better, right? They'll pay those guys exorbitant amounts of money. I know coaches today, Tomlin making $18 million. These guys make, the top coaches make $18-20 million a year. And so, but TV pays extremely well, pays right in those lines, and they'll pay a guy top dollar to be on their Sunday show and do whatever it is that they do. I still think that it's a good 70-80% chance that he is back, unless things really blow up today. I think that's the scenario where if this team lays a dud, right, and by halftime it's over, right? Yeah. It's a 2-touchdown lead, and they can't stop Henry. Offense isn't clicking, right? You know what I mean? The fans are just surly and unruly, and the Yinzer bloodlust is out, and this team just puts it away in the second half. Then maybe there's talk with ownership, but I still think he comes back. That's just where I'm at on the whole situation. And it's disappointing because now you got a 9-year run where you're getting no playoff wins, right? You had every opportunity to close this out last week, and they laid a dud, and Tomlin's getting to come back and carte blanche again. It's mind-boggling to me.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I saw, I can't remember who said it, but he said, what DK Metcalf did single-handedly ruined the Steelers' season. Do you feel that way?
Say that again. I didn't hear that last part.
The situation with DK Metcalf, how much of that are you going to give for Tomlin to say?
You're not wrong. It's a great point, right? But having control over your players and helping them to understand that their emotions can't get the best of them should not be lost, right? And I blame. Here's where I lay blame on the DK thing. For one, DK, number one. Let's just start with him. Second, I blame the NFL. I blame the Lions and their security for not stopping him. I blame the Steelers' security personnel for not stopping him. Like when he's walking to the sideline, why are Steeler personnel on that field not stopping him from going right to a fan, right? And then I get to Tomlin and the staff, and the idea that Mike Tomlin does not have control over the players, and the message of controlling yourself is not taken seriously by some of these guys, okay? And they don't care, right? I mean, the fact that Metcalf did this and it could have voided $50 million of his salary, right, is mind-boggling to me, right? Considering you have a small window to make money as a professional athlete, right? And the salaries have gotten gigantic in all the, not hockey, but in the big three, the salaries have gotten gigantic. He could have had $50 million. He could have lost $50 million. The Steelers won't part ways with him because they would essentially take major cap hit over the next 2 years, right? So yeah, that's a great point to bring up. All right, Anthony, I'll ask you for a quick prediction and we'll let you go. What do you think happens tonight?
Yeah, I've tried to be optimistic, pessimistic with this team. From what I see and what I've heard from Aaron Rodgers this week, I am going to put all my faith in the guy that's been there, done it before. Hopefully Lamar Jackson coming back. Actually, I'm of the assumption it's going to play into the favor of the Steelers. This could come back and be the worst take ever. But you watch Lamar 3 or 4 games when he was hurt, and it kind of looked like that team, something was wrong. Lamar was clearly hurt. Tyler Huntley takes over and the team gets going a little bit. So maybe Lamar's rested. Maybe he comes out and handles business. But, with the woes in the playoffs that Lamar has had in the past, Derrick Henry on his birthday, I know he dominates. I think the Steelers somehow take care of business tonight, get out of there with a win, just because Aaron Rodgers doesn't have back-to-back stinkers like he said. I think he's going to somehow, Calvin Austin's back, Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, those guys have to be big time in the passing game. Pat needs 8 to 10 targets. And if they do that, they'll win this game. Kenneth Gainwell also is going to have a nice bounce back game. I predict the Steelers win 24-17.
Anthony Halkias, lead writer, SteelerNation.com. He's been joining us all season long. Thank you, young man. Hope to talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. We go from Anthony to Brendan Howe. Mr. Howe writes for PGH Sports Now, Pittsburgh Sports Now, covers the Steelers for them, also covers the Steelers for the Butler Eagle. He's a writer, and he joined us a few weeks ago, and he's kind enough to join us from Acrisure Stadium. Mr. Howe, good evening, sir. How are things on the banks of the mighty Ohio?
I'm not at the stadium quite yet. I'm actually
okay.
Still got to walk over, but I will be right after this.
Okay, fair enough. Got to get to that press box because it's nice and warm. You got some food in there. You know, back in my day, they used to serve beer in some of the NFL stadiums. Those were fun moments.
Yeah,
that was a long.
Sure.
They don't do that anymore, unfortunately, and I'm not sure. Could you imagine serving beer at Acrisure amongst the wretched media people that you have to work with? Could you imagine them 3, 4, 5 toddies in just arguing with one another? That would be a sight to be seen.
I can imagine the scene. Yeah, I'd probably have to shy away from that myself.
Yeah, I'm sure. I remember being in those boxes years ago. There were definitely ego clashes. I'm imagining it would be the same thing. I just can't even imagine if a few of them were a little gassed up. It would certainly make for entertaining theater for sure. Okay, young man, I won't take you for too long. I do want to get your thoughts on obviously Tomlin. Let's start there. All kinds of reports. Schefter, Rappaport, a few others. Somebody today reporting that Tomlin wants some ownership in a team. What do you think of all of it? Is even if they lose tonight or win tonight and then lose next week, he's probably coming back, is he not?
I don't see why he wouldn't. I know that people kind of have their gripes with him with like the success or the lack of success that the Steelers have had over the past decade or so, but I think also fans think that they're just going to go and find another Ben Johnson. Like, there's not that many guys out there, and it's more likely, especially with a guy like him, he's been around. You mentioned the ownership stake. If there's anyone that kind of screams Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin's been here for 20 years. He's seen it all. I don't see a reason why they would get rid of him unless he wants to leave. They're definitely not going to make the choice to let him go, but if he wants to go. I just don't see why he would. Especially like just with the future, finding quarterbacks, that sort of thing. That might be a fun challenge for him. I know they tried it with Kenny Pickett, but I don't see why. Like, I just think that fans don't realize what's on the other side of that door if they go through it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get that, and I think the hesitation. It happens, right? I mean, nobody had any clue who the Steelers were going to find when Bill Cowher left. Same thing with Chuck Noll, and I was certainly there for both of those. It is an unknown factor, and it is a little scary because you make a mistake and you're doing it all over again just a few potential seasons later. Although the Steelers have certainly shown their willingness to be patient with head coaches, that's for certain. How much of Lamar Jackson will you expect to see being impactful tonight, or do you anticipate Derrick Henry running the football until the cows come home?
Yeah, I would go with the latter option there. Lamar Jackson's been banged up in a bunch of different ways this whole season. I know the back thing popped up a few weeks ago. They kept him out last week. I expect it's Derrick Henry's birthday. I saw people on Twitter making a big deal of like maybe he's
I didn't know that.
Kind of celebrate. Yeah, so I see them handing the ball to Derrick Henry as much as he can kind of take. I think it's pretty poetic in a way that all the moves that the Steelers made in the offseason, Derek Harmon, Y.A. Black, to a much lesser extent, Malik Harrison. Tonight is the night we get to see if all those moves pay off. But yeah, I think it's not going to look quite like it did last year in Baltimore in the playoff game, but I do think that Derrick Henry is going to get his tonight.
I think he is too. I mean, he's just now. Derek Harmon is the other factor in all of this. He didn't play in the our social media page is up for some reason, but okay. There we. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you for doing that. So Derek Harmon playing big difference. He did not play in the last game. You were at that game in Baltimore. He's got to make some sort of difference tonight, right? Don't you think?
I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, he is every bit of the first round pick that they made. We've seen the difference, like you mentioned, when he's been in versus when he's been out. And Mike Tomlin jokes, and Tara Loss kind of talked about it too this week. And like the media makes a bigger deal than what it is with Derek Harmon out there, but there's a noticeable difference. Like, and Cam Hayward talked earlier this week, and he said that Derek Harmon is kind of leaps and bounds ahead of where rookies usually are. And when Derek talked after he won one of the awards this week, he kind of talked about like someone asked him about the game, and he said literally in like just about these words, I just want to go out there and like play. Like that was about it. And he's not kind of overestimating this game. I think he knows the importance of it, and as a rookie, especially with what he's been able to do this season, that's kind of what you want to see.
We're pleased to be joined by Brendan Howe. He covers the Steelers for Pittsburgh Sports Now, also writes for the Butler Eagle. He's down at the stadium, about ready to go in there. One more, just a quick prediction from you, and I know you need to get over there, so I'll just keep you for one more. What do you see in terms of results tonight? And just real quickly, Aaron Rodgers. I want to hear what you think about Aaron Rodgers and his role tonight and a final score, sir.
I think Aaron Rodgers will be the sum of his wide receivers. Obviously, DK Metcalf isn't out there. Darnell Washington has been a huge piece, and he's not going to be out there. I would run the ball a lot. If I was the Steelers, I'd put 6-7 offensive linemen out there and just give it to Kenneth Gainwell, give it to Jalen Warren. You have 2 running backs there. 1-1 MVP. At the start of the season, I don't think anyone would have submitted Kenneth Gainwell as their MVP vote. Like, just with what he's been able to do this season, it's been really, really cool to see like him kind of break out, and he's up for free agency. But I think that, like I talked about all the moves they made this offseason, I don't think they pay off, especially just with the offense and the struggles it might have. I'm going to give them 20 points in this one, but I think that might be a little bit generous. I'm going to say Baltimore wins 28-20.
Brendan Howe of the Pittsburgh Sports Now website and, of course, Butler Eagle. My young man, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, okay?
Definitely. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thank you very much. By Brendan Howe on X, by the way, if you want to check him out. Does a nice job on the Pittsburgh Sports Now website covering the Steelers, and kind enough to give us a few minutes of his time down at Acrisure Stadium this evening. I'm sorry, Christopher in Chapel Hill, that I'm shouting. I will calm myself down a little bit, okay? A little Valium. It's upsetting. I get a little agitated sometimes talking about Tomlin. I just do. I've been on this chirp since 2018. Actually, probably a little bit further than that. I've probably been on this bandwagon for a decade now. I was writing for Behind the Steel Curtain at the time when I was working at the Fan in 2014. Neil Coulong took a shot on me in terms of being a columnist and an opinion writer for that website. And I saw it then. I saw the flaws. And we were only 4 years removed from a Super Bowl appearance, but there were clearly some flaws that were starting to show when it came to Mike Tomlin. And, it picked up steam in 2017 when they, won the division, but they lost the number 1 seed in that. Jesse James caught that football, and just, the league, they got turned around. They should have had the number 1 seed, and they didn't. And they end up getting Jacksonville in that divisional. And I said this when that happened in that game against the Patriots. I just knew. I was like, they're going to draw the 2 seed. They're going to draw Jacksonville in the divisional. I can see it happening. And because Jacksonville was locked into that 6th spot, and they were just good enough to be ahead of whoever was 7th at the time, who was going to go visit, the New England Patriots in the divisional. And I said, Jacksonville's going to come in here and do exactly what they had done in the regular season. And they did exactly that. And there was no preparation. I don't care what, I don't care what anybody says. There was no preparation. There was no change in a game plan. There was literally nothing that the Steelers did differently when they played Jacksonville and got down 21-0. Now, Ben did have a pick early in that first quarter that didn't help things, but they just were completely unprepared for I'll bring you in. Why not? They were just completely unprepared for the running attack of the Jaguars, and they allowed Blake Bortles to just destroy them.
Destroy him. Yeah, and then they finally got their offense figured out in the fourth quarter, and it was too late.
It was way too late.
You scored. They scored some points in the fourth quarter.
Well, they lost by 7 points in that game.
Yeah,
they lost. They scored. The Steelers scored a touchdown literally on the last game of the play. Last play of the game.
Yeah.
But they finally put it together, but it was too late.
Too late. Yeah, they needed another drive in order to win that.
They would have needed another 10, 15 minutes to.
Yeah. Right.
To
too little, too late.
Yeah, it was too little, too late.
I was at that game too. I
pulled that article up. That article did
cold game.
That article on Behind the Steel Curtain did massive numbers for that website. You can go and look at it. You can go Google it if you want. That thing had almost 1,000 comments on it, and it did a ton of traffic for days on end. For Neil, who was the editor of the site at that time, and I said then, how do you I know they're not going to do it, but how do you not fire a coach for just malpractice? It was embarrassing. It was utterly embarrassing that they came out and did nothing differently defensively, and they just couldn't stop this team that they had tape on, who had bludgeoned them earlier in the season, right? Bludgeoned them the same way they did it. They did it again, and the Steelers had no answer. I couldn't wrap my head around it. And Tomlin's a defensive guru, according to some, with his 1 year as a defensive coordinator in Minnesota, where he improved their defense by a whopping 17 yards a game. 4 years as a defensive backs coach in Tampa, a defensive guru. He was handed a Super Bowl winning roster. He couldn't have walked into a better opportunity. Bill Cowher wasn't handed a Super Bowl winning roster. He had to build one. Which got handed over to Mike. And Mike went to 2 Super Bowls with it. And he won one. And what more can you ask for? And he's never had a losing season. But we're now going on 9 years where they could not have a playoff win. And again, I want to reiterate, there is no coach in the history of the National Football League that has won a Super Bowl, that went 9 seasons, that went 8 seasons without a playoff win, that kept their job. Nobody. Go look it up. I did. Doesn't exist. That coach does not exist unless you're Mike Tomlin. It's just going to be more of the same. I don't know if they can change it. I don't know if it's in the cards. Bill Akins, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long time to not have a playoff win. Very long time. And, it's just, I mean, I agree. He when you look at, when you look at Cowher when he took over from Noel, I mean, they were coming off. I'm just trying to think back then. They wasn't there like was it 89? They had a 10-win season.
Yeah. In 80, the Steelers.
Yeah.
They were.
I forget.
I want to say they were 9-7, and they won the wild card game in Houston. That anniversary just came up. They were 9-7 and won the wild card game, and then they went to the divisional and lost on a John Elway comeback in the fourth quarter.
Yep. But like you said, he wasn't handed a tremendous roster. I mean, and he was
handed scraps.
Right. He was, and Noel. I mean, hell, Noel was what, in his 50s, I think, when he was. Yeah. He's so.
Dan went to Chuck Noll and told him, time for you to go do something else.
Right.
And Chuck had to retire. Right. Dan knew. Much like Dan said to Bill, "Hey, we're not paying you more money. It's time for you to go do something else."
Cowher was a fiery young coach, and Noel was more, he's more stoic. He was a more stoic type coach, and
I was early in my career when Bill Cowher took over the Steelers, and I covered the very first scrimmage he ever did. It was at Edinburgh University in the summer of '92. The Steelers came to Edinburgh. I was a senior about to do an internship at Jet TV in Erie. And the Buffalo Bills came down for a scrimmage at Sox Harrison Stadium. And I'll never forget being there. Mark Malone had just gotten on board at Channel 11. He was there. That's a whole other story unto itself. But I remember covering Cower at that, and just, he was, big smile, that jaw, right, And then a couple years later, when I was working on Ardmore Boulevard at AM 1250, which was the Steelers' flagship at that time and had been for many years, I asked for an interview with Bill. I was a producer. I covered high school football, and I was a producer on Steelers Sundays, and I did, produce other shows. And I called down to the PR department, and I said, "Hey, I work for the 1250, and I wanted to come down and get a one-on-one interview with Bill Cowher," and I got it. And it's, I was young in my career, and it was intimidating because they set me in a room down at Three Rivers, and Rob Boulware brings in Bill Cowher, and he's 3 years into the job, and he kind of looked at me, and I was young. I was 24, maybe. I was 24 at the time, but he was great. I mean, he spent 4 or 5 minutes with me, but I felt like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm talking. I was intimidated. I was, because he kind of came in. I don't know what he expected, right? He certainly didn't expect me, and I kind of had a look on his face, but he gave me time. He answered my questions, and that interview actually ended up getting me a job in Las Vegas where I worked with Zig. But it was at that point I was like, when I got that real sense that, man, I really think he can, because he had a couple playoff appearances, but they didn't win, right? In '92, they won the division. He lost in the wild card round to Buffalo. Buffalo came in. They had struggled that year, but they came in and they went on that run, and they ended up going to the Super Bowl for a third straight year. And then the '93 playoff loss in Kansas City to Joe Montana in overtime was disappointing. So, that was the early stages of his career as a head coach. Go ahead.
That was the game that DJ Johnson got kicked out. Remember that?
Yes, I actually do. Yeah, I remember that. Right.
Yeah, DJ Johnson got kicked out of that game. I remember that. What did he do? He kicked somebody.
I don't remember the exact. I do remember him getting kicked out of that game.
That was out of, because he was not like a guy that was like, DJ Johnson was a real quiet. I remember that. It was, I remember him he was leaving Arrowhead, and somebody threw something at him, like a drink or something like that.
The odd thing is, and this ties in with John Fedko, the reason I got that job on Ardmore Boulevard, because I had been producing Bruce Kyden's show for a number of years, about a year and a half, over at 1320 WJAS. I got that job because of John Fedko's wife, who was working at Channel 4 at the time. So Fedko was a guest on Kyden's show. She called over, got a tape. Next thing you know, I'm working over there on Ardmore Boulevard, and that interview was in November, and the Steelers were hot. They were the number one team in the conference. They were going to be the top seed. They were well on their way to winning the AFC Central at that time, and it looked like they were probably going to end up as the number one seed in the AFC. So, to interview the coach at that point in time was a big deal for me, and I just remember being charged up, but I was also a little scared at first because, Cowher was 3 years into the job and had full command of the franchise at that point in time. And Dan was still in charge, but Bill was clearly the operations, and, they trusted him like they trust Tomlin, like they trusted Noel. And Cowher never went more than 3 seasons, folks, as hard as it was for all the playoff losses, right? And he had his share. He had his share, especially in the AFC Championship games. He never went more than 3 seasons without a playoff win.
Right.
Never went more than 3 without a playoff win. So to go 8 seasons and now potentially a 9th I can't wrap my head around it. I can't, and it just goes back to Art Rooney. And to me, he is not a football guy. He is an attorney who got into the family business because he had to. All right, this is Steel City Sunday. I'm John Phillips, Bill Akins alongside with me. We are heading into our fifth and final hour here in about 15 minutes. We'll continue to talk about this, that, and the other. Of course, we've been previewing the Steelers and Ravens for you all afternoon and early evening long. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, I want to let you know we do have two more Behind Enemy Lines segments. We've got a podcaster from Engraven Vids, a Ravens podcast with over 87,000 followers on YouTube. Justin of Engraven Vids does a real nice job. Very clean videos, well produced. He's he thought process behind his takes and comments. I've been watching some of his stuff here the last couple days. Really nice. He does a really nice job, very thorough job of breaking things down in his podcast, and he puts out a lot of content too. Engraven Vids, Ravens podcast at 7 o'clock to talk Ravens, and then at 7:15, Kevin Osterreicher, who is a writer for USA Today's Ravens Wire. He covers the Baltimore Ravens. He also hosts a Locked On Ravens podcast for them as well. We'll do two Behind Enemy Lines segments in the 7 o'clock hour, and then at 7:30 we'll start to wrap things up between Bill and I here from the North Park Lounge, Richland, and the Hilltop Event Center. Pleased you could join us this evening. We're approaching about 2,000 people between all of the social media platforms that we're on this evening. We appreciate all of your support all season long, and if you could share that again, our social media sites, folks. We're adding more programming right now. We are broadcasting live on YouTube, Facebook, and X. That's where you can see this particular show. But I also want to let you know that on Mondays and Tuesdays, I do a show called Pittsburgh Sports Tonight. It's at 7 o'clock on Mondays and Tuesdays. That's the logo right there. You can watch that show here on X, Facebook, and YouTube. We have an Instagram and a TikTok as well, but we don't broadcast live programming on those shows. So we have Pittsburgh Sports Tonight 2 nights a week. I'm going to expand that in the new year. I just don't know when just yet. My day schedule is about to get very chaotic. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in Utah, Oklahoma, and Texas over the next 6 months. And so I will be doing the shows live wherever I'm at. But Pittsburgh Sports Tonight, just 2 nights a week to begin with. But you can watch that live here on X, Facebook, or YouTube. Please go to our social medias. If you are watching this right now, take 30 seconds. Go to our YouTube channel. Go to our X page. Please give us a follow. Like and subscribe. It helps us out. I want to do more programming, okay? I want to provide more programming, and in 2026, I intend to do just that. And it would be great if some of you would like to come along for the ride. You're welcome to come on in and hang out. Absolutely. Hello there. There's people kind of venturing in, and they have us in a back room here at North Park Lounge where we've been doing the show. Normally, we're outside in the main bar restaurant area where we've been doing the show, but the last few weeks they've put us in this back area of the restaurant group. Hi ladies, thanks for stopping in, where they have a giant screen, projection screen TV, another big flat screen here, and it's like an entertainment area where you can play like golf, and you can play other sports. You can kick a soccer ball into a net and things like that. But if you would be so kind to take a few seconds to go follow us on YouTube or X or even Facebook, I would be very grateful. And I appreciate Bill putting the little graphic up there for people to know where you can find us. Okay. Bill does a show on Wednesday nights that returns here in 2026. That show is live on this channel as well. That is called the Pittsburgh Sports Desk. That is Wednesday nights at 8 o'clock. Wednesday nights at 8 o'clock. And then on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, Bill also hosts Gridiron Weekly. And from time to time, I am a guest on the Sports Desk show. But yes, we have more programming planned for 2026. But I wanted to get this show off the ground, and I was able to do it, thankfully, because North Park Lounge Restaurant Group and Mark Baranovsky said, hey, we're going to support this, and we want you to be able to do this from our location, which we have been doing all season long. I tried to do a live remote with the Steeler Nation guys, and it failed miserably. I have to get a Starlink. That's what I've been looking into as of late. I get a Starlink, and we'll be able to broadcast from Pago for crying out loud. Go to Thailand or somewhere and do the show live. That was a rough day. Thank God you were back here to handle things. It was that was a tough one. Not to mention that Paul Zeiss literally, and for those of you just joining us, that day that I forget which game it was that we did. Obviously it was a Steelers home game because I was down on Federal Street. Paul Zeiss joined me live.
Yeah.
And he had literally just gotten out of the hospital. He literally had just gotten out of the hospital in Wexford, and he was ailing. Something happened where poor Paul was not well and was in a hospital bed, and they discharged him just in enough time for him to come down to Pittsburgh, and he came and did the show. I said, today he's on the turnpike stopping at a hotel.
Is that against the Vikings? I don't
know.
No, that was because that was in Ireland.
Game.
Yeah,
it was a 1:00 game. I don't want to.
Oh, it was the Seahawks. I think it was the Seahawks.
No, it was not that early. It was in October. It was an October game for sure. It was an October game for sure.
It was the Browns. Might have been the Browns.
Might have been the Browns game. It was the dedication. Paul is a trooper, and we've been in this business so long. Of course, he's been writing for the Post-Gazette for a long time, and I do still have a writing position at the Tribune Review, so I guess I am still part of the wretched sports media in this town in some capacity. But it was so important for me to get this show up, and I'm so excited that we've been able to complete it and have for no advertising budget and really not anybody knowing about us, to have almost 2,000 people watching right now is great. But that's why I want to expand our programming in 2026. I don't want to talk about too many plans right now for 2026 because nothing is done just yet. I've got some work ahead of me, but I can tell you right now where we're heading is the right direction. We're heading in the right direction. I don't know where we will be in 2 months, but if I can put this plan in place by March, we'll have some big announcements. I'm excited about the immediate future. Hi, folks. Come on in. You're welcome to join us. Steel City Sunday, live from the North Park Lounge Restaurant here in Gibsonia on Route 8 with Steel City Sunday, previewing the Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens. Our 5th hour of pregame coverage just moments away. Again, Ingraven Vids from YouTube and X. Justin, who is the host of that podcast, joining us here in a few minutes. Kevin Osterreiter also joining us. Kevin is covers the Ravens for USA Today's Ravens Wire. He is the host of the Locked On Ravens podcast as well. Kevin Osterreicher joining us at 7:15. Alongside Bill Akins, approaching over 1,700 people watching right now. Thank you very much. Please, again, go follow us on our YouTube channel. Go follow us here on X at Steel City Sunday. We would be very much appreciative of that. If you like the programming, you're going to get more of it. I can promise you that. We're going to have more programming. I'm going to do more shows. I want to do more shows, but I want to do the right shows, and we want to be live. We are a live broadcasting events type of group, okay? What you are going to see from us is live programming, okay? Pre-game shows, live shows. They'll be archived. I'm not putting any podcasts out. No need to. We are live programming. And we are locked in at certain times. So, like, if you're digging what you see, keep in mind for next year. Next year, I can tell you right now, we will be doing pre-game primarily. I don't know if we'll do any post-game shows. I can tell you right now, we will do at least a 4-hour pregame show every week next year. I don't care if it's a 9 o'clock start time over in Ireland. I don't care if it's at 1, 4, or 8 on any of the Steeler games next year. You will know at least 4 hours prior to kickoff, you can find us. And it's going to be bigger in 2026. Okay, I'm just telling you right now. I am so happy that I decided to do this, and I'm excited that all of these people, John Fedko, Jerry DePaula, Paul Zeiss, Todd Haley, Bill Akins, who has joined me all year, Brendan Howell, who's been coming on the last few weeks, Anthony Halkias, Zig Fracassi, 6 regulars throughout the course of the season that joined us on a weekly basis.
Todd Haley.
I mentioned Todd. Yeah, Todd Haley. What pregame show has a former NFL head coach and offensive coordinator? There's only a couple of pregame. That's another reason why I wanted to get into this market, because there's really literally only 3 pregame shows you could tap into. Really, you got the Steelers radio network, Steeler audio network, and they only do a couple of hours. You got the Fan, where I worked for 6 years, and they do a great job, right? I would never denigrate what they do. They do a great job. They've been on the air for 16 years now. And it was great to spend 6 years working over there. I had a blast. I hated who I worked for. Didn't like station management very much. I did like my first program director, Terry Fox. Terry was great. And Terry was actually one of the few programmers that I came across in my career that I actually enjoyed working for. But 6 years at the Fan was great. Did a lot of the post-game shows over the years, did a lot of the pre-game shows, doing updates and things of that nature, and working with Andrew Filipponi, and working with Chris Muller, and working with Paul Zeiss and a bunch of others, and work with all of those guys over there. But I'm excited about 2026 and what we're going to put together for you folks, and hopefully some of you will check us out at some point in time. Okay, Steel City Sunday continues to roll on. We're waiting for our next few guests to pop into our backstage here at the North Park Lounge Richland, North Park Lounge Richland, and the Hilltop Event Center. And it looks like we are going to get our next guest, who is coming in here. This young man does a really nice job on his YouTube channel. It is Engraven Vids. Justin of Engraven Vids, a Ravens podcast. How about that? You haven't even sent me a check yet for all of this, but I have been nothing at all. No, listen. You do a very nice job of production and getting your points across, and I appreciate you coming on. We're a new show with not a whole lot. We're happy to have a nice little audience for this show this evening. So your time is valuable, and I can't thank you enough, Justin, for coming on. People, you can check out his work on YouTube, Engraven Vids. You can also check him out on on X and other social media platforms at Engraven Vids. Justin, welcome to our pregame show. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Did you see you shaking your head collectively like many people in Baltimore? I can tell you right now, there's a whole group of people here in Pittsburgh just shaking. They're shaking their head too. It's been a rough season for both teams, has it not?
It certainly has been. Like, I think the perfect way to describe this season for both the Ravens and the Steelers is just a mess, a straight up mess. There was one point, and it's still, I guess, technically possible, even though I know reports say otherwise. But there was one point in this season when you could not necessarily confidently say, but you could say, like, hey, it's a real possibility that all 4 head coaches in the AFC North, they're all gone after this year. They're all going to be out of here. They're all going to get fired. Teams are going to move on. Now things are a little bit different. But this is just, it's been a mess.
Yeah, I agree. And I can feel the frustration, just, because I do pay attention to the other cities in the division. I mean, I read a little bit here and there from this, this blog, this poster, this newspaper, just because you want to keep up on what's going on within the division. I think that that's certainly very relevant. The frustration, obviously, you have an elite quarterback, and I think that's where the real thing is. You have this elite quarterback who's won multiple MVPs, who is as dynamic a player when he is healthy. I don't know if there's a better quarterback in the NFL, right? And we're talking about Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and one or two others. I throw Matt Stafford in there because he's won a Super Bowl, and you haven't gotten to a Super Bowl, right? And he is banged up, and when there is that frustration, it goes to the top, right? What kind of pressure is John Harbaugh feeling? I want to kind of get your assessment of that and what he's feeling in terms of the lack of success that this team especially has not achieved.
That's such a great question. And you think about this Baltimore Ravens team, and yes, a big word to describe them overall has been underachievers, because that's what they've done. They've underachieved. Like you mentioned, Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, 1-time unanimous. I think should have got the award last year too, but that's okay. But they've had these teams with these great regular season records, and they get to the playoffs. And they've had some success in the playoffs, but it's been limited success. It's been success that has obviously just stopped and not gotten far enough. So a lot needs to be looked at when it comes to John Harbaugh, in my opinion, because you look, personnel has changed. So the players, there's been different rosters and whatnot. There've been offensive and defensive coordinators that have changed as well. So you look at that, it's like, okay, well, they've done some messing around with some different people here, different people there. But the one thing that has remained the consistent has been head coach John Harbaugh. Now, one thing I will say when it comes to the pressure that's on John Harbaugh, you look across the conference, well, at the opposing conference, the NFC. Okay. Mike Macdonald, number 1 seed in the NFC, just made it official, number 1 seed. And you see everything that he's doing. He was somebody that a lot of Ravens fans in real time, not just past tense, not just hindsight. A lot of Ravens fans in real time wanted Mike Macdonald to take over for John Harbaugh as a Baltimore Ravens next head coach. Where a lot of us felt like, hey, we have the next big thing in the building. Mike Macdonald is definitely going to be the guy. What did the Baltimore Ravens do? They said, no, we're going to stick with Harbaugh. Mike Macdonald obviously went to Seattle, became their head coach. And that was that. Because we knew he wasn't going to stick around and just be a defensive coordinator. He wanted more, and he got more. So that was a big fumble by the Baltimore Ravens. But I think everything that he's doing right now in Seattle, in my opinion, that puts even more pressure on John Harbaugh. There was an article that came out, not an article, excuse me, something that Adam Schefter spoke about today. He said that it's actually John Harbaugh that should be getting more attention as possibly being replaced as Baltimore Ravens head coach than Mike Tomlin is in Pittsburgh. I said, oh, okay. Well, and then I'm going to assume that we get the best coach game from John Harbaugh tonight, because one thing about him, when that job is on the line, when all that pressure's on, when his back is against the wall, that's when he brings out the best. But that's been a lot of us as Ravens fans, our frustration. Why is it taking, when everything is looking like it's stacked against you and your back's against the wall, why does it take that to bring out your best? Why do we see so many consistent inconsistencies throughout the years with these different teams? Again, different personnel, different coaching staff, but the same head coach. So I think there's a lot of pressure that is on him, but I think there's a lot of pressure that should be on him. And I think it should have been on him for years.
Very fair. And again, a similar tune here in Pittsburgh, right? The consistent inconsistencies. I like that. I'm going to steal that. That's pretty good. Look, what you just said about Jim Harbaugh in terms of, hey, why does it take a pressure situation to bring out your best? Same thing with Mike Tomlin, right? Last week, a perfect example. He tied an NFL record for losses, consecutive losses to teams, sub 500 teams with at least 8 more losses than wins last week when he went to Cleveland and just pooped the bed, right? Like it's been a very consistent theme in Mike's career where he goes on the road and plays these horrible teams and they lose, right? As decisive favorites. Now, conversely for Mike, great spot for him, because Mike, when he's in these situations and his team is in these situations, nobody's really giving. I've talked to a lot of people today. I've seen a lot of talk this week. Nobody's really giving the Steelers much of a chance today. Very few people are giving the Steelers a chance today. And that is where Mike Tomlin and his teams do well. So now we have like these two forces that kind of are similar to one another, kind of colliding. What's going to give? I say if Derrick Henry does not run the ball more than 30 times today, Baltimore loses. That's just me. Like, if he runs the ball 30 times today, I expect the Ravens to win handily today, Justin. What do you say?
You know, it's so crazy because we're so used to Ravens and Steelers fans going back and forth with each other. Oh, man, this is why we did this, and this is why y'all can't do that. All the trash talk, all the animosity. But right now it's different. It's not the same as it is. And I feel like both fan bases are like, not at an all-time low, but definitely a lot lower than it normally is. The confidence level in each of our teams is not nearly as high as it normally is. We, of course, still want both of our teams to win. Well, even though there are a lot of fans from each team's fan that do not want the teams to win because they feel like if their team wins, then their head coach is going to end up staying. There's way less of a chance that they get fired. But just the confidence level is not as near as it normally is. But as far as Derrick Henry, what us as Ravens fans are hoping is that we can see some consistency, because with Derrick Henry, it's been frustrating because last year he ran for over 1,900 yards, about 1,900, I think 81 yards, had like 18 touchdowns. Amazing numbers. Crazy. Right. Man. He was just 19 yards away from 2,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But there were so many games where the Baltimore Ravens, they stopped using him. They used him incorrectly. There was a lot of inconsistency with their usage of Derrick Henry. He was brought in to be a closer, but the Baltimore Ravens, they failed to allow him to close. So even with him getting over 1,900 yards, it still could have been a lot more. Then you look at this year, he has, I think, 1,600 yards, which is amazing, especially when you look at the offensive line. You look at the lack of closing that he's done. That Green Bay Packers game, we should have seen, he's not going to go for over 200 yards, 4 touchdowns every single week. That's an unrealistic expectation. But more usage of Derrick Henry, allowing him to literally close the game, start and finish the game. Right. That's what we expected a lot more than we just haven't seen it. So when you get games like that, you're like, oh, man, it's great. It's a bittersweet thing, because the sweet part, Derrick Henry, he went crazy, 216 yards, 4 touchdowns. Yes. But wait a minute. We've had this guy on the team for the past 2 years. Why haven't we seen more? We've seen some games like this, but why haven't we seen more of this more consistently? So what we're hoping for tonight, wow, it's crazy that the game is going to be tonight. This is going to be such a stressful game. It didn't hit me yet all the way that the game is going to be in about an hour. Oh, man. But what we're hoping for is that we can see Derrick Henry used consistently throughout the night. We're not expecting him or asking him to go crazy. If he wants to go crazy, hey, no problem. We're not going to complain. Right. He wants to go for 100 yards in the first half, 200, fine. But we just want to see the Baltimore Ravens continue to use him. You brought him in last season for a super cheap deal. And what's been even more frustrating is, as you know, in the business of the NFL, it speaks volumes. And in this case with Derrick Henry, they brought him in last year for a super cheap deal. Then 2025, his contract was not guaranteed in 2025. So what did they do? They gave him a significant raise. So that's what's been making it even more frustrated, is that they gave him a raise. So they paid him more money this past offseason, and there was still such a lack of usage with Derrick Henry. So it's like, hold on, why would you pay for something if you're not going to use it like you should? So again, hopefully they use him like they should in another part. And I'll close with this. I can go on and on forever about these Ravens.
Yeah, it's okay.
Another part with Derrick Henry is like what we saw against the Packers. Great, amazing, loved it. Why is it taking week 17 to get to that point? We're in week 18. We're week 17, and we're talking about, wow, the Baltimore Ravens really used Derrick Henry to the fullest. They really used him to. Why are we having this conversation in week 17? It's literally the last week before the season ends. So why is it taking so long?
Valid points.
Mm-hmm.
Valid points, and I can feel the frustration. I mean, I get exactly where you're coming from. This guy is still at 30 or 31. I forget how old he is, but running backs in this league don't go past 30. But this guy is just an absolute killer. Right? Like he ran. He didn't have 100 yards rushing, but the team ran for 227 in the meeting on December 7th. Now there was no Derek Harmon in there, the Steelers' first-round draft pick out of Oregon. He has helped that run defense improve dramatically. I think he's going to maybe play a role tonight. We'll see what kind of role he can play to stop a guy like Derrick. You don't really stop Derrick Henry. You try to slow him down. we'll see how that plays out. We're joined by the host of Engraven Vids, a YouTube podcast that features Baltimore Ravens specific content. Justin is the host of that. You can find him on YouTube with 80,000 subs. You can find him on the X platform where he's growing there and other social media sites as well. Bill Aikens, our producer, and my co-host. Bill, did you have something you wanted to say to Justin?
Yeah. Hey, Justin. Wanted to ask you a question here, and this is just an observation from me. This in no way is implying anything, but do you think that Harbaugh is too much of a delegator? And the reason I say that, I've seen, especially this year, I've seen, interviews, post-game interviews with him. They ask him about the offense and defense, and it's just like he's at a loss for what it's like almost like he can't even articulate anything. It's just, am I off on that, or are you?
No. That's a very, very good explanation. A delegator. That's a very good point. What I say a lot about John Harbaugh is that I feel like he coaches in hindsight, because what he'll do a lot of times, he'll say, "Oh man, our offense, we got away from the game plan. We should have stuck to this. We should have done that. Oh, our defense, they weren't doing this during the game. We should have done that." But it's like, wait a minute. Are you an assistant coach? Are you a linebackers coach? Or are you the water boy? No. You're the head coach. Why do we keep hearing about stuff that should have been done during the game, in game? Why is this stuff not being taken care of in game? Why are we hear about it? Oh, we should have done this, should have done that. Oh, and that's been an issue with John Harbaugh. We hear so much about how he lets his coaches coach, like offensive and defensive coordinators and whatnot. But at the same time, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. You're the head coach. You run this show. These are guys that you brought into your staff. You're supposed to be in full control. So let's make that happen. So yes, you're not off at all with calling him too much of a delegator, because so many times John Harbaugh, he acts like he's not in control of the whole show that goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he's like, hey, you control the offense, you control the defense. Talk to me if you want to go on fourth down. That's, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I've observed that, especially this year. I've observed that. They asked him a question about the offense, and he's just like, and he just can't articulate anything. It's just like, okay.
Well, it looks like. Go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I think another thing too, what it's been seeming like when you watch the press conferences, when you hear John Harbaugh speak, it just seems like him, specifically on the offense, like him and Todd Monken, they're not on the same page at all. It does not seem like it. There have been so many times, especially this season, where it seems like John Harbaugh has thrown Todd Monken, Ravens offensive coordinator, under the bus. And it's like,
I agree.
It's been crazy to hear, because there's been times where he's commended the defense, and the defense had been one of the worst part, not every game, but earlier on in the season when it was happening, the defense had been the much worse part of the team than the offense had been. So it was just one of the craziest things to hear when we heard it. So it just seems like those guys are not on the same page. I think this offseason, it'll tell a lot of that story with what does and what doesn't happen, who does come back, who doesn't. But it just seems like they're not on the same page. But hey, hopefully tonight they can all be on in unison. They can all be together, all be in one accord. Real quick, I got a question for you guys though.
All right.
Because Baltimore Ravens last offseason, I was like, oh man, people ask, who do you think the Ravens are going to draft in the first round? I said, hey, what we need help with our pass rush. And how can we get help with our pass rush? Interior defensive linemen. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. A lot of times they go away from the sexy pick. They go away from what a lot of people think they're going to do. They sort of go against the grain. So in the first round, I'm calling, hey, Ravens are drafting a defensive tackle from, I believe, Oregon, Derek Harmon. That's who they're getting. That's who we're bringing in. That's going to be our guy. It's Derek Harmon for sure. And during the draft, we were watching it, and the Steelers were up, and they called Derek Harmon. I said, oh, boy, really? They got the guy who I was for sure, no doubt in my mind that the Baltimore Ravens were going to pick him. How has he been this year?
He's been great. I mean, the first two games of the regular season, we got gashed like horribly. I mean, the Jets ran for like 200 yards on us, for crying out loud. He came in game 3 against the Patriots, and there was a significant difference, about 100 yards difference in terms of fewer yards rushing given up. And again, when they met in December 7th, you guys got 227 or 228 on the ground. He's in tonight. He did not play in that game. I think he could slow Derrick Henry down. I don't know if that's possible, but we will see what happens. Justin from Raven Vids joining us here on our show. He is a YouTube Ravens podcast, Engraven Vids. You can check him out on X as well. Justin, we can't thank you enough for your time this evening. I'm pretty sure you're probably going to pick the Ravens, and I don't blame you. I do think that they will win tonight, and I appreciate you giving us a few minutes on our pregame show. It's much appreciated, sir. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
I appreciate you all having me on. This is a lot of fun, and I appreciate you just making it a fun conversation. So thank you for that.
Excellent. My pleasure. Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
All right. You all have a great night.
My pleasure. You as well. You enjoy as well. Justin, who hosts Engraven Vids, a Ravens podcast on YouTube. And, of course, you can watch him on X as well. We go right to our next guest, who has been patiently waiting. He covers the Ravens for USA Today's Ravens Wire, host of the Locked On Ravens podcast, Kevin Osterreicher. I hope I'm saying that last name right, sir.
It's Osterreicher, but I'll give you points. It's like American Pie. It's like American Pie.
I was hoping. I knew I was going to be close. I was hoping I was right. Osterreicher, I appreciate you coming on, man. How you doing this evening down there in Bmore?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for the game. You know, a lot of Ravens fans and people who cover this team did not think Baltimore was going to be in this position with the season that they have had. But even with it, here they are with an opportunity to win the North, and the NFL got what they wanted. I think.
We've been saying that all week. It's like Goodell is the man behind the green curtain, right? Paying no attention to him. He got exactly what he wanted. He wanted this game to be the last one, and for all the marbles.
Yeah.
But it's not fixed. I mean, I know you. That's the other thing that's been killing. The gambling has, as much of a scumbag, degenerate gambler as I am, and I'll wager on cockroaches running across the room. Okay, the legalization of gambling across the United States has made everybody a conspiracy theorist about everything being fixed. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, that's the crazy part. But I do think that Goodell wanted this to happen, and it did. I'm not saying that he made it happen, but you know, it ended up being what he wanted. So, you know,
it
makes for great theater.
Yeah, I mean, there have been so many Ravens and Steelers matchups in the past that have high stakes, and obviously playoff matchups and heartbreaks and triumph for both of these teams in both directions. So we're gonna get some of that tonight for sure.
Looks like Detroit has beaten Chicago 19-16. I'm trying to check and see if the Eagles game is done. They are losing to Washington with an opportunity to steal the 2 seed. I think that's the last of it. Denver's locking up the number 1. The Patriots, it seemed like, I think that game is officially over, or at least close to being over, and it is actually finished 38-10. So they're going to be the 2 seed, Jacksonville the 3. The only thing left now is the AFC North. So now we talk a little bit about that with Kevin. Your thoughts on the season? I want to get your thoughts. Obviously, you know, our last guest, disappointment at Baltimore. You know, you weren't sure. It's been a down year for the division, certainly, you know, given that Joe Burrow took a serious injury and kind of, you know, hurt Cincinnati's chances. Lamar has been banged up throughout the course of it and hasn't been as effective as he has been in the past. And, of course, now John Harbaugh, much like Mike Tomlin, on a hot seat. Your thoughts on where you are at right now with this Ravens team?
Yeah, definitely at a crossroads. And again, I think that a win for John Harbaugh in this game, if that's the direction it does end up going, for me, wouldn't save his job. They'd need a deep playoff run. And by deep playoff run, I mean Super Bowl, you know, getting to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl. And the reason that I'm there with it, and I think a lot of other people are now, again, the consensus, it feels like in the national media, is that Harbaugh is more safe than out at this point. And, you know, it wouldn't shock me if Harbaugh returns. But I'm big on complacency with sports in general, and it feels like Baltimore has fallen into that category a little bit where, you know, I think the Ravens and Steelers are kind of connected in a way with, where these two coaches are right now in John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin. But I think the difference is that, Pittsburgh, they don't have their, superstar elite quarterback. They're trying to figure it out at that position. And so when you lose with Pittsburgh, it's like, yeah, heck of a roster, lots of talented pieces, but that clock on a quarterback hasn't necessarily started yet. For Baltimore, they're in the middle of that right now with Lamar Jackson, where he's going to be 29 in just a couple of days. And, he's not like 34, but he's not 24 either. So, every year that you don't at least make it to a Super Bowl with Lamar is a year that you're wasting his prime. And again, like, Lamar is not absolved of all criticism here. He certainly hasn't shown up in the playoffs at times, but with Harbaugh and this coaching staff, we've seen, like, it was on full display for everybody a couple weeks ago, where they had Derrick Henry right in front of their faces and didn't use him against the Patriots, and they lose that game because of it. So I think that, again, we saw this in Baltimore with Greg Roman and Todd Monken. Greg Roman was great for Lamar Jackson early in his career, won an MVP with him in his first full season starting. But then the offense just kind of got stagnant. It didn't really grow. And so it wasn't that Greg Roman was a horrible, terrible offensive coordinator. It was just that they needed someone else to get that offense over that hump into the next level. And so I think it's the same conversation with a John Harbaugh, where it's like he's had a great Ravens tenure. I think a lot of people would do anything. A lot of teams would do anything for the regular season consistent success that John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin have had over the course of their careers with Baltimore and Pittsburgh. But are they the ones that can get their teams over the hump? That's the big question. And you see all these teams like, in that weak AFC right now, or at least it's a wide open one with Kansas City not making it. Buffalo doesn't feel like they're the same team this year. Denver and New England are kind of unproven. Same with Jacksonville. So it felt like, okay, Baltimore can really run away with this thing here, and they're fighting for their playoff lives. And it's been poor play. It's been injuries. It's been a lot of stuff. So definitely a disappointing year for a team that a lot of people had as their Super Bowl pick this year.
Yeah, there were quite a few, and it has been disappointing on both sides. And you're right. The story of what's going on in Baltimore with John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, they're mirror images of one another. They really, really are. And they're 1 year apart in terms of their hiring. They've each won a Super Bowl, right? There's been disappointments, right? You have this franchise quarterback who's won a couple of MVPs and been just a dominant player, but that has not equated to getting to the big game, right? Joe Burrow takes a lot of flack for being injured, but he carried the Bengals to within minutes of winning a Lombardi, right? He's gotten there. And so, yeah, Lamar takes that hit, but it goes to the top, right? It goes to the top at the end of the day. And there's certainly been a lot of heat and a lot of talk this week. And I want to get your thought from the outside. On Monday, Adam Schefter went on Pat McAfee's show and said, hey, Mike Tomlin might take a TV job next year, right? And most of us lean towards him coming back. 70-80%. But then you have Ian Rappaport coming out and saying similar things. You had somebody this morning, I forget who it was, Andrew Filipponi, who's an afternoon host here in Pittsburgh. This longtime writer said, hey, Tomlin wants a piece of ownership of an NFL team maybe to come back or maybe go somewhere else, right? So that's a new one. That's a new one, right? And a lot's obviously made about, the Steelers don't fire their head coaches. Well, I got news for you. And this goes to ownership. It's different now because Dan Rudy, who made this franchise what it is, told Chuck Noll in 1992, it's time to go on with your life's work. And Chuck Noll retired. And then in 2007, when Bill Cowher wanted more money, Dan Rudy said, no, we're not giving you more money. And then Bill Cowher retired. Now you've got Art Rooney II, who is an attorney by trade and got into the family business because dad was ailing and just getting older. There's no urgency that we can assess. And this is me talking, but if you talk to anybody else that covers this team, there's no urgency from Art Rooney to 8 years without a playoff win. I had to look this up, Kevin. No coach who ever won a Super Bowl went 8 seasons without winning a playoff game and kept their job, except for Mike Tomlin. It's never happened. In this league, you either win in the postseason and get to a Super Bowl and win, or you lose your job. But that's not happening in either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. And Baltimore, you've had some playoff wins, but we haven't had any here in a long time. I still think both of these coaches are going to come back to their respective teams in 2026. But you seem to think otherwise, that ownership has gotten stale on John Harbaugh. That's a first that I'm hearing. That's interesting to me.
I don't know if the ownership themselves have, but I know a lot of the fan base has.
Okay,
I think, yeah. Okay. So with Steve Bisciotti, I mean, and there was a report from Tom Pelissero yesterday or 2 days ago that he hasn't gotten any inclination that John Harbaugh is going to be fired. But I think both these fan bases have kind of reached a point. And I think so in 2018, when Lamar was a rookie, the Ravens, I think actually it was Pittsburgh that handed Baltimore their final loss before that bye week. They were 4-5 going into the bye week. And John Harbaugh was going to be let go after that season if there was a disappointment. And Lamar Jackson came in and willed that team to the AFC North and essentially saved his job. There was talk about him getting traded. You know, John Harbaugh gets traded to Miami or one of these other places, and he was out the door. And then Lamar comes in and saves his job. And so they had a great run in 2019. You know, they go 14-2, and they lose in the division round to the Titans. That was pretty disappointing. Then they come back and they win a playoff game against Tennessee. They lose in the divisional round. A couple Lamar injuries derail seasons in 2021 and 2022. But then you have an AFC Championship season in 2023 where they only run the ball 6 times with the most dominant rushing offense we've ever seen in NFL history. And then in 2024, it was just more playoff failures. So again, it's not all on John Harbaugh. I never want to put it all on a player or a coach or one singular person. Like you said, it's a complete team effort and it goes to the top with everything. Right. But to me, it feels like the consensus around the league is that despite what the fans think about both these coaches and despite maybe the restlessness that's happening here, it feels like both owners are like, well, we're just going to run it back and we're going to see what happens. And that seems to be what the consensus is. But I will say to your point that coaches have been fired and let go for less. These
most certainly. There's one that won 6 Super Bowls that was asked not to come back.
Yes.
Imagine that. All right, we're pleased to be joined by Kevin Osterreicher of the USA Today's Ravens Wire. He covers Baltimore Ravens for them, hosts the Locked On Ravens podcast. Bill Akins has a question for you, sir. Go ahead, Bill.
All right, Kevin. So I asked our last Ravens guest this. I'm going to ask you. So this is just an observation that I've seen this year and a couple other years as well. But do you feel that Harbaugh is too much of a delegator? And kind of what I mean by that, it seems to me like certain times in post-game press conferences, they'll ask him about the offense, how the offense performed. They'll ask him about, how the defense has performed. And he really is kind of at a loss for words. He doesn't have, he doesn't really articulate, especially when they've asked him about the offense. Do you think he's just too much of a delegator and that there's, I know, he's kind of thrown Monken under the bus a few times this year.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you see that, or is that, not accurate, I guess?
I mean, I see what you're saying for sure. And I think that I'm okay because I know like the big hot thing right now is hiring that like young, bright offensive mind or young, bright defensive mind as a head coach. But I'm fine with bringing in a guy that's more of a delegator as long as that guy can do it correctly. And it feels like at times John Harbaugh has not done that. And I'm sure the big one that you're probably talking about with, the post game or after the game was after the Patriots game. When John Harbaugh was asked, well, don't you want Derrick Henry on the field in those moments when he's dominating and didn't just sign him for this reason? And John Harbaugh's like, yeah, looking back on it, probably wanted him out there. And everyone's like, you're the head coach.
You're the head coach, right.
You can do something about it. And so
that's exactly what I was referring to. Yep.
Exactly. So the big thing for me is that with John Harbaugh, it feels like he is willing to just go down with the ship. And what I mean by that is they believe so hard in what they believe, and there are sometimes very minimal adjustments. And in that particular case, Harbaugh had revealed that there's this like running back rotation. And so Derrick Henry and Willie Taggart had talked about it and decided Keaton Mitchell was going in for that drive. And I'm like, no, you tell Derrick he's getting in the game because that's what's going to win in a football game. So it just feels like at times Harbaugh either forgets he's the head coach because, again, Todd Monken is calling the offensive plays. Zach Orr's calling the defensive plays. He doesn't have any of those play calling duties, but for as much as, Ravens fans have gotten on Todd Monken at times this year for his play calling and Zach Orr for his play calling, which at times has been an issue. I mean, John Harbaugh's in those meetings. John Harbaugh has final say over this. I mean, he can just say over the course of a game, and he's talking about how it's really difficult to kind of get that messaging across over the course of a game or, in those live game moments. And I'm just like, these aren't excuses for me. And we saw the adjustments last week against Green Bay where he was like, all right, Derek, this is working. We're going to just ride Derrick Henry on a 3rd and 5. He came in and ran the ball. They took Keaton Mitchell out, put Derrick Henry back in. It just feels like they're a week too late on some things. And so we've seen issues with Harbaugh in the past with time management, challenge management. And it's stuff that if you're not an offensive or defensive genius or mastermind and you are delegating, you have to be on top of it in terms of just the regular, very basic game day activities like challenges, timeouts, clock, and whatnot. And it just feels like there's too much inconsistency with that over the course of a season where sometimes it's great, but sometimes it even costs some games.
Yeah, it's like I was telling the last guest, I said, it's like you run the offense, you run the defense, and I'll decide whether we go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
All right, one more question with you, Kevin, and then we're going to let you go because this game is important. I'm sure you're going to want to hunker in and get ready for the battle that is ahead here. What do you see happening today? Derek Harmon's going to play. He did not play in the last game. 227 yards, I believe it was, 223 yards rushing by the Ravens. He's going to have to make some sort of difference, I would think. But if the Ravens are going to win today, it's got to be at least a minimum of 30 carries for Derrick Henry. Would you agree?
I do. And I think that, maybe they can get away with 25, but even that feels like a bit of a stretch. I mean, I definitely think that it has to be a heavy dosage of Derrick Henry. But the thing is, Baltimore has played 2 pretty beat up defensive lines over the last 2 weeks. There's no Micah Parsons, no Devontae Wyatt in Green Bay. In New England, Milton Williams, who arguably is their second best player, he was out and they suffered some injuries. So, I'm not blind to the fact that Pittsburgh's defensive line, especially with Harmon in there, has guys on it. Obviously with Hayward and Benton and, with how physical the edge group is with Watt and Highsmith, you have Herbig in there and all these guys. This team, especially the storyline all week has been the difference with Harmon in versus Harmon out. And even the first time these two teams played, Derrick Henry averaged under 4 yards a carry. So while the total rushing number was there, they still did an okay-ish job at stopping him. But to me, I think the Ravens, the big reason that I'm personally picking Baltimore to win, I have it a 1-point win for the Ravens, is because DK Metcalf is not playing in this game. And he gave the Ravens all sorts of fits in the first meeting, 148 yards. The next closest Steelers receiver was Jaylen Warren with 49. And I think with the way Baltimore's defense is transformed, they're not perfect, but they have become a very good run defense. And in this first matchup the Ravens and Steelers had, Steelers only averaged 2 yards a carry, 17 carries for 34 yards. And I think the Steelers are a better run team than that, and those running backs are better than that. But Baltimore, their run defense has improved there. They've also become a very good 3rd down defense and a good red zone defense. But to me, I think it's just one of those games where you're going to look back on it after the final whistle blows, and it'll be like that maybe one red zone possession you traded in a touchdown for a field goal and you couldn't push the ball in the end zone, or maybe there's a timely turnover. Baltimore's not perfect, but whenever they win the turnover battle, they usually win the game. So that's something that could be looked upon as well. But Baltimore's red zone offense has been pretty abysmal this season, while I know Pittsburgh's red zone defense has been very good. So that's going to be one key area for me. But if Derrick Henry gets and probably succeeds with 30 carries, then that's the Ravens' formula for success. And then you can kind of work Lamar, because Lamar's not 100% right now. He hasn't been 100% all season. So, he can still do his thing. But if I'm the Ravens, I do want to ride Derrick Henry to a victory here. That would be my game plan for them.
Yeah, 30 carries or more, and it's a Ravens victory. That's the way I look at it tonight. Kevin, I can't thank you enough for coming on our show. We're just in our first year. We're building here, and it's nice to have somebody like yourself coming on. Kevin Osterreicher, who covers the Ravens for USA Today's Ravens Wire. He is a host of Locked On Ravens podcast. You can find him on X. You can find him on YouTube. You can check him out and his work. I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much for coming on board with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. It was a blast, and good luck tonight.
All right, thanks, you.
Kevin.
Yeah,
all right. Kevin Osterreicher. I finally got that name right. I hate getting people's last names wrong, Bill. It's really like I should have asked him. That's my fault.
Yeah.
All right. 1,800 of you hanging out right now in the last few minutes of this show. We're going to wrap this up in the next 6-7 minutes. By 7:45, we will say goodbye to you. I do want to remind you again, if you're on YouTube, if you're on X, Facebook, right? We do stuff on Instagram and TikTok as well, but YouTube, X, and Facebook. If those three, if you're on any of those social media sites and you are not following us and you've been hanging out watching this show, I don't care if it's on Paul Zeiss's X channel or wherever you might be, please do us a favor. Like, subscribe. Please follow us. We want to bring you more programming in 2026. There's only a handful of people doing stuff like this, right? We are a live programming type of channel. I don't do podcasts. My partner, Bill Akins, does podcasts. I like live programming. I spent a career in sports radio. I like the element of live talk. That's why I wanted to do this show. We've been on the air for almost 4 hours and 40 minutes now, and it has been a nonstop whirlwind of guests and opinion and banter. And if you like that kind of stuff, we want to be the home for your Steelers pregame soiree. So please, if you can, take 15 seconds and go to YouTube and like us at Steel City Sunday. Follow us on X at Steel City Sunday. We put out a lot of content. I write articles on our Facebook page. I try to put out shorts on the YouTube. We do the live stuff starting on and just in case you were wondering, if the Steelers lose tonight, obviously this will be our last show. There'll be no post-game show tonight. But Monday nights and Tuesday nights at 7 o'clock, I host an hour on this channel and on our YouTube and Facebook page, Pittsburgh Sports Tonight. I'm going to expand programming to that to 4 nights, but I just don't know when yet. My day schedule is pretty hectic, and I'll be spending a lot of time over the next 3 to 4 months in Utah and Oklahoma and Texas, but I will be doing a show each night. I do an hour live, 7 o'clock, Pittsburgh Sports Tonight on the channels that I mentioned, YouTube, X, and Facebook. Always live on all of those. On Wednesdays and Thursday nights, Bill Akins does shows as well on this channel. He does the Pittsburgh Sports Desk on Wednesday nights at 8 o'clock. And then on Thursdays, he does Gridiron Weekly. He will continue on with a weekly football show through the winter and spring. And by the way, I would be remiss if I did not mention the It's a Wrap Sports Network. It's a Wrap Sports actually hosts all of our programming for us. They are a Philadelphia-centric type of network, but they are trying to expand their programming here in the state of Pennsylvania. They brought us on for the football season, and they host our shows. They produce our intros and outros so that we look professional, because we want to be professional, because we are professional. You're professional, right? You're retired.
I try to be professional.
You don't have to be as professional as you once were, I guess. No. But you are. You do a nice job. There's the Matty B. That's the guy who runs the network. He has a show 5 nights a week. You can find It's a Wrap Sports on Facebook, on X, on YouTube at It's a Wrap Sports. Matty B and the entire crew. They've got morning shows. They've got shows that are eccentric for the Penn State Nittany Lions. They've got a gambling show. I wanted to mention them because they've been very kind to host us. Mike Loro and Al Zafari. Mike is the guy who does the Penn State stuff, and he does Props, Locks, and Parlays, which is a gambling show. You can check all that stuff out on X, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. The It's a Wrap Sports Network, who have been kind enough to host us all season long. Okay, final thoughts. I'll start with Bill Akins. What's your prediction, Bill?
Well, I tell you what, I kind of have a good feeling about this game. Like we said before, I think this is this kind of has the earmarks for a Steelers win. It's they're an underdog. It's at Acrisure, the whole 9 yards. This is a playoff game. No doubt about that. This is a win and you're in, lose and you're done. But I think number one, they have to stop Derrick Henry. That has to be the number one, the number one bullet point, if you will, is they've got to stop Derrick Henry. Second, they got to win the possession battle. They've got, and by winning the possession battle, you've got to run the ball. Gainwell. I hope to see a good game from him and Warren. Split up the carries. I want to see a big game from Freiermuth. Yeah, I mean, I just want to see. I think it's gonna be a close game. I think I'm looking at like I'm gonna go 17-13 Steelers. I think they're gonna win tonight. I really do.
I will just be quite honest with you folks. Whatever comes out of my mouth here in the next 60 seconds, just do the opposite. Bet the house, sell the kids, and you'll be in Aruba by Tuesday. Okay? This is where Mike Tomlin does his best work. He's coming off a humiliating loss. I can't describe it any other way.
And Aaron Rodgers too. This is what you know.
Well, yeah, well, no, I'll get to Aaron. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I will get to him in a second here. I want to talk about Mike Tomlin. This is where Mike Tomlin is at his best, right? He's coming off a humiliating loss where he was a decisive favorite in that game, right? That team had 3 wins going into that football game, and the Steelers did not have any kind of game plan for replacing DK Metcalf, and they sacrificed Kenny Gainwell, and who is their second best receiver next to Metcalf, and they just had no game plan whatsoever offensively. It was the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen. I only watched maybe the first quarter. I was on the road to Dayton, Ohio, and back after that, and long story there. But anyhow, they were awful, and that's not the first time that's happened under Mike Tomlin. But there is a silver lining to that. He is now in this situation where nobody's predicting them to win. How many people have you heard say the Steelers are going to win today?
Nobody.
Nobody's predicting the Steelers to win. They're underdogs at home. They're at home in prime time against a division rival, coming off a horrific loss.
Right.
If there was ever a time for the Steelers to circle the wagons and win, tonight's the night.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Tonight's the night.
Yeah.
Steelers 20, Ravens 17. I think Derrick Henry will get over 100 yards rushing. I think they'll try to run the ball 30 times with him. I think Derek Harmon and the return of T.J. Watt, and you mentioned Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers will have a drive somewhere late in the game. They'll be down 17-13, and Aaron Rodgers will put together a late drive to get them the lead, and then that defense will stand up somehow and stop Baltimore. I think the Steelers win tonight by 3, 20-17, and they win the division, and then they will host the Houston Texans next week at Acrisure Stadium.
And we'll be back.
And then we'll be back for another week. We'll be back to do another show. Okay, I want to thank everybody. We had a dozen guests tonight. I want to thank all of our guests. I want to thank Bill for producing. Mike Ostie from the Pittsburgh Sports Now. He's the managing editor of West Virginia Sports Now, writes for Pittsburgh Sports Now, covers the NFL for Yard Barker. I want to thank Paul Zeiss. I want to thank former Steelers offensive coordinator Todd Haley. Jerry DePaula, longtime writer here in Pittsburgh, recently retired. John Fedko. John Fedko has been a part of our coverage since October when he became available. I want to thank Zig Fracassi, our NFL insider from SiriusXM. He's been with us all season long. It's such a pleasure to work with Zig again. Been 31 years of relationship with Zig Fracassi. He's a great guy. Love having him on every week. Anthony Halkias, lead writer at SteelerNation.com, has been with us for the majority of the season. Our guests tonight from Baltimore, Jeremy Kahn, morning host at 105.7 FM The Fan. Justin of Ingraven Vids, a Ravens podcast, 87,000 followers on YouTube. Kevin Osterreicher covers the Ravens for USA Today, the Ravens Wire. And, of course, you folks that have been so kind with your time, giving us an opportunity to get you ready for Steelers and Ravens. It's been an absolute blast all season long. We hope to be back for one more week. In the meantime, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, right back here on YouTube or on X at Steel City Sunday, I'll have Pittsburgh Sports Tonight, where there will be no postgame tonight. No postgame tonight. We will recap everything tomorrow at 7 o'clock on Pittsburgh Sports Tonight. We'll have some, sound from post game. We'll make sure that we get your comments in our chat all night long. Looks like we got some Raven fans hanging out on our YouTube channel tonight. Looks like, who is that? D. Winston 68. Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking.
We'll see, D. Winston. We shall see. Either way, I think both of these coaches are going to be back next year for their respective teams. That will play out over the next few days. For the entire cast and crew, and I want to thank Bill Akins for getting me through the entire year and putting up with my nonsense. It's been a real pleasure. We hope to be back next week with another installment of Steel City Sunday. And if we're not, that's okay, because we've got more content and programming coming your way in 2026. For the entire crew, thank you. My name is John Phillips. It's been a real pleasure, Pittsburgh. We hope to talk to you next Sunday, or maybe Saturday, possibly Monday, with a Steelers playoff game. You've been watching Steel City Sunday here live on X, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 7 o'clock right here on these channels on Pittsburgh Sports Tonight. Thank you for watching us.